I hate the Communist Party. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Closing Ceremony of the 1897 Olympic Games. These Olympic Games, held after more than 2,000 years, were held with the belief that they would revive Greece's traditional culture, which once shone brilliantly, and at the same time, help peacefully resolve the growing tensions in the world. Only raise your voice once. Even in the 19th century, when special sound systems didn't exist, the voice of Crown Prince Constantine, Greece's successor, conducting the closing ceremony of these Olympic Games, could be heard even where I was sitting. Although he is small in size, it must be said that he is like Greece, with a voice loud enough to be overpowered by any other country. The Crown Prince, who now speaks as if he thinks of peace more than anyone else, also felt the meaning of what he said fading, considering that he became obsessed with Great Hellenism, megali idea, and attacked Turkey after ascending to the throne. The words he spoke at the closing ceremony were impeccable. We Europeans must reflect on the value of the word peace in these times of turmoil. Although this Olympiad could not be held last year, in 1896, when it was originally planned, we must look into the background of why it was held in 1897 and this year. Not so long ago, Europeans, including myself, had to live in fear of war. If it weren't for the guardian of peace who suddenly appeared, we might have witnessed that fear become reality. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the Tsar of Russia, Nicholas II, who acknowledged the occasion by attending today's closing ceremony. And Nikolai, arbiter of peace in Europe. In fact, Crown Prince Constantine had good reason to express his gratitude to me so publicly. When it became uncertain whether the Olympic Games would even take place due to the African crisis that erupted last year in the wake of the London Commune, I, no less than myself, took the initiative and publicly declared that the Olympic Games should go ahead, even if they had to be postponed for a year. However, not everyone was as friendly to me as Prince Constantine or the Greek public. You like the guardian of European peace? Never in my life have I heard such an outrageous combination of words as the one you just said. In the past, I was no different from a bear that only believed in the power of its size, but when did it become so cunning? I'm worried about the future. I was no exception to the truth that one cannot be loved by everyone. Until I reached this stage today, there had been 2 assassination attempts as a result of the riots that erupted across Europe to prevent the last war. I guess we should say it's fortunate we are still in an age where evolutionaries are immature. To respond to the Crown Prince of Greece's call, he stood up, looked around, and waved his hand, but he had to worry that someone in the crowd would suddenly put their hand on his chest. Although he knew he had to go through an intense body search to get in here today. Perhaps I will never do anything like the last time I walked the streets of Sevastopol to meet Trotsky. Although I had prepared myself to some extent, I couldn't help but feel bitter. This is because being praised by a person is the same as receiving hatred and curses from another person. For populists, my country is probably an object of hatred that cannot be ignored. Even so, I didn't feel bad, because I had something to gain from these Olympics. This was because the rooms built in traditional Russian style for the players, as well as the handicrafts sold near and inside the stadium, were not well evaluated. If things continued like this, it seemed like they would be able to sell Russian products without any problem at the upcoming Paris Expo. Since it was introduced early at the Olympics, it may be a little less novel, but based on this experience, I learned the things that disappointed customers and the parts that could be improved. We also hope that these Olympics will not be a one-time event, but will become a place for world peace that is held periodically. I believe that if we continue to have an arena where athletes from all over the world can compete against each other confidently and fairly using only their own abilities, that alone will bring us one step closer to world peace. Even so, before the closing ceremony, I met him and Kubertin, considered the father of the modern Olympic Games, and they told me that it would be a good idea to hold the next Olympic Games in Russia, but it was out of the question. At this point, when it was clear that the cost of organizing the Olympic Games would be far greater than the profits that could be made from it, it was clear that organizing the Olympic Games on our own would only result in losses. Originally, it would have been held alongside the Paris World's Fair, which was scheduled to take place in 1900, but I wonder if it will still be held the same way now, a year later. Well, even so, the Olympic Games were now out of my hands. Since I had accomplished all I could, the future of the next Olympic Games was none of my business. It seems that Crown Prince Constantine is very grateful to His Majesty. They even publicly expressed their thanks at the closing ceremony. It's simply undeserved thanks for what I've done. I haven't done much, but being treated so well makes my face feel hot. The person who spoke to me while I was thinking about the future Olympic Games was none other than Crown Prince Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Even after inviting him to the Sergev complex, a handicraft complex, my relationship with him continued through lectures in Vienna and other events, and resulted in his attending the Olympic closing ceremony, which I originally would not have attended. Even if this time I managed to avoid war for a while, by using all available resources, it was like an inevitable prophecy that a world war would come to the European continent. Knowing that a major war would break out in the near future, it was better for me to continue my relationship with him. Although it is said that we have reached an age where war cannot be avoided simply through friendship between monarchs, isn't it better to have good relationships than bad ones? You haven't done much. Hasn't it been true that public opinion, which was negative about holding the Olympics, has changed since His Majesty's remarks? If the person who made it possible for athletes who were hesitant to participate by saying he would provide them with accommodations to participate in these Olympics said he didn't do much, then what would happen to people like me who only showed up for the closing ceremony? Haha. It's true you say that. In fact, I was thinking that when I divided the stakes of successfully hosting these Olympics, I would at least be in the top 3. I tried to show my humble side, but when you come out like that, I can't keep my mask on. Look at that. To be honest, how relieved you are. In that sense, meeting Ferdinand at these Olympics could be said to be a windfall. All of this was done under the assumption that he wouldn't be Sarajevo. Come to think of it, isn't His Majesty also one of the victims of the latest African crisis? Yes, I'm a victim. What do you mean by that? Did I suffer any harm from the last incident? No matter how much I think about it, I feel like I haven't gained anything. What happened without my knowledge? When I showed that I didn't know what was being said, Ferdinand also seemed to be at a loss as to why I couldn't understand what he was saying. No, even if you make that face, you don't know what you don't know. When I saw his questioning face, I tried to figure out what kind of harm I had suffered, but the answer I got was the same. After a moment of awkward silence, it was Ferdinand who spoke first. The marriage talks that were being held with Duke Frederick's family. Didn't His Majesty say that it would be a little unreasonable to marry now, when the European continent might be engulfed in flames, and that it would be best to postpone it for later? It is said that Grand Duchess Elizabeth was greatly disappointed at that time. Fortunately, the wedding is scheduled for this fall, but isn't His Majesty one of the victims whose marriage was postponed due to the last incident? Oh, now that I think about it, just as he said, I could say that I was one of the people who suffered damage from this incident. I said that I would marry the eldest daughter of the Friedrich family to improve relations with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but this was the marriage that received a surprising blow due to a fact I had overlooked. That's true. That's why I put more effort into resolving this incident. Since I was also involved, I had no choice but to pay attention. Still, I'm glad that the incident concluded well, and that no damage was caused. Was it caused to the Friedrich family or others under? As expected, I thought you would. Isn't it His Majesty's marriage and no one else's? I'd like to congratulate you in advance. I hope this union will overcome some of the emotional differences between Russia and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Fortunately, Ferdinand seemed to understand what I said. It was a fortunate moment, considering that it would have been frowned upon if the guests had forgotten about the wedding planned for a few months later. Given that it was a marriage that received a lot of significant attention from his mother, it seemed they had avoided a sticky situation from the start. But this is a purely personal matter. If you don't mind, may I ask you a question? While I secretly sighed in relief, Ferdinand seemed to have something else to say to me. Of course. As much as you want. What do you want to ask me? Filled with the thought that I had successfully overcome the crisis, I replied confidently, well, I thought at most he would ask me how I felt as an elderly person who was about to get married. Well, that's about it. As I looked at Ferdinand, who was hesitating despite my telling him I was fine, a mysterious sense of crisis washed over me. However, I found it strange that he wasn't accepting questions now, so I waited for him to speak. After hesitating even after that, he seemed to have finally made a decision. He sighed, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth in a tone of hesitation that still lingered. By any chance, does His Majesty prefer younger people to older people or those of the same age? He's also quite a bit older than me. Oh, no. I'm not saying it's bad. I was just asking out of pure curiosity, so I apologize if you were offended. You don't have to worry about what I just said. In fact, are the conditions for getting married important? The feeling of love is the most important. Wouldn't you say so? Just like His Majesty Ferdinand, seeing that I was silent, began to babble to make things up, but his words didn't reach my ears. Apparently, an image of me was added that could be used by my haters in Europe. Chapter 150 to the last year of the 19th century. While Europeans were focused on the Olympic Games, a sporting event that had returned to the world after thousands of years, the situation in Africa, the continent across the Mediterranean, worsened day by day. Considering that the Olympic Games were able to take place thanks to the resolution of the conflict between France and Germany that had occurred in Africa, the more peaceful Europe became, the lower the quality of life in Africa and other parts of the world. If we look at the resolution of the aforementioned conflict, it was not the result of freeing the African continent from exploitation by foreign powers, but was merely making peace in the process of dividing the land by the great powers. If we look more closely at Africa, the negotiations did not proceed without gunfire. The enemy's main force appears on the left. The defense on the left must be strengthened. The enemy's main force appears on the left. The defense on the left must be strengthened. What is this, friend? What is this guy saying? German and French troops were nominally mobilized together to relieve Boer pressure on Cape Town, but the language barrier between the two countries made an organic and immediate movement difficult. Since the Boers were not a formidable opponent, even if they moved as one, the army divided in this way was nothing more than tasty prey for the Boers, who had defended their country between the British Army and the native Africans. Although the number of troops sent by the two countries to the Transvaal Republic region far exceeded the number of Boer troops, there was a reason why the Second Boer War did not end quickly, and casualties continued to mount. However, the creation of a joint command was practically ruled out from the start. The long-standing feelings between the two countries did not allow for the odd existence of a joint command, and even if one were created, there was no way to reach an agreement on which country would take command. In this way, the festering quagmire of the Boer War was slowly but surely engulfing Germany and France. Until now, the two countries were unaware that they had fallen into a very deep swamp due to their size and national power, but as time goes on, people will probably feel it. The fact that the achievements they did make were not, in fact, achievements. While the two countries wandered around in Africa, Russia was the one that was quiet but busier. And the more the bear moved on the frozen ground, the faster the clock hand moved. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The International Exposition opens in Paris. This event, which will be held from April to November, attracts a steady stream of visitors as countries from other continents and from Europe participate. The demise of the Olympic Games. The Olympic Games, which were expected to be held in conjunction with the International Exposition in Paris, lost their name. The International Exposition announced that large-scale sporting events would be held starting in May, but that this was only an international championship and not the Olympic Games. It seems that Baron Coubertin couldn't win the political battle with the Paris International Exposition, even in this world. The idea of borrowing the halo of a global event, an exposition, to continue the Olympic flame was a good idea. However, what he didn't take into account was that Alfred Picard, Director General of the Paris International Exposition, didn't look favorably on the combination of an exposition featuring cutting-edge technologies and products and an Olympic Games, which was nothing more than an outdated traditional ritual. Well, this event isn't just the Olympic Games in name, but it can be seen as an inheritance of the spiritual values of the Olympic Games that Coubertin believes in, so from his perspective, it can be considered a half success. Since the last meeting in Vienna, as usual, I have to lead a very busy daily life. Still, I didn't know that the fair could be held normally, even though it had been only 2 years since the Boer War ended. Is this the potential of France? The Boer War, which was called the Open Gates of Hell on the African continent, and claimed countless lives of young Germans and Frenchmen, ended 2 years ago, in 1898, when the government of the Transvaal Republic declared surrender. Although both countries invested enormous amounts of goods and manpower in carrying out colonial activities in Africa and in the Boer War, doubts inevitably arose as to whether satisfactory results were achieved when considering output versus input. Perhaps holding this fair normally could aim to eliminate the lethargy and helplessness that underlie the French people. Considering that Germany also said there is no change in its intention to participate, it can be seen that both countries are trying to wash away the wounds of the Boer War through this exhibition. The relationship between Germany and France might have become closer as they fought on the same battlefield for 2 years against a common enemy, but if we look at the two countries now, everything was wrong. Due to the continued lack of communication and conflicting opinions, the two countries chose to redrow the border and fight with their own forces instead of fighting together. When the Boers took advantage of this and waged a guerrilla war along the border, a fight broke out between German and French soldiers over who was responsible. Therefore, the deep-rooted national sentiment that had been planted between the two countries from the Boer War was still making its presence felt. No, perhaps it could have been greater. It is said that the amount of gossip about other soldiers by soldiers who returned to their home country was beyond imagination. It has been 4 years since the last Vienna conference. 4 years could be considered short or quite long, but these 4 years were unlike any other time. Since I had worked so hard to gain that time, I had to use each day carefully and to the fullest. As a result of such efforts, the Trans-Siberian Railway was finally opened to compensate for the weakness of the Russian Empire's overly large territory, which was a chronic problem. It was still a single line, but unlike the incomplete opening of the original station, it was a complete opening that did not require the indecent act of changing locomotives or transferring trains to a means of transport other than rail and then running them again. The opening of the Trans-Siberian Railway was not simply about connecting Western and Eastern Russia. One need only look at the fact that the anti-Russian movement that was showing signs of rising in Japan after the railway's completion lost steam, and one can see that Russian control of the Far East, which until now had been incomplete and precarious, was now on a rock. The fact that Russia has completed the Trans-Siberian Railway does not simply mean that travel has become easier. This means that the Tsar of the Russian Empire can sit in St. Petersburg and single-handedly control the distant maritime province, and that the Qing dynasty's only strategic force so far is vulnerable, while the main force of the Russian Empire is concentrated in the west. This means that the element of power to push deep into Eastern Russia has been lost. Not only that, but it also means that Russia can once again tickle the soft underbelly of India, which remains in the UK without much pressure. Several years have passed since the conflict in the Central Asian region, including Persia, disappeared as a result of the latest agreement, but the current positions of Great Britain and the Russian Empire have changed. Are we not well aware of how easily an agreement that was said to have permanent effect when it was concluded can easily become nothing more than scraps of paper when the balance of power between the parties is upset? When the news of the opening of the cross-country railway was announced, a London newspaper published an editorial showing that the unhindered speed of trains was approaching not only for us, but for other countries as well. Although it is still not receiving as much attention as the opening of the railway, we were able to accomplish another equally important feat. The talents at the Tata Arsenal, who successfully completed the work on improving the Mosin Nagant rifle, once again did not betray my expectations. So this is the first prototype? At first glance, it doesn't appear to be much different from the Maxim machine gun on which it was modeled. Yes, the Maxim machine gun itself, which can be said to be the original, is an excellent machine gun. So instead of modifying the exterior, other engineers and I concentrated on making it so that it can function normally even in a hostile environment of Russia and continuously, even if it doesn't receive maintenance. I did. I'm confident it will be able to operate in cold regions like Siberia and hot ones like Central Asia, Your Majesty. Well, as a weapon is more important than its outward appearance, it is more important how well it performs the task it has been assigned. Thank you for your hard work. So, what should we name this machine gun? It would be a waste of time and effort to call it the Maxim machine gun as it is now, so I will give you the chance to choose a name for the machine gun that will become one of the most trusted friends of the Imperial Russian Army in the future. Actually, I already have a name in mind. Even now, when I think about what happened in Tula, my face feels hot. Although it was a legitimate society, I couldn't help but feel embarrassed at the thought of soldiers carrying machine guns with such names. What is that? Tell me. Ancient. We think it would be better to call it the Tsar's Wrath. Soldiers carrying extremely heavy machine guns on battlefields that are sure to get muddy often say things like, "It's like the damn Tsar's Wrath, so it's a useless weight." Or I don't know who this is, but they named the gun the Tsar's Wrath. It was obvious they would say something like, "I guess they really wanted to flatter you." In the end, it was decided to call the weapon the Maxim Tula machine gun on the grounds that it should be simple and easy to understand, but thinking back on that time still gives me a shudder. Honestly, I was a little tempted. The Tsar's Wrath is hardly an appropriate name for a machine gun that will dominate the battlefield for decades to come. In addition, there were other developments such as the successful production of tractors that could be used in agricultural fields, although mass production was not yet possible, and the first shipment of bearskins as taxes by friends on the Kamchatka Peninsula. However, there was something else that had the biggest impact on me. Chapter 153. I looked at the person who had the greatest influence on me in this life. Today, after working late into the night, I came with the intention of catching a glimpse of the boy's face before going to bed, but as I looked at the sleeping child's face, I felt as though I didn't notice the passage of time. Although he was my son, since he was from the Romanov family, famous for having many handsome men and women, I could objectively say he was handsome. Not really. Looking at the large eyes that seemed promising for the future, the sharp nose, and even the lips that arguably embodied the word attractive, one couldn't help but think that the original Nicholas II wasn't assessed as having a poor appearance. This may be natural, but fortunately my son didn't display any significant symptoms of a hereditary disease. Considering that one of the biggest causes of the fall of the Russian Empire in the history I know was the antipathy towards the Rasputin-possessed empress, the monster who was the only one who stabilized Alexei's symptoms, who suffered from hemophilia, and the corruption and strange actions committed by Rasputin himself, Alex, I had no choice but to give up on marrying her. If it were me now, I wouldn't trust Rasputin like Nikolai did or allow him to commit tyranny, but aside from that, I couldn't bear to see my son suffer from an incurable disease. Even after knowing that, if he marries Alex and gives birth to a son, he has a half chance of suffering from hemophilia. Still, my heart sank when Kristina told me to name my son Alexei. This is because it was the same name given to the unfortunate crown prince who was imprisoned by the Bolsheviks during the Russian Revolution and later executed by firing squad along with his family. No matter what I do, I will make sure you don't have to face such a tragedy. My son, please grow up healthy. Ugh. Wow, what I just said was so loud that the boy seemed about to wake up and snapped out of it. This is because I remember hearing that sleep was more important when I was younger. Did the prince see well? You guys have been through a lot. Please continue doing your best. Do you have any doubts, Your Majesty? We will fulfill our duty. I headed to the bedroom, leaving behind the maids and servants attending to my son. My ability to calm my smiling face and change it to a solemn expression before leaving the room improved day by day. Whenever this happens, what comes to mind is none other than my father, who passed away a few years ago. He managed to show a friendly side to his family while maintaining a charisma that was difficult for his subordinates to address. Now that I think about it, my father's ability to maintain his dignity and dignity, even when his younger brother played a prank on him by splashing water on his empty forehead, made me wonder if it was something he was born with. Now I wanted to follow that example, but I had no idea how he could maintain two completely contradictory images at the same time. As I said before, 4 years was enough time for a successor to the Romanov family to be born. Unlike the original story, he produced a successor suddenly. I hated this word, but it was the word that best suited adapted to the reactions of those around him, and I could feel his eyes softening toward his wife. In fact, I could say it was a positive change for me, who also felt sorry for my wife who came all the way to this faraway land to get married. To become a member of the Romanovs, the rulers of the Russian Empire, she converted to the Orthodox Church and even changed her name to a Russian one, but she had to be viewed unkindly because she was from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. However, I couldn't help but feel grateful to her for silently faithfully fulfilling the wifely role required in this era. If you think about it, the reason I decided to marry her wasn't out of pure motives, because all of Christina's difficulties were caused by me. When I saw the ambition in the eyes of her mother, Grand Duchess Elizabeth, who attended the wedding day, I even briefly doubted her. However, I was even more grateful because she soon distanced herself from her biological family and only showed herself as the Empress of Russia. Even to this day, I was determined to protect my family, including my brothers and sisters, but the feeling of having a family that could literally be my flesh and blood was incredible. Because it was a feeling I'd never felt in my previous life. Unfortunately, in my previous life, I had no connection to marriage. Just today, when I thought about my wife going to bed alone, while dealing with the work coming in from all over the country, I even thought that this was what people call a bad husband. Why isn't there such a saying? The worst husband in the world is not an incompetent husband, but a husband who neglects his family. No matter how much I think about it, I believe that the husband who commits domestic violence is the worst person. In addition to this, there was one more problem I had to think about. The question was none other than what kind of political system the Russian Empire should have when my son ascends the throne. Indeed, the despotic monarchy was already reaching the limits of its time. Unlike in the past, when it took several weeks to travel from one end of the empire to the other, all this was possible in just 10 days. And, as technology developed, the complexity of society also increased incomparably compared to the past. As an absolute monarchy, where a monarch had to manage and decide everything, it was inevitable that it would be difficult to respond quickly and take appropriate action. That doesn't mean we can't introduce democracy immediately, and in the end, the only answer is a constitutional monarchy. The problem was that it was clear that what I had done so far would act as an obstacle to moving to a constitutional monarchy. Although future knowledge and a bit of luck helped me, my current situation in Russia was comparable to that of Peter the Great. People are sure to ask why we should move from a despotic monarchy ruled by the all-powerful Tsar to a constitutional monarchy that will surely fight among itself in the future. Originally, one could say that the intellectual class centered around the Zemstvo was a constitutional monarchist faction that supported the establishment of the Duma, parliament, and the expansion of its powers, but even among them, there were some who said that my views were wrong. But I knew that this situation could not continue. Perhaps I would not have known this if I had been the Superman Plato had dreamed of and hoped for, but I was not the Iron Man portrayed in his philosophy. I had to work late into the night to process the documents, and the knowledge of the future, which until now had been my greatest weapon, was almost running out of use. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no future as I know it, now that the uproar has already occurred in England. More so, what about the monarchs who persecute me? As much as I value it, when I think of my son, who has to bear the weight of a despotic monarchy that was already used in the pre-modern era, it at least had to sprout from the seed of a constitutional monarchy. Otherwise, the communist revolution I'm preventing might have left its mark on the world as a people's revolution with a different name. Still, it was true that I complained because I was full compared to when I was the crown prince and wondered how I could obtain the authority to do what I had to do. Instead of worrying about how seize power and expand it, I worried about how I could gradually reduce the authority I had. If only we could somehow overcome the Great War that would soon come. Then it would be possible. The footsteps toward the bedroom, where my wife had already fallen asleep while waiting, felt increasingly heavy. Asterisk 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 grumble. Look, it is my honor to proudly present to your majesty. This is the first prototype tractor that can save farmers the trouble of cultivating vast fields. With just this one, you can do the work of 10 ordinary farmers. Contrary to the loud engine sound that befitted the grandiloquent words of an American businessman, the sight of the tractor I saw was personally disappointing. For people with 21st century memories, the technological capabilities of the late 19th century were destined to prove unsatisfactory at times. If it shows the same level of performance as the one currently operating, even on rough terrain, I believe that what that friend said is not just a lie, Your Majesty. I'm not satisfied with the fact that we still lack the capacity to produce engines and have to rely on the Americans for related processes, but I think I can understand why Your Majesty was so interested in tractors. However, contrary to my perception, in the eyes of the officials here present today, the American businessman's words did not seem empty. Tractor production was also an important part of the agricultural reform that had been underway for several years. One could say that the agricultural reform that began with the dissolution of me was the most successful of the reform policies I implemented. Farmers who had been reluctant to accept new agricultural technologies now naturally use them themselves after seeing superior yields in areas that first used improved technologies. Furthermore, it was now difficult to find sabotaging protests from those unhappy with the dissolution of me. The main reason was that farmers who had initially responded to their complaints, they became indifferent. There was no way he would listen to people saying we should return to the past, as he could immediately feel the increased harvests by doing what the government said. However, in areas where me was simply dissolved and agricultural cooperatives were established, negative effects such as agricultural cooperatives acting like Ms of the past occurred again. However, this problem was solved by Stolypin, who was carrying out agrarian reform after Witte. This tractor boasts superior capabilities even compared to traditional means such as oxen or horses. In terms of price, it may be a bit expensive, but isn't that what new technology is all about? As I listened to the businessman passionately present his product, I thought of other uses for the tractor moving ahead of me. In World War I, it's said that the Eastern Front focused on mobile warfare compared to the Western Front, which was famous for its trench warfare, but this is because tanks were the only ones that could overcome machine gun fire from the front. In fact, it was embarrassing even to call it a tank. To put it roughly, what they wanted was a mobile deck made of steel plates that machine guns couldn't penetrate. Even if it were that many, it would be enough to reduce the number of thousands of people killed every day by machine gun fire alone. That tractor rolling in front of me was preliminary work toward building that thing. Chapter 154. As my friend said, if tractors are mass produced, I don't think Russian subjects will suffer from hunger in the future, Your Majesty. They found this experience so impressive that one of the officials watching alongside them said this. Although its performance was much lower than that of tractors of the future, it was only natural, as it seemed clear that, at best, it would be better than relying on horses to clear farmland, excluding manual labor. But there's one thing I'd like to ask, is that okay? Of course, Your Majesty. What are you curious about? The businessman, who was excitedly explaining and boasting, perhaps thanks to the friendly response of those around him, responded with a twinkle in his eye when I told him I had a question. I don't know if it was because he knew the success and sustainability of this business depended on me, but I could sense a bit of tension behind my confident smile. What you keep saying is that it works well even on rough terrain and can be used again and again. As a tractor with a car-like structure, I'm worried about whether it can be used properly even during the Rasputitsa season, when winter gives way to spring. Isn't spring the most important time for all agriculture? I'm not bragging, but I'm saying that Russia's natural environment can be much harsher than you think. Have you ever thought about how to complement this? You have doubts about the ability of our company's products to overcome difficult terrain, Your Majesty. Of course, I think this is a question you can fully understand. I've also heard about Russia's infamous mud pit, Rasputitsa. We also want to increase the width of the wheels compared to the original product, to prevent the tractor from getting stuck in the mud. However, there is a small problem with this. It probably means prices are going up. Isn't that right? When I saw him fall silent and spoke to him immediately, he smiled and replied, as if his true thoughts were revealed. Ha ha ha, that's right, Your Majesty. This is because increasing the width of the wheels means increasing the amount of materials used to produce a tractor. I dare not belittle the wealth of the Russian Empire, including Her Majesty, but I'm a little worried that farmers will feel more burdened when it comes to buying tractors. It's hard to pretend to be concerned about farmers when you're not particularly worried about them. You might be worried about not being able to receive adequate payment for your sales. The supplementary solution you mentioned didn't satisfy me, of course. It's a tractor produced to be used on battlefields, where machine guns and shells will be flying in the future, but it has 4 wheels like a car, and hurtles toward enemy trenches. It was obvious it would collapse before even reaching halfway. That would be nice, but I have a personal idea. Would you like to hear it? Of course, Your Majesty. We are happy to listen. Please tell me anything. They say that excessive flattery or a cajoling attitude causes more discomfort than joy to the listener, but your words were dangerously close to the limit. No different. From what I've heard, tracks are the most effective way to overcome rough terrain. I think it would be better to fit trackless tracks instead of wheels on the tractors your company produces. How about you try it? Are you talking about the track orbit? I see. He clearly looked concerned after hearing what I said. It was quite embarrassing to suddenly remove the wheels from an otherwise good tractor and fit something with unproven practicality, like an endless track. It was clear that the cost of designing and producing a track that met the specifications of the tractors they were producing would be significant. Ha 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 ha. His Majesty seems to have excellent engineering knowledge. It's an infinite orbit. I couldn't even imagine it. I'm sorry to say, but the problem is that the cost is sure to increase, and the time it will take to convert to an infinite orbit is quite significant. Still, it seems His Majesty places a lot of importance on the ability to overcome difficult terrain, so I believe it won't be impossible if I do my best as a product salesman. It seems possible if we risk our company's survival, but it would be a lot easier if His Majesty gave us a little help. Still, he was a true businessman. I could tell, just by looking at them, that, rather than saying they couldn't do it outright, they were saying it would be difficult for one reason or another. The story ended by asking that, if you really want a tractor at all costs, just invest in it. I couldn't help but laugh at his words. It seemed as if he'd forgotten for a moment who he was talking to. Of course. But I think you need to reconsider who you're talking to now. It's not like you've never heard of the Romanov family assets. Hot. Excuse me, Your Majesty. Then, starting today, I will immediately begin installing the caterpillar track on the tractor. No matter how much I sang about not having money or not having enough money, it wasn't something I couldn't afford. The Romanov family's assets were incomparable to any other royal family in the world. Furthermore, since the working method and basic principles of the caterpillar track itself had already been developed by the end of the 18th century, it was clear that it wouldn't cost as much as the businessman said. No, as you said, it may be a cost that could endanger the life of a company, but should we say it's not for the empire? This decision was inevitable, as the development of the tank in the story was inspired by the Holt tractor, the first tractor launched with tracks. If I don't intervene, a monster like Atsara's tank could break through the trench line. Even after the man hurriedly ran away, perhaps knowing what I was thinking, the tractor being operated for the demonstration was still moving, with a loud engine sound that contrasted with the low speed. Asterisk 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 Your Majesty, this is Minister of War Banowski. May I come in? Please come in. After receiving my permission, Banowski entered the office, still displaying restricted movements, even though he was approaching 80 years old. He's still struggling with his documents today, Your Majesty. Unless someone in front of me says they'll retire this year, I can always win this battle, but have I really changed my mind? Isn't it time for old soldiers like me to make way for new talents? Besides, The understanding of the future battlefield that your majesty speaks of will be easier for young people to accept than for older ones like me. As someone who knows that generals in their 40s and 50s have a more rigid mindset than those in their 80s, it seemed like a joke, but it was unavoidable. This was because he had a strong desire to retire, and was actually worried about his health due to his old age. So, who would you like to succeed you as Minister of War? I told you to think about it in advance, so I'm sure you have someone in mind as well, right? I think Alexei Kuropatkin will be fine. I don't think there's anyone suitable to succeed me in implementing the military reform policy His Majesty is currently pursuing. Do you really think there's nothing else? Yes, I do, Your Majesty. HMM. To be honest, it was a greeting I couldn't help but feel repulsed by. Kuropatkin was a person singled out as one of the main reasons Japan pushed Russia back not only at sea, but also on land during the Russo-Japanese War that took place in the original story. However, considering that although he lacked the ability as a commander to directly oversee battles, his ability as an administrator was good, it seemed fine to exclude him from strategic and tactical missions and use him only for administrative tasks related to military reform and supply. First of all, I understand, but let me think once more if there are other people besides him, because an alternative is always better than nothing. I understand, Your Majesty. Well, then let's hear what enemies our Minister of War wants to add to my desk today. When I joked that his visit would mean more paperwork to process, Vanalski responded with a wry smile. In fact, when I became minister, you could say we had a relationship where we exchanged work with each other, rather than me unilaterally entrusting it to others. As a loyal subject and soldier of Her Majesty, I should be glad that we are not increasing Her Majesty's enemies today. I have come to see you here to tell you that what Her Majesty said has been completed. Fortunately, it didn't seem like a group of enemy soldiers were adding to the endless waves of enemy soldiers. But what do I mean when I say what I said has been fulfilled? Distribution of Maxim Tiller machine guns, or solid fuel rations for making fires that the soldiers would find useful? Since I gave so many instructions, I couldn't help but feel confused about what she meant. It is the establishment of an appropriate operational plan for the future battlefield, given by Her Majesty, who considered firepower to be important. It includes the importance of organic cooperation between each class, considering the increase in machine gun and artillery firepower, and it also includes consideration of how the role of cavalry should be played on the changing battlefield. Furthermore, it includes strategic measures for each situation, such as the construction of a trench line and how we, as allies, should act if Germany or France act first. This was clearly good news. This meant that a reference point was created for the movement of the Imperial Russian Army, which until now had been carried out with great rescue intensity. It also meant that the Imperial Russian Army was gradually being reborn from a great charlatan into a truly powerful force. That is good news. It must not have been easy to coordinate the opinions of each branch. It must have been a lot of trouble. I'm honored that Your Majesty recognizes the difficulties of this old soldier. However, judging by Vanalski's expression, it seemed that this was not the end of the news he brought me. Chapter 155. Any news that doesn't increase the number of enemies on my desk is always welcome. Keep talking. Then Her Majesty will like my next words even more. This is news that is related to what you have been saying regularly. The conversation with Vanalski was also one of my few moments of joy. At least most of the news he brought had positive content. Perhaps today, as always, these words add strength to the movement of my hand as I move the pen. This is news that is closely related to the most impressive thing His Majesty told me. He used to say, on the battlefields of the future, artillery will be worthy of being called the god of the battlefield. The clergy who hear these words may say that this is a lack of respect for God, and that it would be better to purify their tongues, but I also agree to some extent, if not completely, with what His Majesty said. It was the same feeling I felt during past demonstrations of the power of machine guns. The soldier who had spent his entire life on the battlefield seemed to have learned a lot from the words he had borrowed from the man who aspired to become the future Secretary General of Steel, or rather, the leader of the Xinjiang Military Academy. Indeed, even if he prepared a tank, the element of firepower often surpassed the element of mobility and human superiority until World War II, when engine technology and industrial technology developed further. This is especially true because Vanovsky himself had experience in warfare, Russian-Turkish. Regardless of my thoughts, his words continued. What I felt that day was that, if machine guns dominate the tactical aspect of the future battlefield, artillery guns might become important enough to dominate the strategic aspect. A strong trench can block machine gun fire, but it won't be able to block artillery shells. In that sense, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that our Russian army was truly behind the times. This is my personal opinion, but if we had entered a full-scale war in the same situation as before, we would have bombarded on the first day of the war, and it would have been at a significantly lower level than Germany, which would likely be the enemy. The artillery unit must have been licking its fingers after the first day. His point was valid. In fact, even in World War I, the Russian army's shortage of artillery shells was very famous. From a distance, only 200 shells are left for the artillerymen belonging to the group size, and not to a division or regiment, or the number of guns assigned to the brigade is reduced from 8 to 6, because shells cannot be rationed. If you look closely at the comedy, it wasn't uncommon to see something resembling a tragedy. Even the Russian soldiers had no expectations of our artillery, which remained silent, while those damned sausages fired shells like water, and the sentries at the ammunition depot, who required stricter security than anywhere else in the army, were sent to the rear. It was easy to lose. This is because the interior of the ammunition depot, that was supposed to be protected, was empty. If the Russian soldiers had expected supporting fire from the artillery, would there have been records showing that their morale increased when they heard that at most 50 artillery shells had been supplied, thanks to the enthusiastic and willing help of the conglomerate families, who have brought even more power to the country thanks to Her Majesty's persuasion and policies. We have been able to maintain a much better level of artillery production than before. It may still be insufficient compared to Germany or France, but at this rate, I think we will soon be able to catch up. The news he brought was much better than I expected. In fact, when it comes to the First World War, many people think that machine guns took countless lives, but most of the casualties were caused by firearms, not firearms. According to statistical data investigating the injuries and causes of death of victims after the First World War in France and England, nearly 80% of the casualties were caused by artillery shells. Well, I didn't know our Secretary of War would leave such a large gift before he retired. Do you really not intend to enjoy the honor of being Secretary of War for a few more years? It used to be a joke, but now it's serious. I feel infinite gratitude and joy that Her Majesty has bestowed such an honor on a veteran like myself. However, I'm concerned that I might pressure Her Majesty with my greed, but I would like to inform you that there is no change in my decision to retire at the end of this year. If that's the case, there's nothing we can do. It's truly unfortunate, but I understand. You'll have to read the report he prepared for the details, but if you only consider what Vanovsky just said, he must have greatly helped to forge the most powerful weapon for the coming Great War. Although production capacity was secured, securing the transportation capacity necessary to move it from the factory to the front line was a different story. Despite the dedication of Witte and other railway officials, the land owned by the Russian Empire was too large to connect all Russian cities via railway, which was the best means of transportation in this era. Although selection and concentration were being made, such as building railways in industrially developed cities and agricultural production centers, it was inevitable that there would be some deficiencies compared to Germany, which was paranoidly obsessed with building railways and connecting regions. While I was lost in related thoughts, I was puzzled to see Vanovsky still standing in front of me. Wasn't it all finished to report? Is there anything else left to say? If you mean that I could hold an honorary position even after I retire, let me tell you in advance that I'm welcome to. If you do something, you can create a position that is not an honorary position, as if it were an honorary position with real power. After hearing what I said, Vanovsky responded with a wry smile. I understand the joke that to escape Her Majesty, it is easier to voluntarily resign one's position than voluntarily, by committing corruption, than to resign oneself. I'm very sorry for having been rude in repeatedly rejecting Her Majesty's proposals, but my decision remains unchanged. I apologize for betraying your expectations, but there is still one thing I need to inform you of, Your Majesty. Good. So, what is the rest of the report? Contrary to what I had said when I entered the office, that I would have no further paperwork to complete, it seemed that there would be additional reports related to artillery shell production, but I didn't feel bad about it. This is because it contained positive aspects. Still, I hope things don't go any further than this. If things got any worse, I felt that today I would only be able to see Alexo's face as he slept again. Until now, it has been impossible to issue a partial mobilization order due to the administrative power required to mobilize the large manpower our empire has, the time it takes to issue orders due to the large territory and the lack of transportation capacity. But thanks to the efforts of the Zemstvos and interior ministers in each region, it seems that in the future it will be possible to declare a partial mobilization order instead of an unconditional general mobilization order. This would not have been possible if the reforms undertaken by His Majesty had not included an increase in the powers of the Zemstvos. This was somewhat unexpected news. In fact, it was something I hadn't paid much attention to until now. Some say that one of the factors that led to the expansion of the First World War was Russia's lack of administrative power. When the Austro-Hungarian Empire, whose crown prince was killed in Bosnia, began to stir, after about a month of silence, Russia attempted to declare a partial mobilization order to counter it, but the situation in Russia, where only a general mobilization order was possible due to the lack of administrative power, was revoked by Germany. Later scholars analyzed that this led to the issuance of a general mobilization order. To that extent, one could say that the radius of action that the Russian Empire could take has been expanded simply by the fact that partial mobilization instead of full mobilization has become possible in the future. This is because we could have prevented the other side from harboring the misunderstanding that Russia was trying to make a life or death decision with us. I felt a growing reluctance to send Vanowski home with such an unexpected gift, but decided not to speak further about his retirement. This achievement is also news that is not lacking at all compared to the 2 points you mentioned earlier. Thanks to the efforts of the Minister of War, the Ministry of the Interior, and the Zemstvo, the number of weapons the Empire can handle has increased in the future. You really worked hard. He simply expressed his appreciation for his achievements, while concealing his regret. In fact, as he approached 80, it was thought that overwork under the guise of continuing to work might have led to the worst outcome of avoid as Minister of War with no successor being appointed. If I could bring joy to His Majesty with my limited abilities, that would be my joy and happiness. Then I will leave this old soldier who has told His Majesty everything he has to say. When he left the office after saluting, the emotion I felt was closer to regret than loss. Since there was still quite a while until Vanowski expressed his intention to retire, he would often come to me in the future to report, but it seemed unlikely there would be stories related to important events like today's. Perhaps the reason he brought these 3 important tasks with him today is to reduce the burden his successor will carry and, at the same time, prepare me for the time after him. General Banowski, it has been a truly difficult time. I will never forget your dedication. One of the pillars that had helped support the Russian Empire thus far had served its purpose and was about to step aside. I couldn't help but feel sentimental as I looked at the empty space it had already left. Your Majesty, may I come in? Let them in. Until I saw a group of bureaucrats bringing in a mountain of paper, each holding an armful of it. Your Majesty, please excuse me. These are approved documents and reports related to what the Secretary of War talked about after finishing his report a moment ago. I'll leave it here next to the revenue related documents. Did the minister tell you to hand it to me after he left? HMM. Then I'll be going now, Your Majesty. It seemed like my plan to play with Alexei today had faded into the distance. Well, let's think positively. On a positive note, at least there's no bad news written down, right? Nikolai, you expected as much. There's no way what he said could have happened without documentation. Let's stay positive and review the documents starting from the top. Yes, positively. Bring back the Secretary of War immediately. Right now. Banofsky, you bastard. Let's put aside for a moment the fact that my assistants ran away after hearing my angry screams echoing through the office. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Caption 156. It was still a time when you could feel the cold. During the day, the water on the window retains its original appearance, but when you look at it at night, it has turned into frost. Spring in St. Petersburg was still coexisting with winter. At that moment, I was enjoying a long-awaited time of peace. No, you could say it's a bit wrong to say it's been a long time coming. It didn't come naturally, but it was something I managed to achieve by staying up all night vigil again and again over the past week. Grandpa, Daddy. That's right, yes, I'm your father. Aren't you upset that your dad hasn't been able to play with you lately? Dad, my son, who is only 2 years old and still one, seemed to remember my bad father's face well, after watching him for a long time. How nice it is to talk with that little mouth. Wait a minute, he is already good at distinguishing between people and speaking, so isn't my son really a genius? I thought as I looked into the innocent eyes of my son who was held high in my hands. If he is really a genius, shouldn't he be educated from now on by an excellent teacher like Stolypin? When I looked at the boy who smiled and held out his hand to me, whether or not he knew how I felt foolish for caring about what I had just thought. But what filled the empty space in my heart was my son's tenderness and handsomeness. That's right. Seeing that this guy doesn't cry or show any signs of being scared even in high places, I believe that he will become a great general and politician in the future. Whose son is this who shows such good actions even though he still doesn't know how to play properly? This boy. At this rate, I felt I could let my son breathe the air above me all day, but I had no choice but to slightly lower the height from which I held Alexei. This was because his wife, who was staring at him like that, said something. Your Majesty, if you treat him too gently, the Crown Prince's mannerisms may worsen. Teachers say the proper way to discipline someone is not to simply soften everything up just because you love him. Your Majesty seems to be very gentle. In education at that time, corporal punishment was widespread regardless of status, such as imperial family or commoner. This is because not long ago, children were prohibited from working in harsh environments like factories and coal mines, so the term children's rights was extremely awkward. Because of this, my wife, Kristina, who now uses her Russian name, Ekaterina, couldn't help but have this perception. Of course, she wasn't inflicting corporal punishment on Alexei anymore, but from the perspective of someone who had these thoughts, you could say I was gentle, not to say soft. Haha, I suppose what you say is true to a certain extent, but my thoughts are a little different. You could say that corporal punishment and a strict disciplinary approach are very effective in the short term in raising children, but my father never laid a hand on my siblings. But look. Now, how did your husband grow up to be such a bad adult? I always used a polite tone, almost like an honorific, toward her. It may not seem like much, but I thought it was the minimum respect for my wife, who was taken from her family at such a young age, and married here in the Russian Empire, without ever having been there before. When I expressed my negative opinion about corporal punishment, by citing the example of my father, who was always kind to his family, she crossed her arms, and looked at me, then narrowed her eyes and replied, "Oh, of course. His Majesty is a flawless monarch. He is such a perfect emperor that, with my limited knowledge, I cannot find a single flaw in him. Is that so?" Every day, the streets fill with the voices of subjects praising His Majesty's grace. Voices of gratitude are heard from the factories whenever there is a pause in thanking the Tsar's mercy, and, unlike before, there is no hunger in the countryside thanks to the farming methods His Majesty has spread. There are many people who say they lost. I feel ashamed hearing the praise coming from your mouth, Lo. Only. Seeing His Majesty caught me who is 11 years older than me and already making Alexei like a younger brother, no matter how long ago he had a son. As a mother, I wondered what kind of daughter-in-law my son would have when he grows up if we continue to discipline him as he is now. Are you a little worried? MMM, MMM, MMM. As she spoke to me, uncrossing her arms and rubbing her swollen belly, I struggled to find something to say in reply. No, of course it is, but isn't it a fault to attack him like that? As I struggled like this, she soon relaxed her expression, as if it were a joke, smiled, and held out her hand to me. It's just a joke, Your Majesty. Now it's time for Alexei to complain that he's hungry, so could you stop playing with him and give him a hug? Your Majesty, you may not know it, but once Alexei starts complaining, no one can stop him. Of course. And now, Alexei? Let's go see Mom. About now. When I heard her and lowered the arm holding Alexei further, something happened that no one expected. Wow. When I put down the boy who was excited because he was high up, he started getting angry and waving his arms as if he was in pain, and the direction his arms were swinging wildly was none other than my forehead. Yes, it was an area that was supposed to be covered in hair, but now only bare skin remained. Bah. Abiba. With the combination of the taste of the hand, which was quite spicy for a 2-year-old, and the completely unexpected situation, I fell into a kind of dazed state and couldn't say or do anything. When I looked at Catherine with my eyes spinning, she seemed to be in a similar situation as me, seeing as she was in a frozen position with her hand extended towards me. Everyone was wrapped in an awkward silence except for Alexei, who seemed to feel better after hitting my forehead and was stroking my head and laughing at the same time. For a moment, what broke the silence in the room was a burst of laughter coming from the door. Phew ha ha ha. Brother. You took a hit. It's a shame I was the only one who saw this. Now, Your Majesty, are you okay? Alexei, come here. Mom's angry. MAA. Was the laughter that my younger brother, who was 10 years younger than me, burst into laughter when he saw the situation I was in. When I heard Sasha's laughter, my wife seemed to have come to her senses, panicked, and hurriedly left the place, taking Alexei with her. Actually, I was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected situation, and I wasn't angry. Soon, Ekaterina left the room with Alexei, and the only ones left were my brother and I, who still had no intention of stopping laughing. So, are you all laughing now? As soon as the laughter gradually subsided, I tidied up my hair that Alexei had disheveled and spoke to Sasha, but all I got in return was a sneer filled with mirth. My younger brother was the one who sprinkled a bowl of water over Alexei's head. My father said this, while my mother scolded him. They say if you sprinkle water on a field, shoots will grow, so I figured, if my father's empty head was filled with water, his hair would grow back. What was in Sasha's eyes when she said those words wasn't innocence, but only joy. No, sleep, wait a minute. Phew. Oh, please wait a little longer. Sigh. Whoa. Okay, that's enough, bro. I think I can take it. Only after Sasha took a deep breath did she stop laughing. Even after she stopped laughing, she couldn't hide the joy shining in her eyes, but this guy might have been deliberately hiding it. Then let me know why my dear little brother came to see me today. Tell this Tsar. Hey bro, are we in a relationship where we only see each other when something happens? Even if nothing special happens, we can still talk, okay? I guess we were just joking around and stuff. Even though he said this, the joy in his younger brother's eyes slowly disappeared. Although he knew today was my first vacation in a long time, and that I'd be spending a lot of time with my family, it was clear he had something to say since he came. As I silently looked at my younger brother with this thought in mind, Sasha immediately raised his hands and spoke in an unamused tone. Okay. Give it up. Give it up. By the way, he used to be a fun guy to joke around with, but since when did he become so desolate? A man like that won't be popular. Sasha still displayed her cheerful mood, but soon began to show signs of seriousness. I heard recently that the Central Asian region is becoming noisy again. From Bresky, a former governor of Central Asia whose brother was entrusted with Islamic affairs. The friend said the atmosphere was a little different than usual. What do you mean by atmosphere? Are you saying there are signs that the Muslims, as before, will start a mutiny? Sasha shook his head at my question. No, quite the opposite. He said the Muslims are displaying calm behavior after the previous riots he personally suppressed. He also said his brother's level of support for the policies implemented in Central Asia was high. The problem is the troops stationed there. What do you mean the garrison is the problem? When I asked again, as if he didn't understand, Sasha sighed once and began to speak. Why not? Something like this. Britain, which was vying for hegemony in Central Asia, is faltering, and people are saying now is the time to move beyond Persia and advance into India. The problem is that it's not just the officers who are sympathetic to these words and actions, but also the widespread support among ordinary soldiers. For those friends, being a war hero will seem like the easiest way to get ahead. After hearing Sasha's next words, I felt like I knew how the situation was going. I seemed to have overlooked the fact that, even if we managed to seal the great game that had dragged on for decades, this was merely a seam, rather than a solution. Furthermore, the current relationship with Great Britain isn't enough to be called an alliance, and there are still over 10,000 Russian troops stationed in London, so many people were forced to believe that now was the time to avenge the indignities of the past few decades. So what about the governor? The governor seems to be okay with that as well. No, according to Bresky, the governor is displaying a lukewarm attitude. I suppose so, right? After Bresky, my brother chose the person who would be in charge of Central Asia as someone who would focus on maintaining the status quo and care about preserving his position. It's only a matter of time, though. It's unlikely that a governor with a weak personality would be able to reject calls to move south when the people around him hear them. Chapter 157. There seemed to be a vast difference in skill between Bresky, the former governor of Central Asia now tasked with identifying extreme Islamic fundamentalists using Jadidism, a branch of Islamic reformism within the Russian Empire, and the current governor. While Bresky may have been unable to grasp the Andijan rebellion, he did adequately control the garrison, but the current governor seemed a bit clumsy in handling the army. Even so, since I ultimately decided to appoint the governor, it would be correct to say I made a mistake. In the past, a treaty was signed between Great Britain and Central Asia to confirm the border and refrain from participating in hostile acts between the two countries. However, as it is a very sensitive area, and it is unknown what kind of unexpected situation might occur depending on the governor's inclinations, this was a side effect of selecting candidates based on inclinations rather than abilities. Although this was what I thought after hearing Sasha's words, I had no choice but to want to make territorial expansion moves again within the current Russian army. Great Britain, which they thought was their greatest rival, was practically conquered by us they thought, and France and Germany also needed time to finish their bloody war with the Boers and recover from the damage. Because you're thinking it's going to take a while. Although great powers like Italy and the Austro-Hungarian Empire still persist, their interest is focused on the Balkans and Africa, rather than Central Asia, so they may see this as an opportunity to swallow up Central Asia altogether. As I thought about present-day Central Asia, my younger brother continued what he was saying. It seems that the fact that my brother has been avoiding armed conflict with other countries since taking power also contributes to his friends wanting to move south. Heck, there's a saying that goes, the fastest way for a soldier to rise in his career is to open the door of war and enter. If the current peace continues, the only way to get promoted will be to wait for time to pass and your turn to come. Until my father's time, there were many cases of merit-based promotions on the battlefield, so I guess I can't help but feel relatively deprived. There are legends, and even real cases, of people who until yesterday were ordinary soldiers who were promoted to non-commissioned officers or even officers after contributing to wars or local battles, so the military of this era wanted war more than anyone. Furthermore, as I have recently increased military-related investments, I have implemented policies such as distributing machine guns, expanding and supplying artillery, improving the Mosin rifle, which is the official weapon, and improving the quality of other weapons supplied to soldiers, etc. Seeing that His Majesty is increasing military-related investments, aren't you trying to make a big deal out of it? Unlike in the 21st century, where military expansion didn't necessarily lead to war, in this era, the formula was often set that military expansion would soon lead to war. The good news is that the plan to turn the tractor into a tank has yet to materialize. And this is a bit of a delicate story, but it is said that, compared to noble officers, the feelings of common soldiers and officers are closer to dissatisfaction. Bresky said that this is because, under normal circumstances, they are inevitably pushed out of the promotion rankings by nobles, and tend to think that the easiest way to get ahead is to go into battle and make achievements. It seems that this phenomenon is not only occurring in the Central Asian troops. This is what my brother often tells me. I can understand that the Russian Empire still needs more time, but this may not resonate with the people at the bottom. What would your friends think if your superiors told you to stay quiet and follow orders when your path to advancement is blocked? Although my younger brother was only in his early 20s, what he said contained things I hadn't considered. I didn't consider the people who make up the Russian Empire as NPCs in a strategy simulation game, rather than a single person, but I didn't consider what they would think about the process of changing the Russian Empire using the political system of despotism. Because what I did was true. This was also a problem caused by the backwardness of the Russian Empire. It could also be seen that it stemmed from the improvement of the Russian Empire, which was still lagging behind other powers. If you know the solution to a problem, know how to solve it, and have the authority to push for it, it is much easier to use the power you have been given than to persuade everyone one by one. So, to summarize, there is currently a backlog of complaints within the army from those who think their path to establishing a major division is blocked, and the place where there are signs of this coming to the surface is Central Asia, where skin is arguably the thinnest. Is this what you mean? You could say that. Bresky said that some of the soldiers in the local garrison remember his brother's actions during the Andijan rebellion in the past, and that his friends are trying to defuse the situation, saying that such a measure is not what the Tsar wants, but it would be good to do something about it. My thoughts are the same. Although they are the Tsar's army and are loyal to you, shouldn't they at least be given some candy to put in their mouths? At the very least, when children whine because they are hungry, we give them something to calm them down. You're right. But if there is a problem, as the basis of this problem was an increase in the cost of investment in the military in preparation for the coming Great War, and the process of accumulated power within the military trying to be released to the outside, it was unclear what candy would be conveyed. It was obvious that it would be financially difficult to implement issues such as increasing soldiers' salaries, and although the illiteracy rate is decreasing, welfare policies such as providing related education for soldiers who are still blind for many, through simple education within the factory, were also implemented in the past. It was already a used candy that came with the installation of the program. What could be implemented now were policies to reduce the relative deprivation felt by soldiers from noble families compared to soldiers from commoners. For example, a policy such as abolishing the service subsidy paid by the state to help noble officers hire servants as they did in their own homes. Alternatively, even in the modern Korean military, there was a way to reduce the dissatisfaction felt by soldiers by outsourcing to private companies were freed from unnecessary, non-combat tasks that prevented them from concentrating on the army's original purpose of fighting the enemy. But there were also problems with this method. Businesses related to an army with over 1 million members are sure to be infested with rats. Although I have been severely punishing and showing no tolerance toward corruption-related crimes since I was crown prince, people who risked even their own lives for money showed no signs of disappearing. On a small scale, collusion with low-level local government officials to lie about the amount of grain harvested on farmland owned by the individual was so common that it was impossible to catch them one by one. Not only that, but on a large scale, there were cases of collusion with government officials to supply grain of such low quality that humans couldn't eat it, while pocketing costs equivalent to the quality grain delivered. Or, if we forget, the corrupt capitalists who failed to comply with the newly revised labor law, but only pretended to comply when an inspector sent by the central government conducted an audit were caught one by one. Weren't these corruption-related work originally done by friends of Orana and Minister Witte? As Sasha said, whenever this problem arises, it's easy to use. No, it was Witte I trusted and entrusted with the task, but now the story was a little different. It's a sad story, but Witte is currently too busy focusing solely on the main work of the Ministry of Finance. Really? It's a shame Vanowski is retiring at this rate. Wait a minute, retirement? Vanowski, who worked to reduce rampant corruption within the military, including a major overhaul of the military system, while serving as Minister of War, decided to return to his hometown for the last time this year, but instead, he found the key to solving this problem there. I thought I could find it. Wow, brother. I think I need a mirror now. What? Why mirror all of a sudden? No, I really think you need to see the expression on your face right now. You really do look like a bad guy. Why are there sinister villains from ancient stories? When I only heard the story, I couldn't imagine what those friends looked like, but now that I see his face, I think I understand immediately. I still don't know what he was thinking, but I hope he won't include me in his thoughts. Since he's an infinitely precious and trustworthy younger brother, I didn't feel it was a bad idea to entrust Sasha with some extra work. As he listened to Sasha's words and looked at her wordlessly, my younger brother seemed to have a bad feeling about something and started to back away. What are you doing now? Yes? What are you doing? I think my brother needs more time to think on his own. Well, then I'll go. Sasha left the office with the momentum of a hungry bear waking from hibernation and chasing after her. Looking at that scene, it felt like punishment for my cute little brother. Rather, we decided to provide an opportunity to make a contribution next time. Not long ago, I began making concrete plans for how to deal with Vanowski, who had recently committed a minor act of treason, creating another tower of documents on my desk, and deception, as well as how to resolve the problems currently occurring within the military. ******* A month after the conversation with Sasha, the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg was busy. Today was the day of the retirement ceremony for Vanowski, who had been Minister of War since the reign of Alexander III and spent his entire life in the Imperial Russian Army. Originally, many people expected that his retirement would not occur until December of this year, but this was also because the Tsar, concerned about his age and health, agreed to Vanowski's request earlier. Whether it was April or December of this year, the significance of serving as Minister of War until this year was the same. Vanowski, who can be said to be the star of today's event, had a bright expression on his face. No, the brightness wasn't enough, but it seemed that human language couldn't fully express the joy he was feeling at that moment, and the people around him looked at him with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Minister of War, thank you for your hard work. Congratulations. Oh, Minister of Finance. Hey, thank you very much for this. Even though you were busy, you came to this old man's retirement ceremony. Yes, if you work hard to help His Majesty and dedicate yourself to the country, one day it will come. But the Minister of War? Haha. Today will be the last time you call me by that name. Such a day. I wonder if it will come. What did you just say? It's nothing. I sincerely congratulate you once again, Minister. In this way, it could be said that the more key officials of the Tsar, the stronger their envy of Vanowski. However, no one here knew what direction today's retreat ceremony would take. Only one person. The Tsar's younger brother looks at Vanowski with eyes full of pity and sadness. Except for Grand Duke Mikhail Alexandrovich, who had spoken with the Tsar a month earlier. Chapter 158. Vanowski's retirement ceremony was nothing short of extravagant. Some said it was surprising, considering that Nicholas II, who had taken power after his father, Alexander III, went to Crimea to recover, had held such events in the most frugal manner possible. It seems His Majesty thought highly of the Minister of War. I suppose that's the case. You seem to have been paying a lot of attention to the military lately, but I suppose you had no choice but to spend a lot of time with the Minister of War while working on related matters. Didn't Minister Vanowski also say this? There are only two allies in the Russian Empire, the army and the navy. His Majesty must have had more faith in our military than those diplomats who only talk loudly. Satisfied expressions appeared on the faces of several military personnel, including the commander of the St. Petersburg military district, who attended the event. Some of them, seeing that the Tsar preferred diplomatic solutions to military action from his time as crown prince to the present, were concerned that the image of confidence in quickly suppressing the Andijin rebellion during his time as crown prince might have been lost. There were also many who feared that the foreign ministry might be trusted more than the military. This was not simply a battle of pride between government departments. In an absolute monarchy, the monarch's favor was directly linked to a much larger budget, social status, and treatment than before. On the contrary, the officials under him, including Foreign Minister Heir, who attended on behalf of the foreign ministry, had no choice but to harden their expressions. To exaggerate, this retirement ceremony was surpassed only by the coronation ceremony, in which it was declared that Nicholas had officially ascended the Tsar's throne. Officials from other departments looked at Vanowski, who was still smiling, with envious eyes. Although I will only just retire at the age of 80, retirement is retirement nonetheless. Witte, who had just briefly greeted Vanowski and sat down in his seat, clearly demonstrated that a person can speak volumes with facial expressions. If anyone were to look at his face at this moment, the word envy would definitely come to mind. While those involved in the event and those in attendance were mulling these various thoughts, a marching song played, announcing the entrance of Nicholas II, another protagonist of the day. Nicholas II, who entered to applause from those gathered, approached Vanowski with a smiling face. Unlike his father, Alexander III, who stood a whopping 190 centimeters tall and had a figure to match, Nikolai stood at 170 centimeters, making it difficult to call him tall, but his confident demeanor and the things he had done so far made him seem taller than his original frame had been. One of the things that people who met him and spoke to him in person said was that he had the appearance of a man called the Hercules of the Romanovs. Nikolai shook Vanowski's hand with a smile and whispered something in his ear, then quickly stepped onto the podium. The Tsar's signature impromptu speech was already famous in Russia. At first, he spoke without looking at the prepared script, but later, I don't know if it was for show, but he also showed signs of breaking the pre-written script. After that, I stopped coming up with works that seemed scripted from the start. Even today, the Tsar's hands were empty when he stepped onto the podium. Today we gather to congratulate a man who dedicated his entire life to the Russian Empire on his retirement and to wish him blessings for his future. Nikolai had basically only used a dignified tone since his accession to the throne, but today he seemed to speak in a polite tone, since it was his seat. Minister Vanowski has always used his skills for the empire since 1854, when he distinguished himself in battle against the Turks, the old enemies of our Russian Empire. Not only from my father's time, but also from the time of my grandfather, Alexander II. He always completed his missions better than expected, and was always the empire's mightiest sword and staunchest shield. When Nikolai finished speaking, and pointed to Vanowski, the audience erupted in applause. For he fully deserves this praise. Although Vanowski's face darkened even more than before, when he heard the praise and accolades. Before the audience could be disconcerted by this, Nikolai began to speak again. They stopped applauding and began to focus once again on the Tsar's words. Grand Duke Mikhail Alexandrovich shook his head and expressed his heartfelt condolences to the Minister of War. His achievements were not limited simply to winning battles or wars. Vanowski was the first to change the food supplied to the army from perishable bread to biscuits, and his reforms freed the proud soldiers of the Russian Empire from suffering from gastrointestinal illnesses often caused by eating spoiled food. Not only this, he proved that he was not a person who could only handle simple military affairs by boldly organizing local military administrations that were unnecessarily complicated and took a long time to complete. I would like to tell you all about his achievements here, but if I do, the retirement ceremony will not be able to finish today, so I will end it here. If there are people who are truly curious, it would be a good idea to consult Secretary Banowski's memoirs, which may be published in the near future. When Nikolai ended his speech with a light joke, laughter spread throughout the audience. This is because none of those gathered here knew anything about what the Minister of War had done in the army for over 40 years. Some would go so far as to say that Vanowski spearheaded the reshaping of the Imperial Russian army. Finally, when the laughter subsided, the Tsar lightly tapped the podium and resumed his speech. However, I could sense that his tone was stronger than before. That is why I would like to take this opportunity to bestow upon the minister one of the highest honors of the Russian Empire, an honor worthy of none other than Vanovsky. He will step down from his position as Minister of War, but will serve as a member of the Senate, the highest honorary office in the Russian Empire, advising the Tsar. He is the first senator appointed by me, Nicholas II, and he will be the last senator appointed in this century. Vanovsky, please come forward. As soon as the Tsar finished speaking, the crowd's attention shifted to the Minister of War, or rather, Vanovsky, who was now a member of the Senate. He walked toward the Tsar with steps that seemed devoid of energy for someone who had been granted the honor every Russian citizen dreams of. Vanovsky's face, as he finally stood before the Tsar, was not visible to the audience, who could only see his back. But judging by the Tsar's benevolent smile, it was expected that he probably had a face similar to that of Nikolai, who had granted him this honor. It was done. Vanovsky, you will now receive generous advice for me, who still lacks experience in governing the Russian Empire, and the authority to carry the whip at my side whenever I stray. From now on, as a member of the Senate, and not as Minister of War, I will be able to take charge of the general administration of state affairs, not simply military-related work, so I expect to see a level of ability that is not behind what I have shown so far. I never dared to imagine that you would give me this honor, Your Majesty. Haha, I hear they call something like this a surprise gift these days. Let's talk about the details after this event. I think this is a very heavy burden for an old man like me to be left behind, Your Majesty. But Vanovsky's humility was drowned out by the cheers that erupted from behind. Congratulations, Minister. No, Senator. Long live Vanovsky. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Long live the Russian Empire. Such cheers arose from the military personnel sitting in their seats. What kind of place is a Senate? Although it didn't have as much actual power as it had when it was established by Peter the Great due to the administrative reforms made during the reign of Alexander II, it was still nominally the highest legislative and administrative body, and it was a position that anyone serving the empire dreamed of. As such, the fact that Nikolai had appointed Vanovsky as a member of the Senate was sure to be a big deal to the military personnel. Isn't this also the first appointment made by Nikolai since becoming Tsar? The cheers that began among the military personnel soon spread to those attending the retirement ceremony, and the cheers that came from every department made it impossible for Vanovsky to dare reject the Tsar's words. However, in addition to the Tsar and the former Minister of War, there were some people present who couldn't cheer. Unusually, with the exception of Grand Duke Mikhail, there were high-ranking officials who were ministers of a department. If you think about it simply, you could see that they weren't applauding because of jealousy, but their expressions were far from jealous. Rather, one could say it was closer to feelings of fear and size. Witte, the Minister of Finance, went from pale to pale, and the expression on Jair's face, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, was reminiscent of the face he wore when something sinister, but he couldn't say exactly what, had actually happened. Furthermore, the ministers of other departments also wore gloomy expressions among their cheering subordinates, and Grand Duke Michael, who was watching them, immediately shook his head and spoke words that expressed his feelings. It seems that Bunge and Vishnetgrodsky saved the country in their past lives. Considering the current situation, it seemed that those two people were the only ones who realized retirement in the true sense of the word. Asterisk 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 HMM. This is truly refreshing. After Vanovsky's retirement ceremony and New Start 2 weeks ago, I felt as if the tooth I'd been suffering from had fallen out. This is because I was able to punish the shameless traitor who dared to lie to me and even give me a bombshell document, and at the same time, I was able to use him to calm the atmosphere within the military, which was showing signs of wreaking havoc in Central Asia. Vanovsky's first task, after taking office as a member of the Senate, was to be sent to Central Asia, the place where he began his military career, and where he had begun to build his reputation. When I was Minister of War, I was cautious about sending dispatches due to other duties or positions I was in charge of, but now things were different. The troops stationed in Central Asia stopped talking carelessly after the veteran's visit, as he wrote a myth right where they were standing. Moreover, the growing discontent among high-ranking military officers seemed to have subsided somewhat upon seeing that Vanovsky, who was positioned at the top of the military pyramid, was treated as the most honorable person. Nothing can better demonstrate that I consider the military more important than the person at the top of the military pyramid receiving the highest honorary position. I recalled a conversation I had with Vanowski in his office 2 weeks ago, after his retirement ceremony. Chapter 159. Your Majesty, isn't this different from what you promised me today, Senna? You clearly told me that you would not give me any other position, nor any honorary position. After the appointment ceremony disguised as a retirement ceremony, Banowski left his office and met privately, looking more excited than anything I had ever seen. It felt like he was summoning my younger self from the time he was active on the battlefield. A brave soldier who smashed the heads of Turks. But he also had something to say. Yes, there was definitely such a promise between you and me. I told you that I would let you retire as you wished. My speaking style had returned to how I normally spoke after ascending the throne. Because the retirement ceremony is over. But how? But weren't you the first to break your promise? Have you already forgotten how you dared to deceive me while boasting of being the Tsar's most loyal subject? I wasn't actually that angry when Vanowski left the relevant documents and ran away, but I played the role of a doomed monarch who had been betrayed by a loyal subject, saying things like, how can I trust and believe in my subjects when even people who have been loyal to the Romanov family since my grandfather lied to me, and didn't you know that deceiving the monarch is a serious crime comparable to treason? They continued. Originally, you would have followed in the footsteps of your uncle who left for Siberia or the pioneer group that was expanding the lands for the Slavs they were claiming on the Kamchatka Peninsula. But thanks to the merits you have done for the Russian Empire over the years and the dedication you have shown so far, such punishment has been avoided. Aren't you satisfied with the fact that you didn't receive it? Soon, as I looked at him, after putting all my effort into putting on a performance that would go down in history, Vanowski had a different emotion on his face than at the beginning. If his face before was one of anger and betrayal, now it was the expression of someone who realized that the singer he was a fan of was just like any other person who went to the bathroom and burped. It seems the performance was a bit too exaggerated. Are you really saying it was because of that incident? Okay, let's end the joke here. Look at this. I felt I needed to get to the point before his illusions about me were shattered even further, so I handed him the documents I had prepared. Your Majesty, I've told you many times that I no longer need honor or salary. Let's talk about it after we see it. Just read it once. First of all, I understand. When he flipped through the first few pages of the document, he had the same attitude that said, what a great document this is, let's take a look and see how it turns out. However, his expression soon grew increasingly rigid, and when he finished reading the documents, he looked just like he had when he entered the office. He had transformed into the person who was on the front lines of the war. The difference from before was that, while his anger had been directed at me, who was standing in front of him a moment ago, it was now directed at the document I had handed him. So, do you now understand to some extent why I appointed you to the Senate? Is what is actually written here true? Where does this information come from? Although the military and Orana maintain a relationship where they keep an eye on each other, it does not reach the point where they cannot have a sense of trust. Everything written there was compiled by Orana. Damn bastards. He soon seemed to realize who the person in front of him was as he began to crumple the documents in his hands. His hands were shaking, as if he might tear the paper at any moment, but I could see that he was trying to keep his expression under control, even though his hands were so tense they turned pure white. The content written on the document I handed him dealt with corruption that had recently occurred in companies that had been entrusted with military-related work or had transferred operations to the private sector. The cases were diverse, and the scale of the crimes ranged from small-scale damage involving food ingredients for soldiers to the large-scale use of low-quality materials for ammunition produced in the process of converting it to new ammunition. This time, you will also have to fulfill your role as the sword of the Empire. What is different from before is that in the past, you played the role of destroying enemies outside the Empire like a hammer or a great sword, but this time it should be a small, sharp, and strong sword that cuts those who are eating away at us and sickening us within the Empire. But if that is the case, isn't that something I can fully carry out as Minister of War? I shook my head and replied. When you took office as Minister of War, you made great efforts to reform the military system and eradicate the widespread corruption within it. But why do so many swarms of flies still exist? The Minister of War is not only as powerful as he is powerful, but he can't hide his movements. Think about it. I wonder why every time you tried to eliminate corruption during your time as minister, you only caught more minnows than expected. And it doesn't make sense to leave this work to Orana or any other department. It's clear that even those who are conscientious and dedicated to their work will be repulsed by others' interference in military affairs and won't cooperate properly. So how can you? Then there's only one way. I'm an outsider who can't get caught in the web of scum within the military. At the same time, one person who is sufficient to suppress any opposition that might arise within the military. That's what you mean, Your Majesty. Good. Vanovsky looked worried when I finished speaking. Although his long-awaited retirement may be glimmering before his eyes, one of the things he's worked hardest on since taking over as Minister of War has been the eradication of corruption. It will surely be a cause for concern. After watching him struggle, I decided to give him the final blow. Even after all this, if you still don't want it, that's fine. Since the position of Senate member has already been granted, it would be strange to receive it back, so return to your hometown while keeping your position. Go and live quietly with honor and leisure. However, you might despair when you read a newspaper article later about the proud army of the Russian Empire being torn apart by outside hands, so refrain from reading the newspaper in the future. I'll leave this matter to Orana. After I finished speaking, Vanovsky seemed to have finished worrying. No, Your Majesty. Although I'm older now and not as good as I used to be, I'm grateful for the new opportunities I've been given, even if I didn't finish what I should have. Just say anything. I'll continue. It seemed that responsibility prevailed between his quiet life of retirement and his sense of responsibility for the organization he'd worked for all his life. I patted him on the shoulder as he made his decision and handed him one last carrot. Yes, I suppose a Russian would be a corpse without any sense of responsibility. It's really heartwarming that, even though he's retired, he's volunteered to help me in this way. But don't worry. Every time I detect a case of corruption, you'll be closer to retirement in the true sense of the word. I really promise. Or would it be better to at least write the commitment here? Vanovsky's shoulders trembled at the mention of the word volunteer. When he finally heard the word oath, his lips twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but then he shook his head. No, Your Majesty. How could I ask Her Majesty for anything when I failed to properly fulfill my duties despite being a minister? I'm simply grateful that you've given me the opportunity to correct my past immaturity. Really, the minister no, the congressman always makes me happy. I look forward to it in the future. Asterisk 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 I don't know anything else. But what I told him was true, that every time he becomes aware of corruption, he gets closer to retirement. Because that was the reason Vanovsky was captured. This is because a skilled swordsman was needed who wouldn't cause complaints in the military. It wasn't really because he was trying to throw the papers at me and run away. It's real. I wasn't going to show mercy in this case. Even if a conglomerate has promised to cooperate with me, if they surpass the standards I've set, they'll realize that there are problems in the world that can't be solved with money. Although it's inevitable that sticky residue will be left on your hands from touching rice cake, the problem is that there are many people who try to eat the rice cake. Apparently, they had forgotten what kind of attitude I displayed when I was crown prince and imposed a ban on grain exports because of the famine. You'll discover it again this time. Then let's say Vanovsky will first detect the problem of corruption within the army, and the next problem that needs to be addressed is, even if rifles and machine guns with improved performance were distributed to the military, it was inconceivable to expect combat power to increase with them alone. This is because the army's combat power did not come solely from the equipment it had. The problem is that there is too much useless training in the process of training officers, let alone non-commissioned officers, who play a central role in the army's combat power. Of course, if you know this, your culture will increase, and you will feel something, but in the near future, tanks will roll, and fighter jets will fly, and in military academies you will learn Greek and Latin used in ancient Greece, and Homer, which contains the Trojan War, etc. how to dig a trench. Wouldn't it be better to learn how to maintain the combat power of your subordinates? If not, it would be 100 times better to receive training on how to use a machine gun to quickly turn the opponent into compost. If we take the time to discuss the newly established doctrine, we can greatly improve the skills of future officers. And we must take this opportunity to solve one of the biggest problems our army currently has, the widespread hostility between the officer class and the soldier class. In addition to reviewing the outdated subjects and educational methods of the military academies, it was necessary to address the indiscriminate beatings of soldiers by officers that can be easily found within the army. The violence caused by the Russian army's singular disregard for human life and the system of serfdom that existed only a few decades ago was not even felt as a crime by those involved. This atmosphere also helped the populists overthrow the Tsar more easily than expected in history. This is because there were not many soldiers who would turn their weapons on those who called for an equal society for all people for the sake of those who frequently assaulted them. At that time, the madness within the Bolsheviks had not yet had erupted, so what they were shouting was literally a utopia. Although the threat of the populists is said to have significantly diminished now, if the current atmosphere continues, when a major war breaks out, officers will have to worry not only about bullets coming from the front, but also those that may come from behind. On the future battlefield, where organic movement will be more important than ever in human history, if the officer and soldier classes were separated in this way, they were sure to be destroyed, no matter how much the weapons were improved and the doctrine changed. Chapter 160 Mayonnaise. If we had to summarize in one line the ideology of disregard for human life that prevailed in the Russian Imperial Army, it could be expressed in a famous advertising slogan even in modern times. Russian Army. People are cheaper than bullets and shells. It is true that the advantage the Russian Empire had over other countries was its abundant human resources suited to its enormous territory. Indeed, most of the conquerors who invaded Russia so far were defeated because they were suffocated by the excessively large territory and the troops constantly emerging, even though they were destroyed. Even so, the culture of treating common soldiers as servants, or, in extreme cases, as expendable property, rather than people needed to be addressed to some extent in times of peace rather than war. One of the reasons why soldiers during the Russian Communist Revolution pointed their guns at the officers behind them, rather than the populists, was inhumane treatment. This was also a problem caused by the differences in status that people had from birth. For officers raised by parents who still remembered the days of servitude, soldiers couldn't help but be seen as beings to be supported and served, not as objects to be protected and directed. It's said that human lives will literally be used as bullets in the next war, but the fact that this perception is widespread even among platoon commander level officers who have to live with and carry the burden of their subordinates is very likely to be problematic. This needs to be eased a little. But it's easy. It was clear that uniting noble officers, commoner soldiers, and non-commissioned officers would be like mixing immiscible water and oil into one to create something new. In terms of difficulty, that is. But you said nothing is impossible? Just as water and oil, which don't mix due to their different properties, can be mixed to make mayonnaise. If a surfactant like an egg is present, the fusion between nobles and commoners, which at first glance seems impossible, managed to unite as one. If this were a normal society, the level of difficulty would have been much higher, but this was the military, and the easiest way to unite the military was to create an external enemy. Although my memories and experiences as a modern person may not have been useful in the industrial areas used in the military field, my memories from when I was Korean were going to be useful this time. Anyone who has fulfilled their national defense duty through the conscription system due to the special circumstances of the country called Korea is familiar with the training that brings together people who normally don't get along very well. From my perspective, seeing firsthand how the two opponents, who had always had an uneasy relationship, shared a cigarette, and confessed their feelings to each other, and maintained a smoother relationship than before after completing the training, I thought physical hardship was the correct answer. I happily began writing down how I would implement my training, and from which unit I would start. That included a mild punishment for my younger brother, who laughed at the humiliation I suffered at the hands of my son. Borodin was growing increasingly dissatisfied with his service in the Imperial Russian Army these days. Born the third son to a local noble family, he wasted time devouring the family's meager finances, unlike his first brother, who helped their father manage the estate, and his second brother, who went abroad to study in Western Europe, saying from the outset that he wanted to take a different path. I can't bear to see you being so negligent anymore. Choose. Either join the army or you'll be kicked out of the house for a beggar. Then one day, contrary to his usual expectation of being lectured for a few minutes, his father, who had a fierce face, and his older brother, who glared at him with cold eyes, pushed him to apply for the army that defended the Tsar. This is where he is today. This was the background of his being there. At first, it was fine. On the contrary, after joining the army, I was able to live a better life than when I lived at home and didn't pay attention. He carried out his orders on the orders of his older brother or father, but unlike the family servants who were cautious, the servants hired with subsidies provided by the state were extremely quick. How convenient it is to be able to use the subordinates assigned to you when the servant is not around. Ah, shit. Backquote, why did they eliminate the subsidies? Damn it, damn it. That's all in the past now, but he hasn't been able to hire any servants since the subsidies provided for hiring servants disappeared under the military-related budget reform plan announced last year. Still, most of the work was being done for the soldiers, but tasks like helping them put on their military boots in the morning or cleaning their barracks weren't possible as they are now. This was because the company commander, who was arguably their superior, was none other than a commoner, so he didn't look kindly on mobilizing soldiers for such a task. Anyway, people of humble origins don't even know how to govern others. Don't they know that you have to periodically prove to them that you're superior, so they'll notice their status and obey you? Even so, Burradin lacked the courage to openly express his discontent to the company commander, so today he grumbled alone in his dormitory. I thought that today I could relieve this frustration by having the soldiers do unnecessary hard work and watching them do it. What was fortunate for Burradin was that he did not meddle with the supplies or the wages paid to his subordinates. This was not because Burradin had a conscience that would prevent him from doing such a thing. This was simply because he was not meticulous or courageous enough to do such a thing without others finding out. Furthermore, Burradin's ability to observe the atmosphere around him contributed to allowing him to survive with all his limbs intact to this day. Even when a fellow officer in a similar situation suggested Burradin earn some money by stealing bullets and clothing, an inexplicable sinister feeling made him reject the offer. And that day's choice meant Burradin still remained in the unit stationed near St. Petersburg, even though his soldiers didn't give him a good look. The colleague who made the suggestion was taken to a prison cell. Idiot, I told you to eat it in moderation. Burradin, who walked out of the dormitory while wondering how to relieve the soldiers' stress today, could sense a subtle atmosphere in the barracks. As far as he could remember, this atmosphere only meant one thing: training. That's also the atmosphere when large-scale training was scheduled. Normally, it would be natural for a soldier to not be very enthusiastic about training, but Burradin was actually a person who became enthusiastic as the training approached. This wasn't because he was a great soldier who viewed training as an important event that could reduce damage and survive in future real battles, but because the training was an opportunity for Burradin to legitimately exercise his men. As the training was going on, the company commander, who regarded him with disapproval at all costs because he was a nobleman, in Burradin's opinion, did not interfere to any great extent. With lighter steps than before, Burradin walked towards the barracks where his platoon was quartered. Asterisk 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 demon. Is that the only voice that comes out? Even a newborn foal will have a louder voice than yours. Don't answer any louder. Demon. Oh, my feet are getting lower and lower because I'm raising my voice so loud. Do you want to do it all over again? Oh, let me do it again from the beginning? No. Then raise it straight. Keep your legs straight and your feet up. What kind of situation is this? Burradin thought. The reason I smiled at the opportunity to treat my subordinates more severely than usual was for a moment because the training I was currently receiving was something I had never experienced before. If you think about it, something strange started happening from the moment the unit packed up and marched off to the training ground. Originally, he would have had his subordinates carry their military equipment, but when he tried to do what he normally did, and the controller appeared out of nowhere, asked him what he was doing, and sanctioned him, he thought the company commander was giving him crap again. Seeing the controller scheming from the start, I felt something was wrong when he made me carry military equipment that looked 1.5 times heavier than the original, saying I needed to change my mind. Even when I told the other person I was from a noble family, all I got in return was a snort. He tried to protest again, but the sound of the whistle announcing the departure made Baradin's legs shake for the first time in his life. He barely managed to wear his military uniform. His subordinates' eyes widened when they saw him wearing it and arrived at the training camp. He thought he could get some rest, but what came back was a shout asking him not to move quickly. Originally, they would have ignored it or sent their subordinates to find out what the situation was, but due to tiredness and the fact that it was their first time experiencing the situation, they gathered in a wide sandy area in response to the shouts, and the people at the front were wearing Cossack hats that were still too hot to wear. It was. After that, the torture continued, something he had never experienced before, as if the devil had taught me how to inflict maximum pain and suffering on the human body. Baradin's patience ran out as the torture continued under the guise of gymnastics, such as being told to lie down and twist his whole body, or to keep his arms straight in position 11, while maintaining the posture of riding a horse. Thinking that I could do it, I stood up and said to the person in charge of this training, I'm from a noble family, and I will not receive any more difficult and meaningless training like this. He silently left the training grounds, where he was still groaning in pain. He pointed to the side, and there Baradin saw someone he had never expected to see here. It was none other than Grand Duke Mikhail, the younger brother of the Tsar who ruled the Russian Empire, and a nobleman incomparable to him, who was making the same posture he had been making a moment ago. So what did you say before? Did you say you were too noble to do something like this? Then could you say the same thing in front of the Archduke, or not? He took a deep breath and shouted in a voice comparable to that of a train. Even now, go back to where you were and maintain the same posture you had before. Just like this child. Baradin silently returned to his seat. Chapter 161. The Cossacks who played the role of trainers clearly showed why they were called human weapons, why they had been allowed a high level of autonomy in the Russian Empire since ancient times, and why a corps composed exclusively of them was created. This is because it taught people how to kill well, and how to inflict maximum pain without causing injury. Had there been an evaluation of the course at this time, it would have received a perfect score of 5 with a review stating that the course was faithful to the course objectives and that all students were able to immediately understand. Unfortunately for those currently receiving education, the problem with this lecture is that it is a time to learn with the body, not the head, through direct physical experience rather than through words or writing in a classroom. A colt that has not yet drunk its mother's milk will be faster than you. If you have 2 legs, run as if you had 2. What you have is actually a stick and not a leg. No. Then chase me quickly. Demon. Baradin stopped thinking further. For him, the part of his body that was now above his shoulders was nothing more than an obstacle every time he lifted the log, carried it on his shoulders, and moved it from side to side. He simply moved his body according to the orders and shouts coming from in front and from the side, and it was no exaggeration to say that he was no longer a person but a machine. Ruler. Everyone stop for a moment. Everyone stop. Today, just like yesterday, the words I heard while doing a body movement that felt like it was tightening my entire body with pain, which they said was beneficial to my health, were like sweet rain in a drought. Once I started, I did it for at least 4 or 5 hours, but today for some reason I finished it in only 2 hours. Everyone sit down and rest a while. Although they might have had misgivings about the unusual training time, Baradin and other soldiers put their butts on the ground, as if it was a waste of time to worry. They could feel their buttocks getting wetter, because they were sitting on the bare ground with nothing to sit on, but for now, all they wanted to do was enjoy the sweet rest. Although the person sitting next to Baradin was none other than Grand Duke Mikhail, instead of offering him the water he had saved with a word of flattery, he said nothing and brought his own canteen to his mouth. You look like a damn bald brother. Let me go back. I'll do it properly, including the interest. How the hell can a guy called older brother do this to his younger brother? When I revealed my ambition to exploit Vanowski's personality to his death. No. When my nephew hit me hard on the forehead. No. Not only that, he already knew about my older brother when he was the crown prince. So why did he ask me about this incident? Mikhail, you idiot. Are you still the Grand Duke of the Russian Empire? Grand Duke Michael seemed to feel very sorry for his brother. Although the voice was not loud, it contained stories that were interesting enough to make you listen naturally. But listening to these stories may satisfy your interest for a moment, but there is a high possibility that it will become annoying in the future. So Borodin decided to go back to doing what he had been doing so well. It was to block the power entering the brain and say, I'm deaf and blind. While Borodin and Mikhail were filming a play, one of the two soldiers, who had become friends because they both came from the Kazan region, witnessed a strange scene. Hey, look at those guys. What are they doing now? What? I want to save my energy to talk now, so don't talk to me. No, look over there. What do you think they are setting up? The soldier, whose head was buried between his knees and pulled towards his chest, as if he had no strength to lift it, responded to his colleague calling him, as if he was annoyed, but his comrade seemed to be trying to get him to move, whether he knew what he was feeling or not. What the hell? That's what I'm saying. Feeling irritated, he raised his head and made a loud noise. He thought that if the teaching assistant heard him, he would have to go through something he didn't want to experience again, so he abruptly lowered his voice and looked in the direction pointed by his colleague. He thought that this incident would not be a big deal due to the character of his classmate who usually made a fuss over insignificant things, but what caught his attention was the assistant who was setting up something. Sweating, this was the first time he had seen assistants perspiring. He was brought in. What's that? The small murmur that started from that soon spread among the troops, who were sitting and resting. This was because there was one thing everyone felt during this training. Are the teaching assistants doing something difficult? Then we have to do something 10 times, no, 100 times harder than it was for them. The fear that was slowly taking shape was about to become reality. This was because the training leader watching them, the Cossack cavalry captain who had fallen into despair after witnessing the power of machine guns in the past, raised the corners of his mouth as he looked at the chicks trembling in front of him. What his assistants were setting up was none other than barbed wire. Borodin was swearing all sorts of things inside. From his father and older brother who put him in the army, to his anger at the military organization that put him through these hardships here today, and at the trainers who urge him to keep going, and, moreover, don't let people feel pain. He was constantly cursing God and the unreasonable world he had created to live in throughout his entire life. My life. If an inquisitor looking for a witch had looked at Borodin's head, he would have mercilessly placed it on firewood and massaged the soles of his feet. By the way, the hot compress is a plus. Think. What do you have to do to get past the barbed wire? The trainers asked Borodin's platoon, which was the first to stand in front of the barbed wire, to push through the barbed wire area. At first, we tried to widen the space we could squeeze through by grabbing the barbed part of the barbed wire. Bread. Do you know what this means? It's the sound of a shot fired by an enemy soldier aiming a gun in front of you. That means you've already died several times trying to squeeze through so slowly. Again. These were the words spoken by the teaching assistant, along with a finger touching his own chest. In that case, I tried to return to the point where the currently installed barbed wire ends. It seems that trainee Borodin is very creative. To think that even on real battlefields, there would only be barbed wire of this cute length. Just my personal opinion, you would be more suitable for a research laboratory than the army. Of course, it will take you at least 50 years to fulfill a role as a researcher. All I had to do was return to my original position with these shouts. Idiots, what are you telling me to do without even giving you any special equipment? If they had a cutter, they would have made a show of crawling with platoon members and cutting the barbed wire, but the trainers seemed to want to see them overcome the barbed wire with their naked bodies. At that moment, I was worried that they really wanted one person to lie on the barbed wire and have the others step on him. It seems that apprentice Baradin has magical powers that I don't know about. If you just look at the barbed wire like that, will it move aside on its own like Moses parted the Red Sea? Or is it just gathering strength to fly through the air? The taunts coming from the side were enough to make Baradin lose his senses. It's impossible. What? What did I just say? It was clear that the impossible words he had just heard had come from his own mouth. Not only the surrounding platoon members, but also other apprentices were looking at me with astonished faces. I guess I'm crazy. Let's just say I was talking nonsense because I was in the heat and begged for forgiveness. Contrary to what Baradin thought, his mouth betrayed the orders in his head. It's impossible to walk through the barbed wire fence with your naked body. So, apprentice, you mean we are giving you an impossible task and telling you to solve it? Do I understand this correctly? I only said it was impossible to break through the barbed wire fence with my naked body. I didn't say it was completely impossible. What am I saying now? Baradin thought. It seemed like he was paying the price for not using his head until now. Even though I ordered him to stop dozens of times, his mouth spat out words without hesitation, as if it weren't Baradin's body. Okay. Then tell me something. If you think it's not completely impossible, how can we break through the barbed wire? Baradin looked the Cossack captain in the eye and asked a question. The emotion in his eyes was closer to curiosity than anger. You're testing me now. He again waited for his mouth to speak naturally, but at that moment, Baradin's mouth seemed to be under his control again. In other words, he now had to speak through his thoughts. Apprentice? Aren't I waiting? Tell me what you thought. Well, that's it. Baradin shook his head desperately, as the Cossack captain's eyes gradually changed from curiosity to is this guy joking? What crossed his mind was none other than the majestic cannon depicted on the recruitment poster. I don't know. I don't know why that image came to mind now, but this time he also decided to trust his instincts. This is precisely the feeling that has helped him countless times in his life so far. It's artillery. I think removing barbed wire by artillery fire is the only reasonable method when the enemy is waiting on the other side. Asterisk 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 move quickly, you slow bastards. Oh, am I dreaming? Trusting his instincts, but not believing they were right, Baradin and his platoon sat in the shadows and watched as others crawled under the barbed wire and crawled forward. The Cossack captain, who had just heard what he had shouted and ordered them to go and rest, saying that was the correct answer, smiled and said to the other soldiers, who were immersed in thought, that they too would rest. As you said, artillery fire can be said to be a rational method, but are wars always conducted only rationally? Crawl faster. Even if my grandmother crawls, she'll be faster than you. Someone approached Baradin, who was taking a break, accompanied by the shouts of the instructors and the groans of the trainees. HMM. So, platoon leader, you were very well just now. Thanks to you, I was able to rest. Thank you. Aha, yes, thank you. You should go rest a little more. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to rest. Baradin was surprised to receive his subordinate's thanks for the first time in his life, but he didn't feel that bad. No, it was actually good. Still, he felt embarrassed, so he told his subordinate to return to his seat, but the subordinate was still beside him. Something? Well, that's it. That's because I saw a wound where the platoon commander grabbed the barbed wire earlier. Are you sure you didn't know? What? After hearing his words, I felt a tingling sensation rising from my right hand. Up until now, I hadn't felt any pain, but now that I was aware of it, it seemed as if my hand was protesting against its indifferent owner. The subordinate handed something to Baradin, who was looking at the wound and wondering what to do with it. What is this? Well, this is a medicine we used to apply in our area when people get hurt like this. Nobles like you, the platoon leader, may think it's strange, but it's quite effective. Well then, let's return now. With these words, the subordinate returned to his companions. Baradin stared at the medicine he'd given him, and then began carefully applying it to the injured area. When the medicine came into contact with the wound, the tingling sensation worsened slightly, but for Baradin, it wasn't a very severe pain. Chapter 162. The training to foster bonds between soldiers and officers, conducted for the first time in a unit near St. Petersburg, seemed to be going better than expected. Perhaps it wasn't easy to encourage them to bond organically, as they were of varying social status and backgrounds, but it seemed that the person in charge of the training was demonstrating not just 100%, but 140% of his capabilities. However, acting recklessly could only arouse resentment, so a reward of approximately half the monthly salary was paid to the best performing platoon. Not only that, but this attack didn't. He even gave additional instructions to guarantee 3 days of rest for the unit that completed the friendship training. What an exemplary superior this was. Well, no matter how much I think about it, I don't think there's a boss who cares as much about his subordinates as I do. I read more of the report sent by the training leader, wondering how the treasury officials would react if they heard it. When the training began, there were some officers who expressed their intention not to receive training due to their status, but when Archduke Mikhail first set an example as a soldier, they also participated in the training without saying anything. Sasha's participation in this training was already making newspaper headlines. This is because the fact that a noble member of the Romanov family was rolling around on the ground bare, covered in mud, and eating and sleeping together on the training ground without having to prepare a separate place for them was called an officer's tent. More interesting than any news. It would be more effective if Sasha personally participated in the upcoming training and demonstrated it, but I can't do that because she's my younger brother. It would be better to distribute the published newspapers among the units scheduled for training and say that it was a training that the Archduke also participated in. As an older brother who loves his younger brother and a person who has sworn to protect his family, I couldn't bear to say that I would like Sasha to do well in the upcoming training when she returns after going through all this trouble. Even on the second day of training, the loosening of relations or ties between soldiers and officers, as His Majesty had hoped, did not appear to any great extent. However, from the barbed wire related training that took place on the third day, it could be seen that the effect His Majesty had hoped for was gradually being achieved. Personally, the person who impressed me the most was a second lieutenant named Borodin. He is the third son of a local nobleman. He looked like a typical noble officer on the first and second days, but his appearance changed starting on the third day. The details are recorded in a separate report. Well, Borodin. Judging by the fact that nothing comes to mind when you hear his name, he probably wasn't a person who left much of a mark on history. I kept his name in the back of my mind and continued reading the report. Borodin, whom I just mentioned, also didn't seem to have a very good relationship with his subordinates at first. However, after one of his platoon members, who was taking a break from barbed wire training, handed him some medicine, they could now be seen eating together at meal times, unlike before when they ate separately. This is my judgment as a training leader, but it seems that this training is effective in strengthening the Jewishness that His Majesty desired. However, if there are any regrets, while there are officers like Borodin, who have become close and bonded with subordinates with whom they did not have a good relationship, there are also platoons whose relationships seem to have deteriorated due to postponing mutual responsibility during these difficult times. Even though everyone has the same experience, how can they feel the same? Even in modern times, there was someone who always shouted the last number, no matter how many times the assistant professor told him not to. In such cases, the response was to comfort or encourage the person who made a mistake, but there were also cases in which the person looked at the person who made the mistake, as if they were looking at the enemy of their parents. Still, according to the report sent by the responsible officer, it is significant that there are more platoons in which the situation has improved than in those in which the situation has worsened. Another thing I would like to say is that I think there are still a lack of preventive measures against accidents that may occur during training, which can be said to be insufficient, and a lack of medical support for soldiers injured in accidents. The official report ends here. Personally, I think I understand why His Majesty thought that education related to barbed wire was important. It is very difficult to overcome barbed wire in a controlled situation without an enemy. If a real war breaks out, and the enemy digs a trench, sets up a machine gun, and hides behind the barbed wire, how can I get through that? Even while training, my eyes were blank. I just hope God blesses you. At the end of the report was a description of what he felt during training. Well, it's not because the German and French leaders in early and mid-World War I were so stupid that they sent their troops to the front of the other side's trench lines. At that time, such wave attacks were the only answer. And although I hadn't experienced the cruelty of trench warfare, I was in a position where I knew about it in advance and was looking for ways to overcome it with maximum troop losses. Also part of this effort was the development of a tank based on a tracked tractor. Since the most effective tactic was to attack the enemy trench line with maximum artillery fire, as Burradin mentioned, and then advance the troops, efforts were made to ensure the capacity to produce artillery shells. In that regard, it was worth suggesting to the conglomerates that produce railways that they build production facilities related to barbed wire. There was still some demand, but it was clear that, if some time passed, the demand for barbed wire would skyrocket. In addition to the barbed wire fences commonly used in pastures, where cattle were raised, ring-shaped barbed wire, which had razor-like blades, and was quite effective when simply strung without a fixing bracket, was sure to become unsellable if a major war broke out. Both the Entente and its allies would go to enormous lengths to install barbed wire in front of their trenches. Although a patent for barbed wire had already been registered in the United States and royalties had to be paid to produce it, this was none of our business. Unlike before, copyrights were only effective domestically and had no effect abroad, although the Berne Convention was signed in Switzerland in 1886 to protect copyrights internationally. We, Russia, are not participants in that agreement. That said, if you blindly copy foreign products, you won't get good reviews internationally, but shouldn't you use what you can as much as possible? If you really want to do something, you can get some money in the name of royalties. Once the war is over, it will be up to my successor to decide how much it will be or how long it will take before it is paid out. However, I don't know if they were unaware of my feelings or if they were blinded by profit, but it seemed that there were people tinkering with artillery, which would become the basis of the future Imperial Russian army. According to a report by Vanowski, who recently retired from his post as Minister of War and is enjoying a quietly retired life as a member of the Senate, we have recently uncovered evidence that something shady was going on with an artillery shell production plant that was said to be already completed in the Tula region. To be precise, in the process of introducing the machines, circumstances were discovered in which money was exchanged between three entities: the government officials who permitted the import, the factory owner, and the French exporter. After receiving bribes from the French side, the official granted an import permit, even though the machine didn't meet the standards set by Her Majesty. With a vague excuse, the French said the standards should be applied differently because the environments in France and Russia are different. The factory owner seems to have requested lax enforcement of labor laws in exchange for bringing in machinery from a company that received bribes from public officials. Besides, the extra pocket money is a bonus. If it's clearer, I'll handle it myself and then let you know the results. Although Vanowski became a member of the Senate regardless of his field, his specialty was always related to the military. Perhaps that's why the corruption he uncovered focused on element related to the military. The reason I had him work this way in the first place was to show me the corruption related to the project the military was carrying out. I don't know how much time had passed since he started working and had already uncovered this vast corruption, but there was only one part of the report he didn't like. Dear Mr. Vanowski, although you are a member of the Senate, which is almost an honorary position, I'm moved to tears watching you dedicate yourself to the empire day and night. However, regarding this case, instead of handling it yourself, bring the parties and the evidence here to St. Petersburg. Since this seems to be the biggest incident you've uncovered so far, I believe it can also serve as a warning message to those who have not yet been caught. It is said that in ancient Rome, crucified criminals were lined up along the sides of roads as a warning to Christians and serious criminals. Now, almost 2000 years later, such cruel punishment may not have been carried out in the Russian Empire, but he intended to use this incident as a kind of warning. In fact, no matter how talented Banowski was, it was impossible to detect all corruption. Just as flies are attracted to meat, it's natural that corruption will arise where there is money. This is something that will surely happen, no matter how much we open our eyes and extend our surveillance networks. In that sense, the Tsar's pronation will remain a good message to send to those who skillfully pursue their own interests through the net of the law. Although eating leftover ingredients during the food preparation process is inevitable, the message is that stealing, even ingredients that must be included in food, will not be tolerated. After processing Vanowski's report, the only thing left before me were a few letters. If it was a letter that ended up on my desk, it was one of three. It could be very personal or very public, or the sender could be someone as important as me. In this case, it was the third and final case. Because the sender was none other than my younger sister, Sasha. She must have learned a lot during her Jewish training, and it was clear that she was grateful to me for giving her this opportunity to learn. I burned the letters without reading them. It was never because I was afraid of seeing what would be written in the letter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Caption 163. Your Majesty. Think again. This is too sudden. That's right, Your Majesty. Even considering the promises made by His Majesty in the past regarding reform, if we rush things like this, trouble may arise in unexpected places. Aren't the Zemstvos who were party to the promise at the time also reassured? Is it really necessary to hasten your steps like this? Ministerial meeting. An administrative agency that drafts, decides, and implements policies for such a large country straddling Asia and Europe, the Russian Empire. Even in the process of development from Russian Tsarism to the Russian Empire, it was an almost unique institution among the subjects of state affairs, excluding the Tsar. Although there was a higher body called the Senate, equivalent to the Senate in terms of modern parliament, the Senate was now reduced to an honorary position with only nominal authority remaining, and it is said to be the only body that can decide the future of the Russian Empire together with the Tsar. It was no exaggeration to say that. And since a ministerial meeting was being held in this conference room, the people with me were people who could wield authority far greater than that of a local governor. Although a local governor was like a king in the region where he was appointed, his authority was limited to that region, whereas ministers belonging to the Council of Ministers could exert influence throughout the Russian Empire. Some of the men holding such powerful positions of authority expressed their opposition to what I had just said. Look at the situation in England or France, Your Majesty. The more power is divided, the more complicated it becomes, and the more swarms of hunters cling to it. It's not just them. Don't you know why the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, which was once stronger than us, collapsed? I agree with what Your Majesty has said, but I can't help but express concern about implementing such a drastic method. Your Majesty, I'm offended, but could you tell me the reason why you are in such a hurry? What they were concerned about, or opposed to, was my declaration that I would establish a Duma, or parliament. The history of the Russian parliament, which comes from the word dumati, meaning to think, surprisingly dates back to the Middle Ages. At that time, it was a time when principalities proliferated, rather than a unified country, so the word Duma originated from an event where adult men would gather in a town square to discuss and decide on important matters, as happened in ancient Greece. Since then, due to the characteristics of the Russian Empire, which went through Russian Tsarism and had more absolutist aspects than any other country in Europe, the distribution of state power concentrated in the hands of the Tsar was considered absurd, so the Duma listed historical events that such events had occurred in the past. It was only used until the young officers left for France to follow Alexander I, who led the Napoleonic Wars to victory and managed to seize Paris. At that time, they were fascinated by France, which had a culture, social environment, and industry that were several steps ahead of Russia's. They thought that the reason France was able to achieve such development compared to their home country was the constitutional politics represented by the National Assembly. They said that Russia, where serfdom was maintained, should be reformed, and that if they didn't, a revolution from below would occur in Russia in the near future, which would be equivalent to the French Revolution, or even bloodier. They decided to carry it out, and it was an incident called the Decembrist Rebellion. This incident, which occurred immediately after Nicholas I ascended the throne in 1816, had an enormous impact on my great-grandfather's political views and led him to pursue a conservative policy, to the point that he was nicknamed the European Gendarmerie rather than the reform they had intended. The legacy has continued to this day. The last constitution my grandfather, Alexander II, signed on the day of his assassination was the Loris-Melikov Constitution, which included the establishment of the Duma. Although the Loris-Melikov Constitution lost its effect due to the anger of his father, Alexander III, who witnessed his father's tragic assassination by a bomb, even after that, there were continuous calls for the establishment of a Duma. I'm in too much of a hurry. If that's the case, I'd like to ask the officials first. Do any of your ministers know how many years have passed since my grandfather, Alexander II, signed the Loris-Melikov Act? Of course, Alexander II said at the time that he would establish a Duma in the process of implementing various reform policies, including serf reform. But isn't the situation different then and now, Your Majesty? You mean different? How long has His Majesty run the government from the time he was crown prince until today? It's already been more than 9 years. It's the end of 9 years. You have been leading the empire well without any problems until now, so I don't think I understand why you are suddenly in such a hurry. The time has come for a united Russian Empire under His Majesty's rule. But at a time like this, at a time as important as the present, the distribution of power is. Now that both the people and the Zemstvo are calm, there is no reason for His Majesty to distribute power on his own. To briefly explain the current political situation in the Russian Empire, he went as follows. Although he had achieved successive successes since his time as crown prince, the result of a combination of various fortunes and insights into the future, the voices calling for political reform were not as loud as before. Not only the workers and peasants, who had little time or space to pay attention to politics while the problem of earning a living was being solved, but also moderate reformers, including those in the Zemstvo, expressed their opinion on the need for a general reform of politics and society. A significant number of people were satisfied with the partial reforms, such as the expansion of the Stvo's power and the abolition of the Zemsky Nachalnik system. Moreover, the Tsar himself had declared before the coronation ceremony that he would establish the Duma during his reign, so it was said that there was no need to rush, now that the Tsar had not yet reached the age of 40. There were some who said that the reform measures proposed by the ruling class were ultimately nothing more than a ruse to maintain the current system, so we shouldn't be fooled by them, and should completely overthrow the social and political system through revolution. However, these radicals were in a situation where they couldn't say anything, even if they wanted to, because they had joined forces and entered the Gulag, or were expelled abroad when the popularists were being eliminated. In other words, since there were many people who were satisfied with the current situation, one could say that the desire for reform wasn't that strong. After all, reform or evolution would only occur when there were many people dissatisfied with their current situation. Rather, since it's acquired time like now, I should first show how I share power. But my thoughts were different. This was because it was believed that now was the optimal situation to establish the Duma. So, if now isn't the right time, when will it be? Is it an appropriate time for those calling for reforms to gather and protest across the country? Or is it the right time for those who could no longer stand it and rose up with guns and bombs? It may be too soon, but wouldn't it be the right time to do it without much backlash or bloodshed? The ministers who voiced their opposition to what I said weren't very convinced. But Your Majesty, didn't you also say that divided public opinion only diminishes the country's potential? Don't you know better than we do how Great Britain, which prided itself on being a leader in parliamentary politics, fell? Great Britain approached us, who had been struggling until now, because they couldn't even sort out what had happened in their own country. They even still have our proud army stationed in their capital. What about France? Haven't you been in a state of turmoil with frequent coups and uprisings since the last great revolt in France? There would be more peace in Sir Jeeves's industrial complex than in the French parliament. The gist of the minister's statements was as follows. Is there any reason to try to create the Duma at this time, even at the risk of the confusion that will arise in the distribution of power? My answer was yes. Everyone gathered here must feel it. Subordinate officials complain of fatigue due to the endless influx of documents, and although they say they are increasing the number of people hired, the number of officials is still far from sufficient. When my first words after hearing their questions were the following, the ministers seemed curious. This is because it seemed far from the validity of the creation of the Duma that has been discussed so far. So far, I have tried to alleviate the fatigue of overworked bureaucrats through various policies. We try to raise bureaucrats' awareness by increasing their salaries and making them proud of what they do. I didn't even spend my own money to provide coffee machines to every department. Starting with the finance department, they still pay the cost of ingredients like coffee used there. When I heard the word coffee, some ministers seemed unsure if it referred to social assistance, but I pretended not to know and kept talking. But I feel the same way you do. Even in the last reactionary attempt that ended my uncle's attempt, the accumulation of fatigue among the administrative bureaucrats reached a dangerous level, to the point that there was an expectation that the overworked bureaucrats would cooperate with him. You've reached the point where I can't solve it even with the method I mentioned before. The administrative officials have worked for 9 years, or almost 7 years, since the large-scale reform began. Even compared to factory workers, they are no different. In fact, since the revised labor legislation was implemented, there are even bureaucrats who sometimes work harder than them. Have you ever grabbed both sides of a tree branch and pulled hard? At first, it bends, but as it strengthens, if you apply a force greater than the branch's elasticity, it breaks. You could say that the current administrative bureaucracy is on the verge of collapse. Well then, let's return to the tree branches. How can I prevent this tree branch from breaking? Since we can't increase the strength of the branches themselves, wouldn't we have any choice but to join several of them together? In addition to this, I decided to clear up any misunderstandings I thought the ministers were making. I have no intention of getting involved in such radical parliamentary politics as you worry. What I want to implement is the creation of a Duma based on Loris Melikov's law. Chapter 164. Loris Melikov, who drafted this law with Alexander II, considered the last reforming monarch of the Russian Empire, made countless efforts to reassure his master. It was Alexander II who ordered him to create a reform plan, but when the law was finalized, he worried that, if he made a mistake, Parliament would strip him of all his authority. Although my grandfather implemented important social reforms, including serf reform, the essence of them was not to reduce his power and introduce an advanced political system. The essence of Alexander II's reformist policy was to protect his power and separate the populists who threatened to kill him at any moment from the liberals who secretly sympathized with them. According to the Loris Melikov law, the last bill my grandfather signed before he passed away, I'm the one who decides who is elected. Of course, since I cannot classify and organize the people of each Zemstvo and City Duma, I will send you a short list of the members you feel best reflect your views. But that will not change the fact that I'm the one who holds the sword and makes the final decision. Loris Melikov's bill reflected Melikov's struggle to please Alexander II, who called for reforms, but was reluctant to have his position shaken. This is because the phrase national referendum was not in his bill. It was a way to satisfy both the liberal-based Zemstvos, who were demanding political reform, and the Tsar, who had a contradictory attitude, while appeasing the city councillors. According to this law, members of the Zemstvo and city councils elected or chosen by the Tsar were eligible to participate in central, but no longer local, politics. The key phrase of Loris Melikov's bill was to create a body separate from the administrative body that existed at the time and to grant elected officials the role of drafting reform-related bills and budgets. In other words, although reforms were carried out, it was none other than the Tsar, the target of the reforms they spoke of, who decided who would proceed with them. Although they created and operated an independent organization, it was the Tsar who ultimately made the decision as to whether or not the laws they created would be implemented. It was a national committee, with members who were more directly influenced by the committee. As you say, rapid changes have a high chance of causing social chaos, so the Duma, which is being convened for the first time, is not a place for those elected by nationwide vote, but for those who have already proven their ability and loyalty. And it will be a place where people recommended by trusted people will work. until it is determined that sufficient social conditions exist to hold nationwide voting. There were many reasons why I displayed such a lukewarm attitude while carrying out the important task of establishing the Duma, but the most important reason was money. Even in the 21st century, when transportation and communications have developed, nationwide voting is a social event that consumes enormous amounts of money, and several legal restrictions have been put in place to preclude the idea of holding such an event again with enormous social costs. To hold a recount requires suggestions from more than a few citizens, and even if the requirements are met, it is not possible until the court determines that there is a reasonable reason to hold a recount. And the Duma will be convened in April 1901, in the first year of the next 20th century. There is still quite a bit of time left, so there will be enough time for each local Zemstvo to discuss who to recommend, and I think it will be a good time to conduct a short survey of each candidate after the recommendation has been made. The first convocation of the State Duma in history took place through Nicolai's October Manifesto, which aimed to quell the national revolt following the events of Bloody Sunday. But I had no intention of moving until after all that blood and chaos, as it was a hastily made declaration to appease public sentiment at the time. Even in the convened State Duma, a proper discussion did not take place due to the fighting between various political parties such as the October Party, the Social Revolutionary Party, and the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. But, Your Majesty, if you do that, wouldn't it conflict with existing legislation? Surely there will be some things that conflict with the temporary regulations established by your father, Alexander III. The temporary law the Minister of Education was referring to was the name of a new law created by his father, after abolishing the Loris Melikov law, the last one ratified by Alexander II. Originally, as its name suggests, it was supposed to take effect after 3 years, but its effect was gradually extended to every 3 years, and later it was only temporary in name, and in fact, functioned as a constitution. Freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, and so on were discarded as mere sleepovers, and warrantless searches, arrests, and trials were legalized on a massive scale, and officials in charge of hunting down socially dangerous elements were granted an enormous level of autonomy. After I assumed power, the areas where the temporary law was applied gradually decreased, and now it is no exaggeration to say that it is almost meaningless, but the law itself remained. It was symbolic that it was a bill my father signed at the same time he ascended the throne, and it wasn't easy to reverse what the previous emperor had done and dismiss it as something that never happened. Still, I was determined. Exactly. As noted, the bill to be implemented this time has many conflicts with the temporary law. So, given that next year marks 3 years since the temporary law was extended, wouldn't it be right to abolish it, based on its name? It would be impossible to leave a bill labeled temporary indefinitely. The ministers who heard my words had expressions on their faces that said it had finally happened. In fact, the abolition of the temporary law had been foreseen from the moment my father left for treatment in Crimea. This was because the most elaborate part of the temporary regulation censorship of publications in the Zemsky Nachalnik system that monitored and controlled the Zemstvos disappeared because of me. I looked around, observing their expressions, and continued speaking. And the Duma members elected this time will primarily exercise powers other than the legislative power to make laws. What other authority are you talking about? Witte, the finance minister who spoke for the first time, seemed full of anticipation. He seemed to have roughly figured out which other branches I was talking about. He seemed to realize that I wasn't simply mentioning the enormous administrative burden I just mentioned on executive branch bureaucrats. As soon as the elected Duma members arrive in St. Petersburg, they will go to the committees related to their areas of expertise. For example, a legislator with a background in finance or accounting would go to the finance committee. It's right in the office inside the Treasury building. In other words, this Duma election was no different from the special selection of administrative officials. The Duma, which will be run by elected legislators, will be able to focus on the exercise of legislative power rather than administrative processing. But this Duma was a somewhat special case. Although it is said to be a local administrative organization, wouldn't it be rude to refuse to allow people who have handled various issues arising in a territory larger than that of most European countries to enter on their own. When did you say the first Duma elections were held? It will be April of next year. Would it be possible to move the schedule forward a bit? I'll reduce the financial burden as much as possible. How about February or March? I'm sorry, but that might be a bit difficult. We'll have to wait until April next year. Your Majesty, please. Then it's 15 days. How about a full moon? When Witte spoke thus, other ministers seemed to gradually realize the hidden meaning of this Duma. Your Majesty, I know that the Ministry of Finance has always been dedicated to the Empire, but our Ministry of the Interior is the department that requires the most manpower. The Ministry of Finance only needs to organize the necessary budget to implement the policy, but we are responsible not only for the process of preparing for the implementation of the policy, but also for the process of implementing the policy itself, as well as for resolving any side effects that occur afterward. No. What did you say just now? What? Just organize your budget and that's it? Minister of the Interior. Besides being Minister of Finance, you've also worked on the Trans-Siberian Railway. Me. Besides those two things, he's the person who handled rural reform work, including the dissolution of me. But what? Just organize the budget? I agree that the Treasury and the Ministry of the Interior are important departments. But Your Majesty, which department is the most urgent right now? Isn't it the Ministry of War? Didn't Minister Banowski, who is now a member of the Senate, also say this? The Russian Empire only has two allies. One is the Imperial Army and the other is the Imperial Navy. Also, recently, policies related to military reform have multiplied. Remember that if you solve one problem, another problem will arise, and if you solve that problem, more than two problems will arise elsewhere. These people are evil. You couldn't have said these things if it weren't for me. What? You? Bite back, man. You've said it all. This bastard talks so carelessly about where this is. And you did it alone. Not long ago, I was with Vishnetgrosky and Bunge, and now I'm with that. A guy who has a blank forehead, but is good at one thing. The minister's fight for Duma members was gradually deteriorating. When I heard the last shout, I couldn't help stroking my forehead. At that moment, I thought I had to slow down, so I banged the desk and shouted, "Everyone has forgotten what they are discussing. Weren't we currently debating the election of Duma members? But from what you say, it seems that this is not about the Duma, but about selecting new officials for your department. What will the candidates think if you make such a fuss? Will you take responsibility if no one puts themselves forward as a candidate for the Zemstvo or the city council?" As I shouted, the conference room fell silent. Those who had just exchanged words like "it cost me more, my department is more important" also fell silent. When the room fell silent, I continued speaking to them in a reassuring tone. Keep in mind that today we only discussed Duma. This is about increasing the number of people who will dedicate themselves to the empire. So if you rush it like this and something goes wrong, who will suffer the most? HMM. Those of you who can't receive labor immediately. Aren't they the ones still working in rural areas and cities today? So, after today's meeting, don't say unnecessary things. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty. Here, in this place today, a human trafficking group was established. Chapter 165. As the 20th century approaches, the Tsar convenes a State Duma. News quickly spread throughout Russia that Nicholas II had declared that he would establish the State Duma, following the legacy of his grandfather, which was first attempted by Alexander II, but failed due to terrorism. State Duma? What's that? Do you know what a Duma is? What? Oh, this guy is truly ignorant. You don't even know what a Duma is? That's it. What's that? Anyway, there is such a thing. Let's do some legwork. Although the illiteracy rate was lower than in the past thanks to the Tsar's policies, the State Duma was not a very relevant issue for the peasants who made up the majority of the people. This is because the reality that, if they don't work today, they will have to work twice as hard tomorrow was a more relevant issue for them than the creation of the Duma. I would have listened more carefully to those well-known people who say that society needs to change if our immediate life is so difficult that we can't guarantee tomorrow, but our current life isn't enough to focus on such nonsense. The surest way to prevent people from desiring change was to allow them to be satisfied with their current lives instead of presenting detailed rebuttals to each and every one of the other side's claims. Did you hear the news this time? I heard His Majesty said he would convene the Duma. I used to see it at street stalls on my way to work. But what changes when the Duma convenes? Well, since it's His Majesty's job, wouldn't life in the future be better? There. Now stop chatting and return to your seats. Yes, Director. Let's talk later over lunch. The reactions of the workers who were receiving at least simple training in the factories thanks to the revised labor laws were not much different from those of the farmers. Due to the nature of urban space, they had access to more information than those in rural areas, but even for them, politics was still the exclusive domain of high-ranking people. Thanks to the Tsar's high approval rating, they only had a vague expectation that their lives would improve as a result of this incident, but they had no idea what this policy meant in detail. Illiteracy was said to have been eliminated thanks to the education provided in the factories, but knowing how to read did not mean people could understand writing. His Majesty has finally declared that he will resolve the issue regarding the establishment of the Duma, as he promised last time. Come on, everyone, let's not make a big fuss. This was a natural procedure. Even if we only recall that His Majesty continued to weaken the temporary laws created during the Emperor's reign and expand the autonomy of the provinces, wasn't this something that would come someday? I hope everyone is safe. In fact, you really need to relax that expression you're making right now. This is the first time I've seen you make that face since you told me your son was born. Ha 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 ha. In contrast, those who thought the reform should be accelerated more quickly, including moderate liberals like Dmitry Shipov and the Zemstvo, had no choice but to react sensitively to the Tsar's comments. This is because the Tsar's statement meant that what they had dreamed of until now was becoming a reality. Even so, I can't hide my feelings of a bit of disappointment. I don't know if it was because of the way His Majesty has shown himself so far, but I thought that a more advanced Duma would be established. The convening of the Duma on the basis of a law enacted during the reign of His Majesty Alexander II. Among them, there were some who expressed their discontent with this announcement. I know that the creation of the State Duma, which did not previously exist, was of great importance, but there was an underlying expectation that, like Nicholas II, I would implement policies that went beyond Loris Melikov's previous law. Of course, I know very well which parts the congressman regrets, but wouldn't it be better than rushing too much and ending up in a Potemkin village situation? As the legislator said, since the current Tsar is Nicholas II, things will gradually move in a more developed direction. A fellow legislator offered words of comfort to the Zemstvo legislator, who expressed regret. As he said, rushing ahead could have destroyed in an instant the achievements made so far. Like Potemkin, who tricked Empress Catherine II by hastily creating a village that looked elegant when he announced he was going to tour the countryside. Instead of pretending that old problems have been superficially solved without actually solving any of them, wouldn't it be better to find solutions to current problems one by one, even slowly? The good news was that they thought Nicholas II was a very trustworthy monarch. Just looking at his appearance, since he was crown prince, he showed aspects of a reforming monarch, even more so than Frederick the Great of Russia. Now then, as your Majesty said, let's start by drawing up a list of recommenders to send to St. Petersburg, so that our Moscow Zemstvo can produce a person to be elected as the first member of the Duma. Who would you like? As soon as Chairman Shipov, who felt things were somewhat settled, brought up the topic of the Duma election, the room began to heat up again. It's a little embarrassing to say this, but I'm recommending myself by creating this list of recommendations. No, does that make sense? You're recommending yourself. So, who are you planning to recommend? Considering the gravity of this matter, I gave it a lot of thought. Who would have the determination to go to a capital far from here and work, the ability to handle countless reform tasks, and the capacity to truly think of Russia's subjects and be loyal to the Tsar? No matter how much I thought about it, only one person came to mind. I recommend myself as well. The symbolism of being the first Duma member summoned had a great influence on the Zemstvo members vying with each other to nominate themselves. Just now you said it was ridiculous to recommend yourself. What does that mean? Aha. It's the result of a lot of thought. If Nikolai were here, it was something that would have brought a smile to his face. There were many such patriots in the Russian Empire. Asterisk 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 it is said that a parliament will be established in the Russian Empire, which has been as frozen as the land they live on, and has repulsed the waves of change. This news, which briefly circulated among luxury enthusiasts in Europe, resonated in unexpected places. So what's the buzz around the university these days? Yes, that's why among the intellectuals, who have recently heard that the Tsar of the Nosian Empire is establishing a parliament, there's a question floating around. Can we just stand by like this, while the monarch takes the initiative and shares his power in this way? They talk loudly about the Meiji Restoration and the entry into independence, and even say that the emperor is actually clinging to the power that the shogunate had. What's worrying is that there is public opinion within the military, including junior officers, that agrees with these words. Since Russia is the one who controls us, shouldn't we learn from Russia? Bang. That's stupid. The assistant's words were interrupted by Ito, who slammed the desk and let out a roar. There was only one reason why Ito had retained his position since the Sino-Japanese War, which could be considered the last war. This is because no one wanted to sit in a position where they wondered if it was a poisoned chalice, or rather, if it could be called a holy grail. He also knew the significance of the post of prime minister, so he tried to hand it over to people like Shigenobu Akuma and Taro Katsura, but each time, his attempts were inevitably aborted due to letters sent by Emperor Taisho. Jim has no intention of accepting any other prime minister other than Sir, the Emperor, who had gone into seclusion after his conversation with the Russian Crown Prince Nikolai at that time, has now recovered enough to make public appearances again, but perhaps as a side effect of living in seclusion for a long time, he is extremely sensitive to changes in the people around him. I felt rejected. What? Follow the example of the Nosir Empire? Are you talking about those people who can't properly utilize the potential emanating from the vast land, and who only believe in the power that comes from their size? Are you saying we should follow the example of the Nosir Empire? The example of the military that has a reading comprehension rate that isn't even that of the Japanese Empire, or that has recruited half-baked people to increase its size? Let's follow the example of a country that can't properly produce weapons for its own soldiers, so it entrusts production to other countries. It's because university students don't know the world like that. But instead of the Prime Minister, Your Excellency. The assistant gulped once and continued speaking. Isn't it true that the Empire of Japan is linked to Nosir? Although he was seeing Ito's anger right in front of him, the assistant finished what he wanted to say. Faced with his assistant's resistance, Ito forgot what to say for a moment. Just as what he said was true, what the assistant said was also true. Exit. In the name of the Prime Minister, Your Excellency. Out. Right now. Soon, the stern-faced attendant left the room, and the angry Prime Minister, who had been shouting until now, did not remain in the room. There was only one old man who was having a hard time dealing with time and the heavy burden weighing him down. In fact, he too had recently been sensing strange currents within the military. Originally, it was strange that the Imperial Army, which had failed to achieve a victorious victory in the Sino-Japanese War, had the right to speak, but now it was the army that was trying to speak. Our proud Imperial Army didn't even have the chance to properly demonstrate our strength in the last war. Because the Satsuma Domain's navy was incompetent and the officers were incompetent. Brothers. How long must we be viewed by the public as useless bastards who just waste money without doing anything? Shouldn't we show off what capabilities we have? The logic was that in the last war, the army didn't even have the chance to take a step forward, and that the navy and the bureaucracy were the cause of Japan's current situation due to its virtual defeat. Ito wiped his face. He felt that he shouldn't have coveted the position of Prime Minister, which he currently holds, from the beginning. Wouldn't it have been better if Matsutaka had taken responsibility and resigned when the Otsu incident occurred, so that the current situation would have been left in someone else's hands? We have to find a way out somehow. Somehow. Ito was gradually being pushed to his limits. Chapter 166. I thought that, if one of the proprietors holding Japan's leash collapsed, Russia would fall first, but Ito felt that none of his thoughts had come true, since Nicholas II's last visit. No, wasn't it right to shift the blame onto Matsutaka, and take over as Prime Minister? No, considering I was forcibly dragged in, even though I didn't belong to any particular faction. I suppose things didn't turn out as I expected back then either. All his life, he had prided himself on not participating in childish clique games, based on origins like the Choshu domain or the Satsuma domain, but things seemed to have gone awry when Matsutaka stepped down and rose to the same position as the head of the Choshu domain. Damned Nikolai. If I had known that the wings of the Japanese empire would be broken like this, no, chopped off, I would have been better off with that damned Suda sword that day. It would be nice if it were a little sharper and more profound. If that had been the case, instead of waiting for the day his life ended completely, suffocating from the tips of his hands to his toes as he is now, he would have been able to go mad with his own power, even if he had been completely destroyed. Mr. Prime Minister, this is an official letter from the Russian consulate. It is said to be related to the export of minerals this quarter. May I come in? Today, as Ito continued his ramblings, while recalling the day his fate and the fate of the Japanese empire began to become entangled, what he heard were unpleasant words. Alright, come in. I'm very curious to know what kind of flaw you found this time. What did you say last time? I mean, what I remember is that the treatment of the Russian inspectors who were in the mine was undesirable. Yes, that's how it was. I guess I'll have to read what kind of extraordinary complaint I filed today. Let's go out. I'll sing it when I finish reading it. At that time, the entire Japanese nation, not an individual, was paying the price for a mentally ill man's attack with a Japanese sword on Crown Prince Nicholas II. Officer Tsuda, the person who caused this to happen, was no longer in this world as Matsutaka, who was the prime minister at the time, personally executed him by firing squad. I prefer to use him at times like this. I'm jealous of that guy. The grave where he was buried had long since been dug up by angry citizens, and his relatives had long since left their hometown, unable to overcome the glare and contempt that poured from those around him. But this pain was only for those who remained. Isn't it clear that he rests comfortably underground? Whatever happens on land will have no effect underground. Contrary to his worries, Russia seemed to be having a somewhat peaceful time this quarter. This was because the consulate's request contained only cliched words about the mineral transfer deadline and the timely payment of the selling price. Oh my. Thank goodness. Ito felt inwardly relieved and paused to sign the documents sent to him. Since when did our Empire of Japan become a country that clings to mercy that doesn't even seem like mercy from the other side? Do you really mean that I and the other governors of Yushin expelled the shogunate and shed the blood of countless great figures to create this kind of country? Or does this mean that this is a fate determined by heaven that demands an exit from oneself, but which cannot be escaped as a country located in the Asian region? No, that can't be possible. It can't be. Something is wrong. Where has he gone who once passionately cried out to overthrow the shogunate, which was rotting in the wake of the world, and create a new world, a world no longer exploited by Western barbarians? Are there any old people left? This can't go on. Cancer. No way. Ito's eyes, which had been dark since the failure of the last Sino-Japanese War, began to shine again. In 1900, a year before the turn of the 20th century, the situation in the Qing dynasty was not so good. In the last Sino-Japanese War, we saved face by not losing. However, originally it was thought that there would be a landslide victory, but after the post-war investigation was carried out, people said that a tie was enough. The Western countries were still digging with straws in the vast territory of the Qing dynasty, and the Yangmu movement was practically a failure. The resulting powerlessness engulfed not only the government, but the entire country. It can't go on like this. Something must be done. In the middle of the night, hard Chinese officials gathered at the home of Li Hongzhang, who had led the modernization of the Qing dynasty, but was gradually losing power since the Sino-Japanese War. Although the place, time, and language were different, his words were not much different from what Ito Hirobumi was saying in faraway Japan. Since the last clash, Empress Dowager Zhao has been eyeing us with increasing suspicion. The suspicion that the Qing dynasty's failure to achieve victory was deliberately preventing us, who played a key role in the Yangmu movement, from achieving proper results. If this continues, I don't know what that old fox will do. You're right. We are responsible for that. This is ridiculous. Why couldn't the Biang fleet, including Kainiuan and Janiuan, be properly armed in the first place? Isn't it because of Empress Dowager Jiasu's corruption, Gung and his closest associates? If the Empress Dowager had provided half, or even a tenth, of the amount used to celebrate her birthday for the Biang fleet would never have suffered the humiliation of being disabled. The Queen Mama is a queen mother, but the Western barbarians are also a problem. During the last conflict, they stole our rights and lands in exchange for mediation between them that we didn't ask for. That's not all. They say that in the lands they occupy, there is a series of discriminatory treatments against our Qing people. As a result, it is said that the atmosphere in the Shandong region is unusual. If we continue like this, whatever happens, it will happen. It's not that it isn't, but recently in the Shandong region, a religious group has been proclaiming that if you learn their martial arts, you won't be affected by bullets, and that if you fall ill with any illness, you will be cured if you drink water mixed with the ashes of the amulets for which blessings have been memorized. Reports were coming in that the situation was unusual. The Han Chinese officials gathered here didn't seem very positive about such a religious group gaining power, but Empress Dowager Cixi seemed to have a slightly different idea. I heard that too. So, I told the central government that something must be done, but Empress Dowager Zhao and her associates didn't seem very willing. Something seems strange. If things continue like this, the Empress Dowager might bury us all in the Yangtze River, so what does a religious group like that matter? Captain Han Jiangli, we have to move first before the Empress Dowager hits us. Stop. Although it was said that he had lost real power compared to before, the official who was still telling Li Hongzhang, the head of the group of Han Chinese bureaucrats, that he must move before Empress Dowager Cixi flinched. This was because Li Hongzhang's eyes stared at him resolutely. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. Don't forget whose country we are subjects of. Okay. Aha, I didn't tell you to stop. When Han Jiangli interrupted, an awkward silence began to fill the space where the officials were gathered. In fact, the people here also felt that the Qing dynasty's national power was waning. Will you remain a loyal subject of a fallen country, or will you not share the same fate as the setting sun and leave your name in history, even though there is a high possibility of failure? Even for those fundamentally equipped with the Confucian way of thinking, which values loyalty, this was a problem that troubled them. Well, I think it's necessary for Admiral Han Jiangli to speak directly about the issues related to the Shandong region. Isn't it a matter that should be carefully examined that so much time has passed since the Taiping Rebellion, that a strange religious group is gaining power again in a situation that is already causing external commotion due to Western barbarians? There were countless incidents that showed that the Qing dynasty's fortunes were declining, but the Taiping Rebellion was a different kind of incident. While other incidents were caused by external invasions with advanced technology and weapons, the Taiping Rebellion was the first time that a commotion caused by a religious group occurred in the Qing dynasty, which venerated Confucianism and prohibited the use of supernatural powers. Although the Second Opium War was going on at the same time, the situation was limited by how to respond appropriately. The turmoil of the times and the despair that the Qing dynasty had declined so far were present in the minds of the officials present. It's because they even borrowed the power of Great Britain, which fought in the Opium War, to suppress the rebellion at the time. First of all, I understand. I will meet with the Queen Mother in person and tell her. Did anything else happen? After Li Hongzhang finished speaking, one of the officials who had remained silent until now spoke up. These days we hear that the number of Koreans in the Manchuria region is increasing. Although the ban was lifted 4 years ago in Guangxi, Koreans have never been allowed to come, but it is said that the number of Koreans farming in Manchuria is increasing day by day. No, then isn't this about protesting against Joseon, or expelling Koreans who crossed the border? Well, that's it. Actually, it seems there are some complicated issues involved. No, is there room for some complicated circumstances to enter into this matter? Are you saying that even Joseon now looks down on our Qing dynasty? Li Hongjiang was outrageous. No, although the Qing dynasty has had many failures these days, it still has the ability to conquer a country the size of Joseon. I didn't understand why a small country like Japan, which didn't have an ocean between them, believed in and was so demanding, but when I heard the next words, I felt as if someone had hit me on the back of the head. It is said that Koreans caught crossing the border to engage in farming claim they are Russians, not Koreans. Of course, at first I thought they were just talking nonsense to avoid punishment, but in fact, when they were caught, a Russian official from the maritime province even came out and told them to release them. Russia? Han Zhangli also knew that a new Tsar had ascended the throne, and that Russia was not showing signs of expanding like before. And that was why he couldn't even find out what happened. No, isn't it a typical tactic of Western powers to send immigrants to settle in foreign lands? Could it be that the reason that Tsar has been quiet in other regions until now was to devour Manchuria? There were many concerns, but what Han Zhangli could say was limited. I will also tell this story to the Queen Mother. Li Hongjiang's words were filled with deep confusion and helplessness. Chapter 167. While the Qing dynasty and Japan were going through difficult times due to external shocks and internal unrest, Joseon enjoyed a period of relative peace. Regarding the country's internal problems, no significant incidents have occurred since the last civil uprising, and regarding external problems, nothing significant has happened because the powers that recognized the Russian Empire's influence on the Korean peninsula, whether willingly or not. Former President Kutuzov currently only serving as the head of a Russian company established on the Korean peninsula Minimum Young-hwan, one of the few surviving members of the Minimum clan who disappeared in Vladivostok after being falsely accused of involvement in an assassination attempt, is himself. I felt that the monarch seemed to be in a very good mood recently. Of course, it was a pleasure to see the Qing dynasty, Japan, and other countries that had shown signs of gradually moving forward collapse, while Joseon lagged behind in the past. But that has been going on for several years. Therefore, the fact that their lord seemed noticeably happy in a different way than usual meant that something different or strange had happened. Hey, check. As they passed by, the guards holding burdened rifles provided by Russia showed their respect with a polite attitude, but Minimum Young-hwan's gaze toward them wasn't bright. Although they looked Korean and were pro-military, they knew that Russia had influence behind them. Since Choi Ji-hyung was deeply involved in the selection and training of those guys in the first place, he'll have to clean up the inside of the pro-military camp at least once. It could be said that Choi Ji-hyung and Minimum Young-hwan have a love-hate relationship, although the scale of hatred was greater than that of affection. In the past, it was Choi Ji-hyung who dismissed all of his descendants from the Minimum clan at once. However, it was he who hinted that they were up to something. This wasn't just because he was pro-Russian. Considering Joseon's situation at the time, I thought this was the only way for Joseon to survive. And looking at the subsequent situation, it could be said that Minimum Young-hwan's choice was the correct one. This is because Russia's aid could be considered a great help in suppressing the civil unrest that was ravaging the Samnam region. Furthermore, Choi Ji-hyung had a great influence on Minimum Young-hwan's ability to remain a key government official despite being a member of the Minimum clan. It was Choi Ji-hyung who placed him in the position previously held by Minimum Young-ik. Furthermore, it was he who convinced King Gojin that Minimum Young-hwan himself could serve as a bridge between Russia and Joseon. However, despite this, Minimum Young-hwan was not very satisfied with Russia's growing influence within the government. Although he claimed to be pro-Russian and borrowing power from Russia, this was only on the premise of maintaining the foundations of the country called Joseon. This is because he never forgot that he was a Joseon subject loyal to the Yi dynasty. It wasn't a matter of forgetting. It was simply a problem similar to that of humans needing air to breathe and drinking water when thirsty. Although he traveled to many countries and came into contact with Western culture, behind his inner consciousness was an ideology called Confucianism that was optimized for maintaining the nation. even after today's meeting, which can't be considered very nourishing, ended and the court officials left. Minimum Yang Huan remained in his place. This was because King Gojin had told him that he would have a private meeting for a while after the meeting before coming today. As all the court officials left for their respective locations, Minimum Yang Huan, the only man in the war, thought today was an opportunity to answer the questions he had. I don't know what King Gojin wanted to talk about, but it was a time when Minimum Yang Huan could also talk with King Gojin. Your Majesty, I have been awaiting His Majesty Shin Minimum Yang Huan's call. Please give your order. Yes, the reason I called you today is no different. I will organize this event today because you are close to the Russians and know their situation best. Gojin's words contained a subtle meaning. King Gojin also had no choice but to be wary of Russia. At first, Gojin was also thinking of utilizing the Russians' power to strengthen his throne. However, after experiencing the recent civil unrest and other incidents, it was inevitable that he would have different thoughts. It seems that the Russians are cooperating with him now, but what if they target themselves? At that point, is there any guarantee that they will not bring him to Russia as the Minimum family was in the past? Therefore, for King Gojin, Minimum Yang Huan was a person in a similar position to the one he felt for Choi Ji-hyang. From an outside perspective, Minimum Yang Huan couldn't help but be seen as a cold-blooded person who sold his family to Russia and a power-hungry person. Since Minimum Yang Huan himself was not unaware of such public assessments, he couldn't help but smile bitterly inwardly as he sensed the implicit meaning of King Gojin's words. Didn't you once say that I'm your loyal subject for all eternity and your most reliable and trustworthy subject? But His Majesty blames me for the choice he made. As you said, Your Majesty, I have befriended the Russians using my limited convictions and talents. If God's meager ability is of any help to you, God will execute your orders without hesitation. Contrary to his deep regret, when Minimum Yang Huan appeared completely resigned, a groan filled with positive emotions leaked from King Gojin's mouth. King Gojin must have been satisfied with his attitude and continued speaking in a gentler manner than before. Hehe, if your talent is weak, there will be no one within the royal court who can be evaluated with outstanding ability. The reason I called you today is because, as I said before, the matter I want to talk about is also related to Russia. I'm listening, Your Majesty. Yes, nothing more. Have you heard anything about what's been happening recently on the Manchurian plains? Manchuria? Minimum Yang Huan was embarrassed. Deep down, he thought the reason King Gojin had summoned him was related to the State Duma, which the Tsar had recently declared established. However, he answered King Gojin, while hiding his embarrassment. Because I really did hear what was happening in Manchuria. Yes, I heard recently that there's a lot of noise in the Manchurian region. As far as God understands, there's a conflict between the Russians and the Qing dynasty. It's said that the Qing dynasty lifted the embargo on Manchuria in the past, but it was only for its own citizens, and didn't apply to foreigners like Russians. However, it's said that they're suffering because of the Russian farmers who keep crossing the border. The Qing dynasty also tried to stop him, but it wasn't easy due to the power difference between the two countries. After hearing his words, King Gojin seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Sensing his master's ever-changing emotions, Minimum Yang Huan wondered if he had made a mistake with his words. Sir, I know everything else correctly, but I think there's just one thing that's wrong. I apologize, Your Majesty. Please, God punish me. That's all. If we punished each and every one of these incidents, there would be no one left in the government. I'll correct my misconceptions. Didn't you just say that the Qing dynasty is having trouble because of the Russian farmers? Yes, I am, Your Majesty. King Gojin clicked his tongue lightly and continued speaking. TSK, you're wrong about that. A Russian farmer? They're Korean farmers. A Joseon farmer. If people born in Joseon, who speak Korean, and who cook, and eat Korean food aren't Koreans, then who are they? For a moment, Minimum Yang Huan worried that he had heard something wrong. He wondered if his ears were broken due to excessive stress and the burden of being alone with the king. However, no matter how much he thought about what he had just said, and reflected on what he had heard, He felt that he had not misheard what he had just heard. Even now, just by looking at King Gojung's face, I could tell that he was looking at Minimum Yang Huan with a proud expression, waiting for his reply. Minimum Yang Huan thought about the extent to which he had been worried about this all his life and thought about how he could correct King Gojung's absurd thoughts. After much agonizing, he finally managed to open his mouth. Well, Your Highness. Of course, what you said makes sense, but the words "they are Russians who acquired Russian citizenship a long time ago" rose in Minimum Yang Huan's throat, but they soon took the form of speech, and couldn't leave his mouth. 1. I have some doubts about whether other countries, including Russia, feel the same way. The words that came out of Minimum Yang Huan's mouth were different. The aura of "I'm not mistaken" that was felt on King Gojung's face made him hesitant to criticize the monarch's words. That's why I called him sir. Then what do you mean? No, what am I? Minimum Yang Huan thought. It means I called you because I wanted you to tell the Qing dynasty and Russia that Joseon is also a party to this matter. Minimum Yang Huan's vision darkened. Asterisk 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 The king of Joseon seems to have a very interesting idea. General. Call me chief, not general. Even if it's just you and me here, we need to practice in advance so as not to make mistakes in other situations. Oops, sorry, Chairman. While Minimum Yang Huan was darkened by Gojung's ridiculous words, Kutuzov and Choi Ji-hyung, who were staying in a building near Gyeongbokgung Palace, were talking about this incident. They had already known his thoughts for a few days, which even Minimum Yang Huan only learned about after King Gojung told him about them. As the saying goes, even the palace walls have ears, because his ears and eyes were engraved throughout the interior of Gyeongbokgung Palace. So, what does your home country say about this incident? Also, like last time, you said it was necessary to show the immature king how powerful we are. Choi Ji-hyung's tone was playful, but from the look in his eyes, it was clear it wasn't a joke. For someone who already considered himself Russian, Gojung's outrageous deception was extremely unpleasant. However, the words that came out of Kutuzov's mouth differed from his expectations. No, the home country said there was no need for us to intervene in this matter. So you too, don't act rashly. Is that true? Yes, something more important than this home game may happen soon, so the order has been given to prepare for it. Is it important? Kutuzov calmly answered Choi Ji-hyung's question. It seems something big will happen in the Qing dynasty soon. Chapter 168. The Qing dynasty of 1900 was like a cast iron pot with a thick lid. Something was bubbling inside, but from the outside, it seemed as though nothing much was happening, except a little steam. However, this was only seen from the outside, and the perspectives of those observing the Qing dynasty from within were surely different. This is especially true for those who set foot on this land, and settled there for purposes such as missionary work. Those who lived in foreign residential areas, such as the concession area, were less so, but foreigners who left the concession area and lived face to face in the same residence as the people of the Qing dynasty were more sensitive to its changes. Recently, the eyes of residents looking at the cathedral are unusual. In the past, there was a feeling of disapproval, but these days it seems as if one feels a lifeless gaze. Not long ago, while walking by the cathedral at night, I heard a noise near the icon, so I went and found several mysterious men trying to damage the icon with a hammer. When I shouted, "What are you doing?" he ran away, but this has never happened before, and I can tell that the atmosphere has become strange recently, but even those people were filled with optimism that something more than this might happen. I wonder if that's really the case, then they would come with weapons and kill them. In fact, their thoughts had a basis. Because of the attitude that Western powers showed toward the Qing dynasty since the past, when they pressured local governments, things usually went as they wanted. In that sense, my first thought was that this problem could be resolved by requesting the local government to increase security personnel at religious facilities such as cathedrals and churches, and facilities such as schools that they built. The second line of thought was that they were wondering who was behind them and who could possibly touch them. The idea was that if something happened in their lives, the country of origin, which is still looking for a reason to extract something from the Qing dynasty, would not sit idly by, so the Qing government would simply stand by and let the Qing dynasty mess with us? Recently, the British, whose conditions in their homeland are not very good, have felt more anxious than Westerners of other nationalities, but even they are worried about unfortunate events such as unexpected lynchings, so they live with people of other nationalities. Even if I moved to another area, I didn't think anything bigger would happen after that. What they overlooked was that the scale of hatred and dissatisfaction accumulated among the Qing dynasty toward them was much greater and deeper than they expected. They failed to take into account the unique way of thinking of the Qing dynasty, or rather the Chinese people, who had accepted the Chinese idea that China was the center of the world, as if it were true that the sun rises in the east for thousands of years. The fact that China is no longer the center of the world and has been relegated to the outskirts of the world, and that they are nothing more than the prey of those who have despised them as Western barbarians, came as a shock to most Chinese people, like the sun rising in the west. Furthermore, the Western barbarian buildings, such as cathedrals and churches, which grew in number day by day, were not only unpleasant to the Chinese, but also subject to suspicion, as if they were trying to become a complete colony through Christianity. It was seen not only as an introduction of their own culture and religion, but also as a kind of invasion from a spiritual perspective. Moreover, when they suddenly intervened in the last Sino-Japanese War and once again showed themselves by taking away their rights and lands, a public opinion began to arise among the Chinese that they had been robbed of their victory. Even though the Beiyang fleet lost all its strength in the Battle of the Yellow Sea, they still had the South Sea Fleet, although it had almost no real strength, and the logic was that the Japanese army hadn't even set foot in China, but the intervention of the Western powers forced them to conclude a treaty. Furthermore, the Chinese, who heard that the exploitation of Japan by Western powers had become more severe due to the treaty, began to view Japan as a victim of Western imperialism. Although Japan clamored for an exit from Asia and had to attack other countries first in order to grow before being taken over, they found themselves in the same situation as now. Originally, it was easy for people to become absorbed in people who fell into the same tragedy as them. As these social atmospheres and events overlapped, it was pseudo-religion that gained power. It was like a tradition that, whenever the central government was in chaos, a pseudo-religion that told people what they wanted to hear would grow in power, just as the Yellow Turban Red Army did in the past and the Taiping Kingdom did recently. Look what those Western barbarians are doing. Not only have they invaded our land, but now they are also trying to trample on our minds. The temple they are building will become a resting place and a bridgehead for the Western army, and the items they are giving us under the guise of support goods are actually no different from returning what was taken from our treasury. How is this any different from the act of a thief occupying another person's house and throwing the leftover food back to the owner of the house? No, it could possibly be said to be of worse quality than this. At the very least, they will not make it seem as if they are showing mercy. Furthermore, unfounded rumors circulating such as that children playing near the church have recently disappeared, that a boy strolling on the street with his mother was abducted and taken away, and that children are locked in the church basement and eaten are serving to inflame public sentiment. As the situation worsened, each of the powers, which at first regarded it as a temporary phenomenon caused by their ever-present hostility toward the West, gradually had no choice but to think differently. This is because, as long as they had eyes and ears, they could not have ignored the slogans coming from the countryside. The atmosphere is unusual. It is said that now, instead of "let's expel the Western barbarians," the slogan is "let's kill the Western barbarians." Furthermore, there are reports of sporadic violence taking place. It seems that it is necessary to get the Qing government to take some action. We agree with this. If we act ourselves, we may aggravate the current situation. Let us all ask Empress Dowager Cixi to do her best to calm the situation. Concerned about the Boxer Rebellion's excessive hostility toward the West, the Qing government requested some sort of countermeasure, but Empress Dowager Cixi, who was currently assuming actual power of the Qing dynasty, seemed to have something different in mind. I already know what your concerns are, so don't worry too much. The basic principle of the Qing dynasty is that it does not tolerate pseudo-religion. Contrary to what the ambassadors of the great powers had said previously, Empress Dowager Cixi only showed a lukewarm response when Han Chinese officials, including Li Hongzhang, said that government-level measures should be taken against the Boxer Rebellion before it was too late. I admit that the slogans you are shouting are harsh. However, does that mean we should take the initiative and point guns and knives at you? Are you saying I have to make my people shed blood to protect the Western barbarians? Gentlemen, find a way to appease them and disperse them peacefully. After hearing what Empress Dowager Cixi said, the Han Chinese officials wanted to ask since when she treated people this way, but they had no choice but to back down and say they would follow orders at all times. They weren't saying they wanted to do anything because they hated the Boxer Rebellion and liked the Western powers. It was simply because he was worried about the repercussions that would come if the Boxer Rebellion got out of hand and he did something. In this situation, Empress Dowager Cixi's request for a peaceful solution was like asking people to solve an unanswered math problem. As time passed without any particular measures being taken, the momentum of the Boxer Rebellion gradually increased. This was because people, seeing that there were no sanctions from the government, began to accept that the Qing dynasty had tolerated this movement. And finally, on that fateful day, every single farmer left their homes carrying their farming tools. Normally, they would have gone out into the fields to harvest, but they were gathering in the wrong place, carrying sharp scythes, pitchforks, and so on. Rise up now, fellow countrymen. The guns and cannons you boast about are useless against the mysterious magic of our Boxer Rebellion. If you ignore the spells we tell you about, the bullets fired by the barbarians will not harm you, and if you learn the martial arts we use, you can easily defeat 100 or 1000 barbarians. Join the Boxer Rebellion. Let's defeat the barbarians. Kill the barbarian. I will give 50 nyang of silver to the person who kills a Western man, 40 nyang of silver to the person who kills a Western woman, and 30 nyang of silver to the person who kills a Western child. This poster, posted not only in the Shandong region, the base of the Boxer Rebellion, but also throughout the Qing dynasty, triggered simultaneous attacks on Westerners throughout China. Kill them all. Don't ignore any circumstances. Please save the child. I don't mind killing the child, so please. What's this traitorous bitch saying? Hey, watch what I'm doing. No way. Initially, the attacks were on local churches and cathedrals, where Western troops weren't stationed. Not only missionaries and nuns, but even Chinese who normally went to church couldn't escape their clutches. As written on the poster, they faithfully began killing Westerners. Master, this is a big problem in the province, not just Fatso. Currently, citizens are flocking to gain access to the area where the embassy is located. Even though the situation is like this, the Qing government only claims to be controlling the situation and isn't taking any appropriate measures. And this madness soon affected the capital, Beijing. Of course, there were military troops housed in Beijing's foreigner district for basic security purposes, but there was no guarantee that they could resolve the situation on their own. From your home country? Didn't you say something? Well, right now we'll send troops as quickly as possible, but since it'll surely take some time, try to prepare as much as possible with the security forces first. Even my youngest son could say that. My god, do you really have to stop that mob with just a few dozen troops? First of all, I think we have no choice but to increase the number as much as possible with the support of adult men who know how to use firearms. If the situation worsens, we'll have to borrow the power of women. While they were trying to figure out how to survive in this gloomy atmosphere, they heard the only good news. Reinforcement. Reinforcement have arrived. What? Already? No, didn't your home country say it would take some time? It's Russia. Russia has sent reinforcement. Amidst this chaos, it was Russia that moved the fastest. Shit, now I could kiss the Tsar's ass. They weren't the only ones smiling at the long-awaited good news. King Gojong, who was closely monitoring the Qing dynasty's situation on the Joseon Peninsula, was also smiling, though he didn't know why. Chapter 169. Finally, heaven helps Joseon. Gojong swallowed his words. Contrary to Minimum Yang Huan's thoughts, King Gojong already felt that Nosia had put many eyes and ears in the current palace. Even now, in the middle of the night, when only a few court ladies and eunuchs seemed to be behind the window paper, he knew very well that he should be careful what he said. However, the absurd remarks he made during his private meeting with Minimum Young Huan last time were deliberately made to make them think of him as a foolish king who couldn't even distinguish between heaven and earth. Young Huan Minimum is equally untrustworthy. How can you trust someone who would even stick a knife in the back of his family? Although Minimum Young Huan, whom he didn't trust, was disappointed in King Gojing, he didn't forget whose country he was a subject of. But for King Gojing, the people around him could only be divided into two categories. Those who pose a threat to one's security and those who do not. Although it was a simple dichotomy, it could be said to be an exemplary one for a monarch of a despotic nation. Only, times have long since become too complex for this method of classification alone to hold its ground. However, it was King Gojing who possessed a genius skill that could be said to be innate in his ability to maintain his position. Joseon's misfortune was that his skills were better suited to a merchant or a commoner seeking quick success than to a monarch of a country. Even King Gojing could not control his emotions for a moment when he heard the news that had just arrived. This is because it contained a golden opportunity to make the leap to becoming an imperialist power, which he had longed for even in his dreams. There was an uproar throughout the Qing dynasty, and spears with Western heads impaled on them were passed around the neighborhood, killing all Westerners, including women and children, and the rivers ran red. A smile appeared on King Gojing's lips when he read that not only had lives been lost, but that the great powers were also suffering economic losses as all the buildings constructed by Westerners, including hospitals, cathedrals, churches, and railways, were destroyed. Finally, the exclamation that arose as soon as he read the sentence that not only were ordinary Westerners in trouble, but that even the embassy city where diplomats from each country gathered was besieged by rioters, a situation that was like a windfall due to the Qing dynasty's deliberate negligence. It seems the Empress Dowager of the Crystal Palace has gone senile. In King Gojing's view, this incident was something that could have been avoided through his own efforts, no matter how crumbling the Qing dynasty was. However, observing the explosion in this way, it seems clear that, even if he didn't actively foment it, he took measures such as pretending not to see it. This is because there was no way for a country that had experienced the Taiping Rebellion less than 100 years ago not to know that a suspicious religious group was around. So there was only one conclusion. It was said that Empress Dowager Cixi, who currently holds real power in the Qing dynasty, was taking advantage of this uproar to somehow oust the great powers or at least improve the unequal treaties concluded until now. Although the abacus in King Gojing's mind concluded that it was impossible. In any case, the responsibility for the defeat in the last Sino-Japanese War passed to the Han Chinese officials, but since the Empress Dowager cannot escape responsibility, it seems that Emperor Guangxu is trying to make one last gamble before escaping their control and purging himself. Is it possible for it to go the way you want? King Gojing muttered in a low voice. As long as he had a brain, he thought it would be impossible for the current East Asian countries to escape the clutches of the great powers on their own. The enormous Qing dynasty also failed, and even Japan, which seemed to be the most advanced among the three East Asian countries, lost its wings and fell. But now things have changed. This is because the great powers, distracted by the massacre of their own citizens and the destruction of the buildings in which their capital was invested, could not remain silent while chaos erupted in the Qing dynasty. In that case, the countries that suffered damage from this incident would somehow unite and make the Qing dynasty pay what was due to them, and this is exactly what Gojing intended. Although the Qing dynasty was a paper tiger, it was still large enough to rank first in the world, which meant that, no matter how large a power was, it would take time to calm this disaster. And when his eyes turned towards the Qing continent, Gojing decided to deal with what he wanted. Since the Boxer Rebellion was certain to fail, I thought that the Qing dynasty, which was even more devastated than it is now, wouldn't be able to respond much, even if Joseon advanced into Manchuria. There's just one problem. The problem is that Manchu is already strongly controlled by Nociar. According to the treaty signed after the Sino-Japanese War, Russia practically manipulated Manchuria to its liking, including building a railroad through Manchuria and connecting it to the Trans-Siberian Railway. Administratively, Manchuria is definitely the land of the Qing dynasty, and it's true that Qing officials and residents have been living there since the lifting of the ban, but it was Russia that was devouring the financial resources coming from Manchuria. And although King Gojin thought that the current Joseon could handle the Qing dynasty, which had become a semi-baby state, he didn't believe that even Russia could do the same. Even he, who didn't know much about the international situation except for East Asia, knew that Russia was the most prosperous power in recent times. In fact, even if he didn't go that far, Gojin knew that the power of Joseon alone couldn't oust Russia, as someone who witnessed at least a small part of Russia's power during the last civil uprising. That's right, with the power of Joseon alone. It was said, shouldn't the Western barbarians be treated as Western barbarians? In this case, the remaining question was which country would be included. Great Britain, a power with tradition, and which can tell, just by looking at the Giamondo incident, that things are not going well with Russia? Or Germany, which, I've heard, complains about European hegemony? If not there, then France, which defeated the Qing dynasty not long ago? No. These three countries were also attractive, but the country that was actually selected by Gojin was a different one. A country where money is everything, a country that has no particular relationship with Russia in King Gojin's opinion, and, above all, a country that doesn't seem greedy for territory compared to the other countries mentioned above. I guess I'll have to roast and boil the dog with money in advance. King Gojin was obsessed with the obsession of not missing this opportunity. It seemed there would never be another chance to devour Manchuria or even make a move, except now that Kutuzov, the Russian figure who showed his strength in the aforementioned rebellion, had left Joseon. I heard that Mirigian has been wandering around looking for a corner to make money, so if we target that spot and buy, we can use Mirigian to expel Russia. After that, if we present the condition of handing over the Russian-occupied railway company to Mirigian, they will have no choice but to be tempted. In King Gojin's opinion, this plan seemed to have a much better chance of success compared to Empress Dowager Six's clumsy gamble. He was unaware that he was both a dragon and a tiger compared to Empress Dowager Sixi, who overlooked her ignorance of the international situation, her own stereotypes, and the difference between Joseon and Russia's positions in the international community. A woman's scream was heard from somewhere. Judging by the volume of the sound, it wasn't that far away. As a knight, Paulina should have gone there to help the woman, but he couldn't do so now. They're getting closer. Shh, don't listen. Cover your ears, honey. We'll be okay. It wasn't just because there was a woman running beside him and a child in her arms. Paulina was afraid. We'll be okay, right? The woman asked him with understandable pronunciation if he was out of breath while running. Contrary to the fact that he had just assured the child that nothing would happen, he seemed to have revealed his own anxiety when the child covered his ears. When he heard the news of the Qing riots near Beijing, he thought it wouldn't matter here. This is because the Qing army stationed in Beijing believed that the rioters wouldn't dare enter here. Was that because of that? Paulina felt as if he was dreaming when he saw the crazy people who had proudly crossed the gates of Beijing a few days earlier. It's literally a low-level dream that doesn't even make sense. To call it a nightmare, well, of course. Hey. I'm afraid we'll be okay. Soon the same words she had said earlier when she reassured the child came out of her mouth, but he didn't believe what she said. Even now, in case of an emergency, he wondered if he could save his life, if he abandoned her and the child as scapegoats and ran away. Smoke, flames, and screams constantly rose from every street. Even if you tried to hide in some building, the only thing that came back to you was the cry, "There's a Westerner here." They felt abandoned by the world. The place they ran toward, overcome by the anxiety that their hands tightened at every moment and that would be snatched from their backs at any moment, was a place not unlike Noah's Ark. Well, if you only make it as far as Legation Street, that's a shame. Oh my god. You'll survive. Paulina said that she could survive if she only went to the legation where the troops sent by the Western powers were stationed, not the unreliable King soldiers. In fact, this wasn't something she said to reassure her companions, but rather something she said to herself. How many minutes had passed since I ran with my heart racing through the crowded streets. That moment when the passage of time became meaningless, and I felt like my legs weren't part of my body. At that moment, I clicked my tongue at the gentlemanly attitude ingrained in my body, while subconsciously adjusting my speed to hers, which was gradually slowing down. They could see that the Shinigami who had been avoiding them until now had finally caught up. If I had gone a little further, I would have been fine. Paulina could actually see that as the end drew near, he was calming down, contrary to the screams in his head. Contrary to his earlier thought that he would abandon his companions and flee if necessary, he turned his back on the approaching crowd, turned someone's head, and whispered, "If I run toward you, you'll immediately escape with the child." Yes, I don't have time to say it twice. Then, as he charged at the boxers with his bare hands, Paulina thought this was the most brilliant moment of his life. Isn't this situation like that of the knight in the story? Sacrifice for the lady. Yes, like a knight. Get off. Even before I heard the Russian coming from somewhere, my knees buckled without realizing it, and I fell. Ta 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 tang. After the deafening noise passed, Paulina carefully raised his head and looked behind him. Fortunately, she and the child also seemed to be safe, although they had bewildered expressions on their faces. As he watched the rioters in front of him turn into a handful of blood and flesh, people making sudden movements approached through the billowing smoke, Paulina felt his veins relax. Because he survived. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Caption 170. Not all Westerners were as lucky as Paulina. As he heard countless screams while fleeing toward the legation, there were more people caught in their clutches than those lucky enough to be protected by the Western armies. Cut off the heads of the dead and hang them on the tips of spears or flags, so that others can clearly see what those who dared to invade the Qing dynasty are saying. There is no distinction between men, women, adults, children, and the elderly. Since they exploited us, only because we were from the Qing dynasty, we will also kill them, only because we are Westerners. Didn't Westerners also commit countless massacres in the past simply because they were pagans? Kill them all. Let's make the Qing dynasty rich, and destroy the West. Let's kill Westerners and destroy Christianity. Conversely, those who were beheaded with a single knife, or lost their lives when shot could be said to be lucky. Among the knowledge of Chinese culture accumulated over thousands of years was how to torture people, cause them pain for a long time, and end their lives. Horrible acts that were difficult to describe occurred everywhere. As we see barbaric things happening, where there is no trace of civilization, we wonder if the white man's burden someone said about the West's need to enlighten the rest of the uncivilized world that has yet to see the light of civilization was correct. It was enough to make me think. Considering that the term white man's burden itself was, to put it politely, enlightenment, but a disguise for exploitation, it was meaningless. But for the imperialists, this was the moment to increase their momentum and prove that what they were saying was correct. Look, what a terrible scene is unfolding in China. I've reached the point where I can't even bring myself to describe what's happening there. Ask anyone who has criticized our ability to carry out the mission entrusted to us, citing morality and conscience. Are there even human rights for barbarians who do such things without hesitation? The time has come to take decisive action and expel the unnecessarily paternalistic-minded enemies of our society. What is the government doing? Aren't we hearing the cries for help from our citizens suffering in the Qing dynasty? Every day, calls for a firm response arrived from the mainland, a country damaged by the Boxer Rebellion. And this wasn't bad for the governments of the great powers either. This was because the Boxer Rebellion movement was definitely an opportunity to gain participation. What's more, this war could even have the legitimacy of a holy war. Is there any clearer justification for declaring war than the fact that its citizens were massacred by rioters ignored or artificially encouraged by the Qing government? This was on a completely different level from the Opium War, which even in its own country was called a dirty war, in which war was declared to prevent the sale of drugs. Even in England, which had not yet fully recovered from the wounds left by the London Commune, and in France and Germany, which were exhausted by the Boer War, there were many people calling for war. Now, what the Qing dynasty had to face was not simply a single power or the armies of those powers stationed in the country. To put it a bit exaggeratedly, it was like going to war against the entire world. Each power quickly began preparations to send troops, and now there was only one thing left. So, who will command this allied force? I think there is a high possibility that the coalition of Western powers organized to suppress the uproar that occurred in the Qing dynasty will take command in the Russian Empire. It is natural that something had recently happened in the neighboring country, the Qing dynasty, but it was also one of the hot potatoes in Japan. In the first few days after the incident, the voices of those who sincerely believed in Asianism were quite loud, saying that we should also do our part to expel the Westerners by joining the Qing subjects who rose up in anger against the injustice of the Western powers. However, as the details of what was happening in the Qing dynasty were broadcast, and its brutality was revealed, the voices of these idealists had no choice but to disappear. Let us join forces with those who enjoy doing things that are unpleasant to describe in words. People who thought the Boxer Rebellion movement was a noble revolution of those who resisted imperialism and colonialism couldn't help but notice this time the wall separating ideals and reality. As these idealists lost power, all that remained was the discussion of whether Japan could benefit in some way from the Boxer Rebellion movement. If things went well, it seemed they might be able to use this opportunity to hand the leash around their necks to the Qing dynasty. Was that why? The cabinet meeting, held at the Prime Minister's office in Tokyo, was lively, unlike the usual lethargic atmosphere. In fact, Prime Minister Hirobumi Ito, the host of the meeting, seemed more solemn than energetic. While other powers failed to protect their own citizens or the assets in which they had invested money, such as churches, railways, and hospitals, the Russian Empire mobilized its troops stationed on the Korean peninsula and the maritime provinces to do so. By protecting the legation and the densely populated areas of Westerners, it will inevitably have the greatest influence on the subsequent organization of the Allied forces. They will say they can respond more quickly, since they are directly on the border with the Qing dynasty. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was right. Although the number of troops initially sent by the Russian Empire was only a few thousand, their voices were destined to grow louder as they protected not only Russians, but also civilians from other countries and even embassies. The Empire of Japan must also issue a statement saying that it is outraged by the barbaric behavior taking place in the Qing dynasty and supports decisive action by the Western powers to suppress it, and that we are ready to provide all the assistance we can. Of course, any assistance here must include military support. His Majesty, our proud Emperor, has already prepared for the encounter with the Qing insurgents. I'm confident that we alone will be sufficient against the rioters, who cannot even be considered an army. If the Emperor gives the order, we can immediately go to Shanghai and Shenzhen to expel the rioters and rescue the Westerners. This is different from the disappointing state the Navy displayed in the past. What did you just say? Are you feeling disappointed? Without even realizing it, it seems the army has the ability to breathe the sea and swim from here to the mainland. Are people like this coming out who couldn't cross to the mainland without our help? Now, calm down, both of you. This is a fight versus a long-awaited opportunity for a genius for the Japanese Empire, which has been in constant trouble since the last Otsu incident. In place of Prime Minister, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs said earlier, we must issue a relevant statement as soon as possible and let the ministers of each country know that we will also participate in this suppression. If we arrive later, there may not be any room for us. The eyes of those attending the cabinet meeting turned to Ito after the Minister of Justice, who had mediated the discussion between the Minister of the Army and the Minister of the Navy, told Ito. In fact, they had a question about this incident. Normally, even before these words were spoken, he would have called the ministers of each country in Japan and said that the Empire of Japan would also help bring the light of civilization to mainland China. However, the Prime Minister still made no significant move. Ito must have sensed that the conference room's attention was focused on him and looked up from the documents on his desk. Then he slowly opened his mouth, and what he said was enough to make those gathered sigh with regret. In fact, we have already conveyed Japan's intention to participate in this matter to each of the major powers, but the return was a refusal, saying there was no need to go all the way to Japan. Someone who heard what he said lowered their gaze as mentioned above and let out a sigh filled with regret, while someone else clasped their fists and stared at the ceiling. Ito continued speaking slowly, as if he expected the ministers to react in this manner. At first glance, the situation is not serious or difficult enough for Japan, which was not directly affected by this incident, to participate. And if the situation worsens, I said I would accept the assistance I just mentioned, but not just one country, and all the companies that heard my proposal have similar ones. It only means one thing, you reacted. It's Russia. The Minister of Foreign Affairs received Ito's words with a somber tone, in contrast to his impassioned speech just now. For the first time in a long time, they thought the opportunity had arrived for the Japanese Empire to rise again, but it seemed that the master holding the leash had taken a step too far. The meeting room once again filled with the usual lethargy that overshadowed the previous atmosphere, but Ito opened his mouth again. So, I have just received His Majesty's approval for a plan. It is a plan that does not require the consent of the Western powers like the Boxer Rebellion. The Prime Minister looked at the ministers from where he sat and then spoke in a low voice. From now on, all ministers must work hard to advance toward Joseon. This is the last chance for us to cut the leash and soar toward the skies once more, at a time when the evil Russia and other Western powers are slowly strangling our country. Ito's words were like a bomb. Among the shocked and embarrassed ministers, the first to ask a question was the Minister of Foreign Affairs. But Prime Minister, will the powers that refuse to suppress the Boxer Rebellion just sit back and watch us advance toward the Korean Peninsula? There's no real justification for that. Isn't the Korean Peninsula already different from Russia's front yard? But what about the advance toward Joseon? Russia can't just stand by. Ito didn't hesitate in his reply, as if he had expected such reactions to arise. Our Empire of Japan is not a colony like other countries, but a completely sovereign nation that maintains independent sovereignty. Do we have to ask permission one by one to advance into other regions? And although Russia is Joseon's front yard, while they're focusing on the Boxer Rebellion incident, they won't be too dissatisfied if we say that, after advancing into Joseon, we will not only guarantee the interests Russia has had up until now, but also provide more interests in the future. No, what the hell is this? The minister's words, which he murmured in astonishment after hearing Ito's words, represented the feelings of the others. This reached the point where they began to doubt whether the Prime Minister who requested entry into Joseon with unique reasons that even a 10-year-old child could refute was the Ito they knew. The fact that the Emperor had also approved this clumsy plan made me wonder how things were going. As the feeling of embarrassment spread among the audience to a visible degree, Ito opened his mouth again. This time, his tone was calm but full of solemnity. I know. How absurd was the plan he was talking about? Chapter 171. I think I know what you're thinking when you look at me. Sometimes words just come out naturally even without leaving your mouth. Ito continued, pointing to his ears. Because there are times when I pass by here, and it seems now is that time. This is probably what you're thinking. Is the Prime Minister currently in his right mind? Or perhaps I've gone mad from the excessive pressure that has continued for several years. The fact that the plan has already been approved by Her Majesty, as I mentioned before, is actually something the Prime Minister, who has lost his mind, made up on his own, or simply believes it to be so. Well, it would be something like this. Most of the cabinet members gathered here have deep experience on the battlefield as well as in politics, having been through the Yang Emperor's final act, the Boshin War, the dismemberment movement, and the Meiji Restoration. In other words, although people can manage their facial expressions more easily than eating, they failed to hide their emotions from showing on their faces. The reason Ito continued serving as Prime Minister was partly because others refused to take the position. However, in addition to that, it was also because there was a shared perception among each faction that, other than Ito, there would be no one who could even maintain the status quo, even if it weren't possible to overcome the current situation. And that made the current situation even more shocking. Regardless of faction, the person who appointed him to the position of prime minister based solely on his ability to overcome the crisis was saying that he should jump into a gambling game where the odds of winning are extremely low, with all of Japan at stake. Yes, Prime Minister. Honestly, can you prove what you just said, that you have already received His Majesty's permission? What if there is no such thing? If there is no such thing, the army minister drew a pistol from his waistband and placed it on the desk. The only thing headquarters can do is arrest the prime minister, who has gone mad and is trying to push the Japanese empire into the abyss of destruction. Even Taro Katsura, the army minister from the same CHSH clan as Ito, said this and pressured Ito. Considering that Minister Katsura normally reacted positively to external territorial expansion, I could see how absurd Ito's words were. As the two exchanged words, tension lingered in the conference room. If we weren't careful, this could have been the first time, since the Meiji Restoration, that a prime minister resigned from office due to an arrest, rather than resigning voluntarily. It was time for the prime minister and the army minister to face each other without avoiding eye contact and either banging on the desk or simply swallowing. In reality, less than a minute had passed, but to those present it seemed like an eternity. At that moment, Katsura, who had decided that the prime minister had clearly gone mad, picked up the gun he had placed on the desk. Hehe. Would you even go so far as to say that? Well, here it is. This is a permit document bearing His Majesty's royal seal that you so desired. Let me verify. Ito, who suddenly smiled like a benevolent grandfather, as if the tension just now was a lie, and handed Katsura a richly decorated piece of paper from an aide, seemed a different person than before. He used to be a politician with a hint of madness hidden in his solemnity, but now he resembled a retired grandfather who chats quietly with the neighborhood children from time to time. The army minister's opinion of Ito, whose mood suddenly changed, was complex. Is this the letter? Exactly. With a look in his eyes that suggested Ito must have done something to the letter, Katsura roughly snatched the paper from Ito's hand and read it. And as he began to look through the letters, various emotions quickly passed across Katsura's face. First, disbelief, then doubt, then astonishment, then resignation. The other ministers who watched Army Minister Katsura's change of expression from the sidelines couldn't help but feel it now. What Ito just said wasn't a lie or something he made up in a fit of madness, but something that had received official approval from the emperor they serve. I expect all ministers to follow the orders given directly by the emperor. I believe he hasn't yet forgotten the mindset he had when he overthrew the shogunate. Failing to follow the emperor's orders is the same as losing the shogunate, a legacy of the past. Then, what are the concrete implementation plans for the prime minister's plan? When Katsura put down the newspaper and opened his mouth, his tone was weaker than before. Now that things were like this, I was left with no choice but to carry out the crazy plan Ito had just mentioned. In his opinion, with his strong opportunistic tendencies, the opportunity Ito spoke of this time was not an opportunity, but an express train to hell. Yes, that is also an opportunity. In one fell swoop, we, the subjects of the Japanese Empire, and even His Majesty the Emperor will be able to escape their current predicament. If we were to consider whether the outcome would be good or bad, the latter would be overwhelmingly more likely. However, they had no choice but to ask Ito about the details of the plan, since the emperor's approval had already fallen, and they had to follow his words. They had no choice but to try to maximize the possibility of what had already happened. Even if it breaks, wouldn't it be far more beautiful to break cleanly like jade than to continue living a miserable life? Since when do we give food and money to strangers who occupy our living room, only to see the leftovers they left behind, never even dreaming of rebelling, and instead have the mentality of losers who leave a little more for them today? Fortunately, Amaterasu looked after us, and we were able to escape this situation. I'm so grateful that I feel tears welling up in my eyes. Even when asked about specific implementation plans, the ministers had a hunch that Ito was just spouting nonsense. Until now, I thought Ito had made this gamble because he saw a slim chance of success, but I was wrong. That people can sometimes do things that are the same as madness without actually being mad, and that they too cannot escape this madness. a train with a predetermined end and no stops along the way, announced its departure for a one-way trip with no return plan. Asterisk 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 it would be best to relinquish command of the Allied forces, to be formed in connection with the Boxer Rebellion to Germany or France. Furthermore, it would be good to announce that we will be placing more emphasis on protecting civilians and construction workers at risk, rather than focusing on an expeditionary force that will directly destroy the Boxer Rebellion. Yes. But, Your Majesty, what we have done so far is enough to demand command of the Allied forces, or perhaps a lion's share of the pie once this is over. Are you sure you want to do that? Yes, my thoughts haven't changed. In the long run, considering the animosity the Qing dynasty will feel in the process of suppressing the Boxer Rebellion, my opinion is that it would be better to use this opportunity only to solidify control over the Manchurian region. I also told them to increase security to prevent rioters from the South Manchurian Railway Company, based in Manchuria, from destroying the railway. If Your Majesty says so, I understand. I'll tell General Kutuzov. I had no intention of getting more deeply involved in this matter than I'm now. Some might say I was giving up the opportunity to lead the allied forces of the great powers and seize the interests that would arise from the Qing dynasty, but anyway, no matter how many gains I made from the Qing dynasty this time, it was all irrelevant. Once the Great War came, there was no need to hold on to assets that would otherwise be lost while the European powers fought each other in the mud of World War I. It may seem glamorous now, but it's better to strengthen your control over what you have now, rather than an illusion like a flower that will soon fade. A better option would be to protect only the assets currently owned, such as the South Manchuria Railway, and organize other areas while the power's attention is focused on the Qing dynasty. If we colonize Joseon and Japan this time, we won't have to worry about the Far East anymore. East in the coming war. The only way to do this was now, when the intervention of other powers had to be minimized due to the Boxer Rebellion. If it weren't now, it was clear that the great powers would rise like bees the moment anyone tried to strengthen their influence over Joseon or Japan even more than they currently do. Even France, our ally, was unlikely to react very positively. Even if there is a definite alliance with France, this is only to keep Germany in check, not to look after each other's national interests. But I'm worried about how I can exert more influence in Joseon. Although the army could be sent to Manchuria to ensure the security of the railway currently built or under construction, the story was different in the case of Joseon. Since Manchuria was officially part of the Qing dynasty, it was acceptable to protect its assets from the threat of the Boxer Rebellion, but it couldn't be said that there could also be a threat from the Boxer Rebellion in Joseon. Furthermore, in Joseon, most assets were not assets that required a large amount of manpower to protect them, like railroads, but assets that did not require a large amount of personnel, like mines. In Joseon's case, this was the case, but in Japan's case, it was more difficult. Unlike Joseon, where you could force yourself out by saying you had to prepare in advance because it was connected to the Qing dynasty by land, Japan was isolated from the Qing dynasty by sea, and the Boxer Rebellion only had a navy that could cross rivers and ferries that could cross. Because, Your Majesty, I apologize for your busy schedule, but I think you really need to see this. It's nothing more than a diplomatic cable sent from the United States. In the United States? Give it to me. While my head was pounding thinking about how to prevent the Far East from bothering me in the future, the news I received was enough to completely alleviate my worries, or at least one of them. Did the King of Joseon request mercenaries from the United States? He said he would provide additional interests beyond guaranteeing Russia's current interests, so he asked for military support. It's truly astonishing. Perhaps I'm seeing something wrong? It seemed King Gojun was crazy. Chapter 172. Mainland China, where the destruction and killings continued, was now entering a different phase. With authority delegated by Your Majesty, I command my subjects and my people. Make sure you do not suppress the Boxer Rebellion. And I declare this to the Western powers. Since the Boxers are also subjects of our Qing dynasty, if you attack them without our permission, we will consider it an attack on the Qing dynasty. In a situation where attacks were already taking place not only against Western civilians, but also against institutions such as legations, Empress Dowager Six's declaration had no choice but to be accepted by the powers. Although the Boxers committed all sorts of atrocities, if you attack them, the only thing that will come afterward is war. If you feel confident, try it. And the great powers responded very politely to Empress Dowager Six's threat with guns and cannons. This war is not about expanding colonies or securing resources. This is a war between civilization and incivility, reason and barbarism, justice and injustice. Just like our ancestors who, to protect their faith, gave up everything they had and embarked on an expedition with no guarantees, not knowing whether they would succeed or fail, we too must undertake a modern crusade. Although the Boxer Rebellion clearly went too far, it fundamentally had an anti-colonial tendency due to exploitation by foreign powers. So famous speeches were given in various European countries that ignored the fact that they themselves were also responsible. However, although it was difficult to determine who was more immoral, it was easy to determine who had stronger physical power. This is because they were demonstrating with their entire bodies that the words the Boxer members proudly boasted that, if you simply memorized the congratulatory message, the bullet would deflect by itself, or you wouldn't be hurt, or die even if shot were nonsense. Although the winter wind was bitter in November, just before the last year of the 19th century, the eyes of the soldiers of each great power in front of Xianjin port were warm. Whatever the reason behind the Boxer Rebellion, it was clear that their actions crossed a line. The provocative expressions in the news written by newspapers to compete with each other to increase sales were enough to make these young people feel a sense of mission instead of simply following orders. Bastards, you can't even be called humans, I'll kill you all. The words muttered by the unknown soldier represented his feelings. It was like a hint that, if they landed at Xianjin port and took control of the city, the Qing people there would not meet a very good end. Admiral, it's time. Any communication from the Qing dynasty? There were none. Okay, then there's nothing we can do. The entire fleet will begin free bombardment from this moment on. Once the bombardment is over, let our friends land. Very well. The free fire begins at this moment. Bang. Quack. The Qing dynasty navy, which attempted to defend Xianjin port, was unable to even leave the port. They would not have been so helpless if they had the Garden and Jinwen ships that had been buried during the previous Sino-Japanese War, but the biggest power vacuum they had was still unfilled. Land. Land. Don't spare them. They are not human, they are something lower than that. The disappearance of the small number of Qing naval forces meant that there were no obstacles to the major powers landing. Words similar to those shouted by the Boxers as they committed massacres could be heard everywhere. Sporadic resistance continued from the remaining members of the Boxer and Qing army, but it was not enough to counter the allied forces, who were already driven by a desire for revenge. Don't retreat. If you have the amulet they gave you earlier, their weapons won't harm us. Wow. As the commander who was encouraging the troops collapsed without even saying what he had said, unrest spread among the Boxer Rebellion. Oh, no. They say all you have to do is memorize the commendations. If this continues, won't everyone die? If the amulets are useless, then the commendations are too. The courage built up through superstition and mass psychology was destroyed as quickly as it had been accumulated. The sight of the allied forces pursuing the Boxer Rebellion, who abandoned their weapons and turned around as soon as casualties occurred, was reminiscent of hunting, not war. Meanwhile, some people attacked with swords at blind spots where the line of sight was limited, but what they faced was the cold muzzle of a gun. After crushing the resistance at the port, the allied forces advanced toward the city, but there too, no organized resistance was encountered. This was because the Qing army, including the Boxer Rebellion, who had claimed they could block Western shells and bullets with just a piece of clothing stained with urine or women's secretions, had already fled. The appearance of the allied forces entering the city without much resistance was strikingly similar to the scenes still taking place not here but all over China due to the Boxer Rebellion. Flames of looting erupted everywhere, and screams began to be heard from every alley. The Allied forces, which had occupied Xianjin in a desperate attempt, now had to begin their march toward Beijing. It was originally thought that the question of which country would take command would take time, but, surprisingly, this was easily resolved. Although Great Britain participated in the Allied forces, it was difficult to raise its voice due to the fact that Russian troops were still stationed in London to help maintain security, and Russia, which had been expected to assert its command most forcefully, unexpectedly stepped back. When things came to this point, it was decided that the question of command would be handled by Germany, which was the most active among the remaining countries. Although Xianjin was easily occupied, the current army was insufficient in numbers as it was literally only a fraction of the troops that could be mobilized in the vicinity of the Qing dynasty, and the commanders of each country marched to Beijing after being provided with additional supplies and reinforcement carried out in the near future agreed to do so. As the Allied forces prepared for the expedition to Beijing, a group of troops from the north began advancing toward their objective. A Russian army of 100,000 men was advancing into Manchuria because their property and population in Manchuria were in danger due to the Boxer Rebellion. And they weren't the only ones with objectives of their own. Asterisk 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 when will I receive a reply? King Gojin was furious. No, although he himself, the king of a country, sent a letter, the response was very slow. In fact, even if the United States had taken King Gojin's request seriously, matters related to dispatching troops were not something that could be decided by the president alone. There was a simple reason why King Gojin was so angry, even though the process to get it passed not only in the House of Representatives, but also in the Senate, couldn't have been short. He lacked an understanding of the American political system. Josian intellectuals weren't fools, and knew that they and the great powers had different political systems, and that the president held a different position than the king of the East. However, this wasn't an issue that affected Gojin that much. The important thing was that I thought the time it took him to reply was too long. It's important to move to Manchuria as soon as possible. The only time the Qing dynasty endures is the time it takes to accomplish great things. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Oh, has the news finally arrived? The sound of King Gojin, who was so angry, urgently calling out to him was something he had been waiting for all this time. So much so that he generously pardoned Minimum Yang Huan, who dared to run screaming despite being the king. King Gojin calmed his expression and opened his mouth, trying to convey dignity in his voice. So, what news did the American envoy give us? However, the answer that came back had nothing to do with Gojin's expectations. No, it was the complete opposite. We're in big trouble, Your Majesty. You must flee quickly. Big deal. What do you mean? I think I can answer that question, Your Majesty. The answer to the question didn't come from Minimum Yang Huan, who had just rushed in and was out of breath, but from someone else. When King Gojin looked at the place where the words came from, he automatically frowned. This was because it was one of the biggest obstacles to what he planned to do this time. Fortunately, he thought the other obstacle was eased by going to the Qing dynasty because of the Boxer Rebellion movement, but the name of the man who was showing only the bare minimum of courtesy despite being a royal official was none other than Choi Ji-hyung. Choi Ji-hyung and Minimum Yang Huan will join forces. King Gojin's head began to spin. Something must have gone wrong. If I were ever caught, I would have to say that Minimum Yang Huan did it alone, and that it had nothing to do with me. The scale of the matter was too large for a single minister to handle, but since no official evidence, such as a document with a royal seal, was left behind, King Gojin was determined to pull out his fins without mercy. After completing the calculations in his head, King Gojin spoke to Choi Ji-hyung with a calm expression. Fine, if you can answer, let me. But no matter how much of a subject of the Russian Empire you are, don't think that this rudeness will be taken lightly. I will protest severely on this matter. The conversation between the king and his subjects was cut short, and Gojin felt uncomfortable seeing them only bow slightly and show no courtesy. I must be respectful to your highness, but the situation is too urgent for that, so I'm sorry for being so rude, your highness. Although Choi Ji-hyung apologized for his words, King Gojin still felt that his attitude was rude. King Gojin opened his mouth again and tried to reprimand him, but when he heard the word come out of Choi Ji-hyung's mouth, he could feel his mind going blank. 5 hours ago, we received news that a fleet presumed to be Japanese troops had appeared off the coast of Busan. His Majesty's army defended itself valiantly, but since no further news has been received so far, it seems that Busan has fallen to the Japanese. Japan. Why are they coming here all of a sudden? Gojin couldn't understand. But he knew one thing. Depending on how the person in front of you behaves, will decide whether this will be the second coming of the Japanese invasions of Korea, or whether the Japanese army will be driven back without even being able to escape from Gyeongsang province, let alone Samnam. Of course, the Tsar of the Russian Empire expressed his anger at Japan's cowardly incursion without a declaration of war. He also expressed his willingness to provide your majesty with whatever assistance he can. Is that true? The feeling that there was something odd about the Tsar of St. Petersburg knowing of this fact even before hearing the news of the attack on Busan was buried by his joy that the Russian Empire was helping Joseon in this matter. Besides, if something like this happens, it's not like minimum young Hwan will run out in a panic and tell you to escape. How could I lie to you about something like this? Ka. Is what I just said true? That's right, Your Majesty. After confirming with minimum Yang Hwan that this was true, King Gojin erased the proposal he had made to America from his mind. Your Highness, since the situation is urgent, we will attend to it first. I think it would be best to discuss the exact answer there. I suppose that would be a good idea. As Choi Ji-hyung finished speaking, minimum Yang Hwan tried to say something to King Gojin, but his mouth only opened when Choi Ji-hyung looked at him and remained silent. Don't worry, Your Majesty. We will take you to a very safe and comfortable place. Chapter 173. The news that the Japanese army had landed in Busan reached Hanyang in less than a day. It was a product of advanced science and technology, unlike the past during Japanese invasions, when communication methods such as dispatches, where people delivered news directly, and beacons that could only transmit simple information took several days. In fact, for Koreans, the current situation in which Japan bares its teeth at them was not so strange. Although the Japanese invasion of Korea occurred more than 300 years ago, it is only the second time in history, because it was only 25 years ago that Japanese warships invaded Gangwado Island, captured Chojijin, plundered it, and set it on fire. It had long been reported that there was a conflict with the Qing dynasty over Joseon in the West Sea. Fortunately, the dispute ended in a draw, so neither the Qing dynasty nor Japan could intervene in Joseon, but they could not avoid the perception that they would attack them if given the opportunity. What's going on now? We can beat Japan, right? No. When will Gangwon Island be devastated by a single Japanese warship? Can we really win? If things don't work out, won't those idiots help us? The two men who were talking anxiously in Hanyang after hearing the news that Japan had invaded Busan saw a group of Korean Russians who had been in Hanyang for several years and looked similar to them, but their nationality was Russian. Since the head of the military service directly exerted effort to select troops to send to other countries, the equipment and clothing they possessed were not that good, even compared to the armies of other great powers. Anyway, considering all the chaos, how can it be so calm? In fact, it's not a big deal that the Japanese invaded Busan, right? Wow, this guy. If you just listen to what you say, it will seem like you expect it to be no big deal. If it's no big deal, it's fine. If it was so serious, would Her Majesty remain so silent? However, despite the news that Japan had invaded, the current situation, where there was no large-scale movement of soldiers or shipment of materials, allowed the people of Hanyang to view the situation optimistically. How can there be such peace when a war breaks out between countries? The day after the news that Busan was in danger broke out, strange words began to circulate in the city. They say the king abandoned Hanyang and ran away. Word spread quickly. The nobles who heard the unidentified rumor beat the servants, asking what kind of nonsense they were spouting, but the word spread quickly and rapidly, as if it were alive. If one mouth was covered, the words would come out from afar through two mouths, and if two mouths were covered, 10 mouths would spread the same words the next day. Words spread by word of mouth were faster than news transmitted by telegraph or telephone. As if someone were deliberately spreading the word, rumors spread throughout Hanyang City that, as soon as the king heard the news that the Japanese army was approaching, he climbed into a palanquin with minimal attendants and fled, hiding his face, so he could live alone. Suddenly, he held on. It is said that the king abandoned the government officials and the royal shrine, and even abandoned the royal family and the crown prince, and ran away on his own. At first, the story was just a rumor, lacking any details, as if it were the description of a goblin, but as time passed, it slowly began to grow and gain flesh. Even those who at first thought it was just a rumor that often appears in the face of panic gradually began to have doubts. To this day, although news broke that Busan had finally fallen, and that the Japanese army was advancing north at a rapid pace, the government simply kept the door tightly shut and remained silent. Furthermore, the fact that the foreigners seen in Hanyang were hurriedly leaving through Incheon one by one also increased their anxiety. When it became known that among those leaving Hanyang were construction workers from other countries, the element of credibility began to be added to their anxiety. Fueling this anxiety was a rumor that a relative of his had seen a mysterious palanquin and 15 attendants secretly leaving Hyeoman, Hanyang's northeast gate, the night news arrived that Japanese troops had appeared in Busan. Originally, they should have checked who was on the palanquin leaving the city after the gates closed late at night, but when they heard that they were allowed through without any confirmation, possibly became perhaps and other circumstantial evidence, when things were added, perhaps became really. The Hanyang scholars were the first to act. Your Majesty, what I have been worried about since foreign enemies invaded Gangwon Island 13 years ago, 1875, and massacred our soldiers and people, set fire to the government office and looted it, has happened. At a time when the Northern Qing dynasty are in turmoil and the Japanese are invading from the south. Your Majesty does not comfort all the people, and instead remains silent, so bad rumors are spreading in Hanyang. Please prove that your Majesty is alive and well to those who believe in these rumors, and cut off the head of the little person who committed such disrespect by being swayed by such strange words. Your Majesty, please listen to this Korean American. Please listen, Your Majesty. The scholars moved forward, prostrated themselves in front of the palace and prayed, but the tightly closed palace gate showed no signs of opening. In fact, the reason the government did not has been able to take any specific measures so far is simple. This was because King Gojong had actually disappeared, no matter where he had gone. The National Command Tower disappearing before the crisis of the Japanese invasion was the same as saying that the brain of the country called Joseon vanished in an instant. Unlike in modern times, where there are laws allowing the vice president or prime minister to take charge of affairs, even if the president disappears, thus minimizing the vacuum in state affairs. Such security measures did not and could not exist in an absolute monarchy. How can you bring up something that could result in you being punished for treason just by saying it out loud? How the hell is this happening? I can't believe no one knew His Majesty was gone. What kind of strange nonsense is this? What the hell were Jum Weiyang and Suo Chiang doing that they didn't even know His Highness had disappeared in the middle of the city? So, who exactly are the people involved in the rumor that worked at Hyeoman that day? Shouldn't we immediately take them to Ujumsa temple and interrogate them? Well, I was trying to find the people who worked at Hyeoman the day His Majesty was last seen. Did you? It's said that everyone who said they worked that day is nowhere to be found. Aha. Could it be that not everyone guarding Gyeongbokgung Palace at that time disappeared? Some of them have already been arrested and are imprisoned at Ujumsa temple, but none of them seem to know His Highness's whereabouts. They just constantly say they don't know. Part of it. Could it be that there are people who have disappeared even in Jumweiyang? I'm sorry, but I think that's the only way we can look at it right now. He was like a crying ghost. The king, more closely watched than anyone else, can disappear from the center of his country, not from anywhere else, but from the palace where he resides. As long as the scholars act like this, we cannot continue to close the palace gates and remain silent. First of all, no matter how urgent it is, His Majesty the Crown Prince must step forward and comfort public sentiment and prepare countermeasures against the Japanese army advancing northward. What are you talking about? The crown prince has to take charge of state affairs when we don't even know where his majesty is or if he's safe. Are you saying that if something goes wrong later, the captain can take responsibility? Oh, no. That's not the case. I didn't say you should take the throne. I just said you should put out an urgent fire first. In this case, Zheng Jian, who was supposed to set the direction of the government, hadn't left Jian since the scandal broke out in the past when her own family was accused of attempting to assassinate Russian General Kutuzov and Hungsi and Iwangan, Gojung's father, after he had already passed away. Fortunately, the crown prince, who was the legitimate heir, was in the palace, but it wasn't enough to say that the 27-year-old crown prince had the ability to resolve this matter. If he took the initiative in the current situation, he didn't know what would be said in Joseon, where he had made a fuss about abdicating the throne to the crown prince as a means of strengthening royal authority. Excellent. Great work. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, the news that arrived was most welcome. 3 days had passed since King Gojong disappeared, and when news arrived that the Japanese army had almost passed through Gyeongsang-do, word from King Gojong finally arrived. However, the ministers, both large and small, who read the teachings that were conveyed with joy or relief couldn't help but be astonished. No. Is this really the teaching document His Majesty sent you? What the heck is this? It's nonsense. I can't believe Your Highness is issuing such a ridiculous doctrine. However, contrary to their astonishment, the royal seal stamped on the document proved that the document was genuine. Since King Gojong himself wrote it in his own handwriting, it was clear from the handwriting that this document was authentic, regardless of whether they believe this to be true or, on the contrary, false. His Majesty is already in Cheongjin, and the commemorative plaques enshrined in Zhangmyo. The royal family, the crown prince, and all other major and minor officials will come to Cheongjin. No, the Japanese enemies haven't even reached Chimengyeongcg yet, so why did His Majesty go all the way to the north? What should I do about this? If word got out that His Majesty said this, the people gathered in front of me wouldn't stay still. There was much debate within the government about what to do about this, but in the end there was only one conclusion. For now, let's do as His Highness says. Excellent. So, is there anything good for the captain? Your Majesty, he won't follow what you say. The next day, the people gathered again in front of the palace, could see that the door that had been tightly closed was open. I waited and waited to see if Nero was finally going to say something, but nothing changed. The only difference was whether there was silence with the door closed or silence with the door open. In the end, when a person who grew tired of waiting and showed courage discovered that the inside of the palace was empty, really, became as expected, and as expected became anger. After the Japanese invasions of Korea, when Gyeongbokgung Palace was nearly burned down again by angry people rather than enemies, the people who showed up were unexpected people. Everyone. Don't worry. We will never abandon you. Let's expel those evil Japanese and protect Hanyang together. Smart uniforms, shiny new rifles, and even a shiny medal hanging from the chest. It didn't take long for the Korean Russians to establish order in Hanyang. Chapter 174. Conquered Joseon. It was a simple phrase, but what it contained was not light. It was a phrase that had been passed down for some 300 years when Hideyoshi, who prided himself on ending Japan's warring states period and unifying the world, declared that he would attack Joseon before conquering the mainland. In the end, Hideyoshi died without being able to realize his foolish dream and paid the price for his excess of greed in the end by the extinction of his family. However, even after that, there were periodic conversations in Japan about the need to advance to Joseon. For Japan to escape from this island and advance toward the vast central continent, the option of swallowing Joseon was an option, not an option, but a necessity. Otherwise, it was obvious that, instead of providing a stable supply for the conquest of China, they would be buried in the vastness of the Central Plains and die from the start. Japan, which quickly adopted Western civilization before Joseon due to its island nation nature, seemed to have been closer to the great task of advancing toward Joseon since the 16th century. While Japan displayed remarkable achievements in modernization, including the Meiji Restoration, Joseon suffered from internal conflicts such as the Imo Rebellion. Yes, at that time, it seemed as though the conquest of Joseon that Jiang followers in Japan had dreamed of would come true. If only the Crown Prince of Russia, who was on his way to Vladivostok, hadn't been attacked by a lunatic as soon as he visited Japan. Hurry up. There's no time to procrastinate. The army commander must keep it to a minimum. Any shortages in supplies will be met by requisitions in the local area. The future of the Japanese Empire will be decided in the next 2 weeks. And don't forget that the responsibility for the results rests on your shoulders and legs. During this expedition, which was closer to an invasion without a declaration of war, the most common word the Japanese soldiers heard was quickly. Even events like the military departure ceremony were omitted, and they arrived in Busan on a transport ship without even receiving a trivial farewell. In fact, if speed were that important, it would have been better to land on the west coast, closer to Hanyang and Busan, but the Yellow Sea was now a playground for the navies of the great powers. This expedition, which would not please the Western powers much, could not risk sinking into the sea before it even began. If we continue like this, I think this expedition could be successful, Your Excellency. One of the few mounted men among the soldiers who walked with a look slack with fatigue spoke in a cheerful tone to an older man walking beside him. Well, if the main building does as you said, then I wouldn't want anything else. The man who heard the words of the young man who was his aide did not have a very cheerful face. He was one of the people who was skeptical of this expedition from the beginning. However, he couldn't refuse the request of Ito, the current prime minister, and his superior. The soldiers are badly injured. Marasugnoji, currently commander of the Joseon Conquest Army, muttered bitterly. Although they hadn't experienced any major battles since landing in Joseon, the current Japanese army seemed to be fighting for their lives every day. At this rate, even if we reached Hanyang as scheduled, we worried about whether we would be able to carry out the siege properly. As if with help from heaven, they didn't face an organized counterattack from the Joseon army except for Busan Fortress, but the physical strength of the Japanese army, which had marched reducing not only rest time, but also eating and sleeping time, was now close to its limit. The fall of Mungyang-siji, which is said to be a natural fortress, was not that difficult, but simply crossing Mungyang-siji was exhausting for the soldiers. Perhaps it was a misguided expedition from the start. To march as quickly as possible, each soldier carried a minimal amount of supplies, but any shortages were supplied locally. I don't know who suggested this, but if this expedition is successful, we will have to rewrite the military textbook. After Ito's statement, the essence of the operational plan presented not only by the cabinet meeting, but also by talented people within the military was as follows. Japan currently has extremely limited time and materials. Even if you can somehow obtain these materials, it is impossible to buy additional time. Therefore, Japan's only option is to capture Hanyang as quickly as possible and capture the king of Joseon. Do whatever it takes. It was a very pitiful operational plan in the Japanese mind, but it was the only way. This is because it had to be resolved somehow, while the eyes of the great powers were focused on the Qing dynasty. What is at stake is Japan itself, and if it succeeds, there is little chance that Japan will be able to borrow the power of other powers to secure the Joseon Peninsula or improve the situation. The current situation in which Japan finds itself. If it fails, Japan may also fall into a state similar to the Qing dynasty. It was a gamble I wouldn't have paid attention to under normal circumstances, but it was inevitable in the current situation. No matter what awaits you behind you, you have no choice but to look ahead and run. If things continue like this, even if this project is successful, we will have to spend at least a few years fighting the rebels and bandits who will rise up in various places. Even if this expedition were successful, it was difficult to expect that the Koreans, whose supplies had been requisitioned, in fact, looted, would cooperate with them in the future. At least in the early stages of the Japanese invasion of Korea, they had implemented policies to stabilize public sentiment, such as taking only half of the harvest, which was extremely generous to them, in the hopes of comforting public sentiment in the occupied territories. But this time, their supplies had been taken away from them from the very beginning. This requisitioning was nothing less than a final blow to the rural areas of Joseon, which had already been impoverished due to the series of uprisings. Now everything was quiet, but it was clear that the farmers, who had learned that they would not be able to survive the winter if things continued like this, would not sit idly by. Well, even so, Your Excellency, it will soon be Hanayang. Considering that we didn't even have to fight to get here, I'm sure they don't even know we got here yet. Although this was not an era where news could only be conveyed by manpower, his aide spoke optimistically. No, to be exact, I wasn't actually thinking about what he just said, because it was clear that my heart would break if I didn't say something like this. Yes, I hope the main building will be like this as well. It had to be. If the Joseon government concentrated all of its defense forces in Hanayang because it thought it would be impossible to stop them locally, everyone felt in their hearts that this expedition would end in failure, no matter how superior the Japanese military was in terms of equipment. Although it was a successful military operation in which strategic objectives were achieved without fighting and marching into enemy territory without even being counterattacked, the number of Japanese troops continuing the march continued to decrease. After a short rest, the platoon leaders remained silent, even though they knew that some of their platoon members could not be seen. Sometimes, even if a person fell by the side of the road during the march, everyone pretended not to notice and simply looked ahead in silence. Only one word remained etched in the eyes of those advancing along the road: Hanayang. The objective was definitely approaching, but the soldiers' footsteps grew heavier and heavier. The strange march finally came to an end, and Hanayang, which they had been waiting for so long, appeared in front of them, but no cheers of joy could be heard. In the end, this is what happened. In Hansiang, where they arrived, a flag waved along with the Joseon flag. This time the Russian Empire was one step faster than us. Vice Admiral Nodge's muttered words reached his aide, Motojiro Akashi. Your Excellency, what should I do now? Do I have to return to Busan like this? It's late today, and the soldiers are exhausted, so we are preparing to camp here. However, enemy territory is just around the corner, so don't let your guard down. We'll attack Hanayang tomorrow just before dawn. Yes, Your Excellency. Most of the cannons they had brought to speed up the march were lost, and they only had enough shells for 2 or 3 shots at most. It would be better to build a camp a little far from here and wait for follow-up and support troops. Did the orders you received include an order to retreat or wait if the situation wasn't favorable? No. Me too. As a man, sometimes you have to rush forward, even though you know what the end will be. We can't feed the soldiers well, so let them go to bed early. When Lieutenant General Nodge's order was given, the soldiers stirred, but the training engraved in their bodies made them carry out the order naturally. And anyway, isn't it possible to sleep? If they had said something like returning to Busan without delay here, a rebellion might have occurred. Night passed and day dawned, without knowing how long it had been since we last rested even without eating, but the planned attack order was not given. The officers, puzzled by Lieutenant General Nodge's failure to show up at dawn, braved the insolence and entered the commander's tent to find out why no orders had been given. All that was in the tent was his gutted body along with a letter from Lieutenant General Nodge telling him to retreat because he could not bear to force the soldiers to die like dogs. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When the Japanese army decided to retreat, shedding tears in front of Hanayang, King Gojin was in the maritime province. When he was first kidnapped, he was trembling with anxiety, but now he acted as if he owned the maritime province. At first, he was afraid that they might harm him or that they might be intimidating, but he soon gained confidence when he was treated with great hospitality, and the governor of the maritime province, Gojin thought, showed a polite attitude along with a letter from the Tsar. First, he apologized for carelessly bringing him here and said it was because something unpleasant might have happened and that he would send him back with unconditional support as soon as he expelled the evil Japanese army, which sweeted King Gojin's tastes. That was correct. It was an added bonus that he kept his current position. He wasn't that stupid, so he knew that once this incident was over, Joseon would practically become a puppet state of Russia. But if he was going to survive in this breach, wouldn't he have to adopt a good line? If it were possible, In that sense, Russia was a magnificent line that seemed sturdy enough for King Gojong to catch. Wow, that's good. I think this vodka is better than Gabe coffee. Ha ha ha. I'm glad you like it. What you're eating now is the same product supplied to the Romanov family and also enjoyed by the current Tsar, Nicholas II. As expected, His Majesty, as a noble person, has refined tastes. Oh, really? Ha 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 ha. Please order a drink from the Chief of Staff. Thank you, Your Majesty. Although the Chief of Military Service was personally serving King Gojong, he felt skeptical. Once because he seemed so unconcerned about being the king of a country that was captured in a foreign land that wasn't his own, and another time because he was pretending to be his master, whether he knew how unstable his situation was or not. Unfortunately for him, these days were going to continue for a while longer. So, when does the Tsar say he will come to see me? This is because the telegram received from the Tsar by the head of the imperial household order stated that he should treat King Gojong as best he could and please him until further instructions were given. Chapter 175. I had something you could call self-confidence. Now, even though I can't recall memories as a Korean who feels like I've just watched a realistic movie, I have the confidence that I won't be surprised by many things through my experience as Nikolai, who has experienced all sorts of things in less than 10 years. I had this thought until I saw the telegram sent by the Chief of Staff, who was my greatest enemy in the past, but is now arguably my most trusted aide. But I also had no choice but to admit it, that there is another flaw beneath the flaw. If we continue like this, one of two things will inevitably happen. Either an accident occurs due to my lack of patience, or the finances of the maritime province collapse, unable to afford the King of Joseon. I believe that problems will arise, because my character is out of step with my limited abilities, and not the finances I still have, Your Majesty. Although not always generous, the sentences were a far cry from the full text, which contained the antiquated and advanced vocabulary befitting the age. It seems the Chief of Staff is having a hard time. Witte muttered as if it were no one else's business. Since Vanowski's previous appointment to the Senate, Witte had displayed a somewhat relaxed attitude. I don't know if he just wanted to enjoy it, if he couldn't escape anyway, or if he had some other change of heart, but it was a good thing for me. First of all, it would be best to send along with the troops, to be sent to the Far East this time, the luxury items that the Chief of Military Service raised the question about. At the very least, be sure to give them plenty of vodka. It seems there's more than one person who needs this. First of all, I understand. And this, how do you intend to resolve that problem? HMM. When I replied in a tone where I wasn't sure what I was talking about, Witte asked me in a cautious tone, didn't His Majesty say in the letter he sent that he would soon go see the King of Joseon? Are you sure you want to go? What more can I say? If a day had 48 hours instead of 24, I wonder how many weeks it would take to meet someone like that at a time like this. I don't know if I'm wasting my time. Winter was approaching soon, and winter had already arrived in Siberia, so reaching the Far East required tremendous effort and a lot of time and preparation. There was no need to go, unless the United States suddenly went berserk and declared it would attack Vladivostok. No, if that's the case, shouldn't I go even further? While thinking about something trivial, Witte looked relieved. As expected, His Majesty doesn't plan to go in person. Fortunately, I also thought that His Majesty would be away for a few weeks because he was meeting with the King of Joseon. From his words, I sensed that he thought he would take over the work while I was away, but I decided to pretend I didn't notice. Actually, it's not that I didn't have that thought. Still, in exchange for daring to doubt the Tsar, I will have to take on additional work for the next 3 days. So, how long do you plan to leave it like this? If things continue like this, the Chief of Staff may regain his past self. Well, no matter how rotten they are, you can't carelessly treat a royal family that is the king of a country and has ruled a single kingdom for over 400 years, right? First, until we can see how well the Crown Prince of Joseon can govern his country in an exemplary and smooth manner, please make me feel as if the King of Joseon has become the King of the Far East, and after that. However, Hastily getting rid of King Gojong wasn't a good choice considering that despite negative public opinion of him in the past, a nationwide resistance movement erupted when rumors of his poisoning by Japan circulated. I think it would be better to abdicate of his own free will. Well, wouldn't it be fine to say something like, I'm well aware of my own inadequacy in not responding appropriately to the invasion of foreign enemies, so I will hand over the throne to the crown prince and never set foot on Joseon soil again, because I'm a sinner? In that case, the decision to send the crown prince back to Joseon will be an important one. Yes, the king, who spoke brilliantly but failed to find even a meager ally, fled abroad as soon as Japan invaded, and the crown prince, on the other hand, returned splendidly with enough power to save the country, even though it was someone else's power. And even the act of filling a devastated warehouse is a classic, but isn't that an even more useful method? An incompetent father and his capable son. It would be a good idea to add a paragraph about a father who thought his talented son was a threat to his authority and kept his son under control in an ugly way. Yes, the current king of Joseon would react this way even without much encouragement from those around him, even if he heard that the crown prince who came to see him returned to Hanayang without even seeing him. But it's not a bad idea to get some encouragement from those around him. Probably not. Although it might have been necessary to forge various documents in the process, the important thing was how completely Gojong's contact with the outside world could be cut off. One could say that it doesn't really matter because Queen Minimum doesn't have much ability except her own greed and has become a semi-independent person since the last purge of her parents' family, but it might be a bit of a pain if an official from another court starts talking. So, where did you say the crown prince of Joseon is now? We will soon arrive at Tuman River. Tell the head of the imperial household that, as soon as the crown prince crosses the Tuman River, Gojong is recovering from an illness caused by an excessive amount of traveling, and that he has an army obtained through negotiations with the Tsar, and to bring in his arms the troops composed mainly of Korean Russians. The actual command authority is held by Choi Ji-hyung, but the commander is the crown prince. It is said that the Japanese army has withdrawn from Hanayang, but now that we have reached this point, it seems we have taken the wrong path. There is no way I can return to my home country. I will do as you say, Your Majesty. May I ask you one thing? Something? When I gave him permission, Witte hesitated for a moment and then opened his mouth. I wonder why you are so concerned about a small country in the Far East. In the case of the Qing dynasty in Japan, it may be because of their wealth or the fact that they were destined to clash due to the international situation. But in the case of Joseon, it is difficult, with my limited intellect, to understand why Your Majesty is so concerned. At first, I thought that this was preliminary work to secure and stabilize Manchuria. Although Manchuria is a Qing dynasty territory, it also shares a border with Joseon. However, at this point, I'm not sure why he wants to intervene in Joseon despite Russia's solidified control over Manchuria. It doesn't seem like the goal is to secure the territory, considering His Majesty's appearance and tendencies so far. Indeed, it's about time these words came out. Why do we think this way about a small eastern country that seems to have nothing left to exploit? Wouldn't it be better to leapfrog the Qing dynasty with that effort and engage in the battle for the bones, which are said to have been eaten a lot so far, but there's still a lot of flesh attached? Otherwise, they could definitely occupy Japan, which would make up for one of Russia's weaknesses, the difficulty of projecting power through naval power. Does the Minister of Finance think the East will be able to catch up with the West in the future? When in the future are you talking about? It doesn't matter when, whether it's in the distant future or the near future. After hearing my question, Witte thought for a moment and answered as if it weren't such a difficult question. Wouldn't it be difficult? Even Japan, which had at least some potential, ended up like that. You could say this is a current perception. The idea that the East will never be able to catch up with the West in the future, and that the West will continue to enjoy abundance and prosperity with materials obtained from elsewhere. But I think a little differently. The Minister of Finance would know. What I mean is that up until now I have tried to prevent war, except under unavoidable circumstances. Even if it is a war that seems to have nothing to do with our country. That's right. the nickname they gave me, who had been mediating disputes on behalf of the United Kingdom, who had briefly served as Europe's balancer, and didn't receive much in the way of mediation fees, was Witte. Some people said I would suddenly pull out a knife hidden behind my back and stab them, but at least I personally had no intention of doing that. But I think even that will reach its limit sooner or later. My prediction is that, even if someone other than me steps forward, something will happen that cannot be mediated. And the stage for this will be here, on the European continent. Perhaps the Middle East and Central Asia could become a secondary stage. But whatever happens, the main stage will be right here. I paused for a moment and swallowed. It wasn't just because I had memories of being Korean. What will the world be like after the Great War, when most of the current great powers collapse and the word great power itself disappears? Of course, considering what has accumulated so far, the world's pendulum will still swing to the west. Even in the original world, even in the 21st century, it could be said that the power of the West was stronger than that of the East. However, there will no longer be a world like today, where colonization and gunboat diplomacy are still used. And when that time comes, Russia's long border with both the East and the West will act as an even greater weakness than it does now. As the leaders of each country were horrified to see manpower lost to trench warfare, and sought out people willing to shed blood instead of their own youth, the colonized people would naturally receive military training, and, contrary to the promise of independence, if they helped in the war, it was clear that they would use the skills they had been taught to fight against the powers that tried to hold on to their colonies even after the war. Of course, as a result of my intervention, Japan collapsed before it could even spread its wings and the Qing dynasty was even more ruined than its original history, but its potential still remained. In the future, shouldn't we create at least one country in the Far East that will side with us? And since the Qing dynasty is too big to do that and Japan has come too far to do it that way, the only option left is Joseon. It's close to Beijing, the capital of the Qing dynasty, and if possible, it's located in a place where you can expand into Japan, so shouldn't you make a reservation now? Making King Gojong a perfect old man in the back room, and having King Sunjang do what we wanted, was a building block for the future. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.